speedy one for Will Edwards.
There's no... That's the ugliest injury to see.
Yes, yeah. Remember, sort of think of Nathan Brown.
Nathan Brown has got to be one of the most iconic.
Yep. Dislocated shoulders. They're ugly.
Tommy Mitchell, I was there when Tommy Mitchell broke both of his, and that was gruesome. The sound of it, the look of it, all of it, the screams, all of it.
Jake Stringer did one in his draft year, actually playing for, or maybe the prior year, playing for Bendigo against Ballarat at Eureka Stadium, and basically was never able to run the same.
Yeah.
It completely changed the way that he ran. I think he was a bottom age under-18 prospect at the time, one of the boom recruits, and a magnificent career that he's put together, given how far back he came from a physical perspective early on in his career. So, yeah, they're horrible, horrible injuries.
Yeah, Becky, were you coaching Western Bulldogs when Brittany Goodneck broke her leg? Was it at Norwood?
No, it was at Alberton.
At Alberton, and everyone who was there said they heard it.
Yep. Did they end up calling that game a little bit early, or was it just a really long stoppage?
It was a long wait.
Really long stoppage. We didn't have an ambulance at the ground, so we had to wait. So it was just a really, really long stoppage. And the best news is that Brittany's back playing unhampered now the last 2 seasons, which is fantastic.
I think our own Gemma Bastiani wrote a piece during the week, actually, about exactly that.
Yes. No, wonderful young woman, Brittany, so it's great to see her out there playing football. One bloke who won't be out there playing football next week is young trainer for the Tigers. So I mentioned before there's added weighting for groin. Groin and head are considered the same. So the classifications are groin/head and body. So this will be graded exactly the same as he had have punched him straight in the mush.
Yep. Alexia Pesce is downstairs. Lex, this feels like pretty much a straight-up one-weeker for Luke Traynor.
Well, if we're going on past performance, which we've seen before with James Sicily, Dylan Moore, and in the pre-season, Harry Schoenberg, who all hit Logan Evans, that was one match. It was a closed fist to the body from Dylan Moore. It was off-the-ball striking for James Sicily. So 1 week is what we're looking at the moment.
I think we might upgrade that.
Yep.
Okay.
Double it.
Because it's a punch to the... Let's say... in the goal square, he had to give him a round arm punch to the chin. What would you be saying he deserves then?
Yeah, was it definitely to the groin though?
It definitely was. And you think about how long it took him to get up, he had to come off the ground. And because it was off ball, it was nowhere near. Like, it feels like that should be added to it. The fact that he had to come off the ground, that he couldn't play in the immediate future, I feel like that's medium.
Which may be the impact grading.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what it does. The way we used to look at it was unscientific. If a player could continue on with the play, probably gets into low. If they're out of the play or got to come off, then that gets you into the medium. If they can't come back on, that gets high. If they can't play next week, well, then you're into the severe. That was how we used to look at it back then. So the fact that he had to come off the ground, to me, says that will be graded same as an intentional hit to the chin.
Yep.
Medium.
So intentional, medium, high or groin would be 2 matches.
Yes.
Yep. So you walk into intentional as the grading has changed throughout the course of this season, and Lex cited those examples from poor old Logan Evans, who was on the receiving end of all of them earlier on in the season.
And you mentioned it's been a little bit of a feisty game. I feel like Luke Traynor's been involved in a lot of that as well, even before that little punch. He's kind of just been a bit niggly throughout the day for Richmond as play is getting underway back at the start of the third term. It'll be a clearance to the West Coast Eagles. Yo hand passes it across to Kelly, hand passes it out to Duggan, puts it on his left boot, a long kick inside forward 50 for the Eagles, served on a silver platter to Job Shanahan.
To my guy. I mean, talk about Waterman as well. I love when two forwards work together. So Waterman knew that he probably wasn't in the best position to mark this, so he just takes his opponent out of question. So it becomes a one-on-one with Shanahan actually using his vertical jump. He's got one of the best hands in the business. Early on, I'm calling that. I've seen him. He must have huge mitts because that's a great jump. Got at the top of his leap as well. See if he can finish off.
Here comes Job Shanahan for his first goal of the afternoon. It's offline to the left. We've got to stop pumping them up.
I know, I've got to stop pumping him up. He actually didn't kick through that very well. Almost like he stabbed at it. It was like a 30% follow through with that kick.
Just the second Job that's ever played AFL football.
After Watson?
Yep.
There you go.
Richmond ahead by 14.
Tom Brown brings it in from fullback to Kai Anand. Started the year in Geelong's VFL team, as did Marcus Herbert, who's playing for the opposition today. Kicks long down the line for the Tigers. Young puts his fist through it for West Coast. Spills to the front of the pack. Sonsi chases it toward the boundary line. He and Bo Allen can't keep it in. And it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Again, there was a kick into the pocket from a behind, and then had nothing else to do but bang the ball long. Gets punched, goes out of bounds. You might say, yeah, that's not very exciting football, but it's far better than 4 uncontested marks in a row.
Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport. Harley Reid at the stoppage, a little toe poke to himself, flipped it up, ricocheted away to Tom Cole, kicks a high footy to full forward. Williams comes out for West Coast. Good to see him back out there. Shanahan grabs it. Handball pinched by Flostone of the Tigers. Now to Broad, weaving his way through the back pocket. Got away from Dersma. His handball for Anand. Anand dropped it. Harley Reid picks it up. Goes with a bounce in the pocket. Now the fend off. Now he sizes up the snap, and he misses to the left-hand side. But even Harley Reid can kick a mighty good behind. 3:15 now, the Eagles. They trail by 13 points. 2 gone, third term.
There are neutral fans that will come here today just to watch Harley Reid.
Box
He's
office.
so entertaining.
He's kicked 2 of the best points I've ever seen.
As Richmond work it down the southern wing, Campbell puts it on his boot, kick it down just forward of the centre line. Lafau can't hold on to it. Bazzo comes in, takes it, gets tackled, hand passes it away to Herbert, gets through some traffic, hand passes it to Cully in the hands of the Eagles. It's a little hand pass to McCarthy. He loops it across to Herbert, who doesn't stop running. A hard work up, takes a bounce, and will kick it down the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Jack Williams takes a mark. 55 metres out from goal, spots up Waterman in the right forward pocket, and he clunks it. A chain down the southern wing results in a shot at goal for the Eagles. Jake Waterman will have it, a chance to kick his second from the right forward pocket.
Okay, don't ask us any questions. Let's just wait and see what happens, Berkey, because we've jinxed every single player so far.
See if he goes the drop punt or the snap. Looks like he's lining up for the snap. He's done a bit of both today. And he lines up ready to take it. Jake Waterman for the West Coast Eagles. On his left boot towards goal, it is completely across the face. You can say whatever you like. You can talk. It's not our curse. At least we've worked that out, that it's not you, Chad.
That didn't even look like it was a chance to go in.
No score.
Why not a right banana? If you're not competent on your opposite foot.
Exactly.
I was never that strong on a set shot mark from a snap. I would always go to the banana.
Yeah, my left foot was just for standing on. Never kick
So
it.
me and you had 2 good feet between us.
Long kick in for the Eagles was marked by Williams and Nankervis, so the umpire said we'll have a ball up. Williams goes in, tries to win the clearance. It's a free kick to the Eagles, and Yo will take it from left half forward. And they'll send it back in to kick another behind. 3:15 the Eagles. They trail by 13 points. Yo to the top of the goal square. Waterman, Shanahan almost. Now Shanahan crashes out. He is dumped into the turf by Tom Brown. And we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the West Coast goal in the sunshine. At the punt road end, the sun slowly creeping across the ground toward that corner. Yo barges his way through. No way! Waterman's thrown a boot at it in the goal square, and he's missed again.
I'm going home.
Pack it up, Jake. Just pack it up.
Oh.
He can't kick one in any fashion today. Could not buy one, Jake Waterman. 3 goals, 16. They are 110 from their last 11 scores, West Coast, and they trail by 2 straight kicks.
Jake Waterman is 1 goal 5.
It deserve it. I tell you what, Bailey Williams and Elliot Yeo are putting on an absolute clinic here at the Bouncers.
100%.
First one this quarter, that one there, another one. These two, every time Bailey Williams goes up, I'd have Elliot Yeo in there because they're on the same page.
Here it is, ball to be thrown in at half forward for the Eagles. Williams gets the tap down. Harley Reid takes it, tumbles over, hand passes it away to Cully. It's stolen by Sonsi, hand passes it to Nankervis. The Tigers moving it through the wing. Hand pass to Taranto, handball across to Lawler, inside forward, 50 foul. With a bit of athleticism, somehow reels that in.
He is so unorthodox.
Yes.
He is so unorthodox. Even the way he marks it, the way he hits, the way he tackles. He has his own way of doing things, and it just... He had no right to mark that. He had no right to mark it. He's running back, jumps off his opposite foot that he should jump off of, plucks it in the shoulder. It just looks great, but it looks awkward at the same time. Like, what a mark, what a play.
So has that rugby league background time with the Melbourne Storm Academy. A great mark. He sails this one towards goal. It starts left and it never comes back.
Why
At
not?
that to the list of behinds, Joel. 7-5-47 Richmond, West Coast 3-16-34. 6 minutes played in the third.
That had a fair curve on it. Looked like it was going out of bounds and hit the goalpost.
All kinds of things in an unorthodox way. Here's McKelty foul. McCarthy drives it in from fullback for the Eagles. Big pack on the wing, falls to Dersma. Give and go with Duggan. An aggressive kick across the defensive 50. Houghton and Young are both there. Houghton runs interference. He had the support out wide of Rechko. Just couldn't knock it onto him effectively on the front point of the square in Richmond's attacking half. It's dragged to a stop.
What about the Tigers defenders then? Because Dersma wanted to kick the ball in the middle. He looked up and there was at least 6 or 7 Tigers in the centre square. So had to try and invent something. Couldn't do what he wanted to do.
Haley Williams reaches over the top for the Eagles. Hands it off now to Reid, to Kelly. McCarthy off half-back. Kicks to space on the wing. Duff Tytler's after it. Trainer's there in close contact with him. Scooped up by Sonsi. Centre wing of the broadcast sides. And then Duff Tytler and Trainer get tangled up, but it was stepped across the boundary line. Before all of that, it'll be tossed back in right underneath our broadcast position in the ABC Sport commentary box. 7-5-47 Richmond. 3 goals, 16 West Coast. It's a 13-point Tigers lead. 7.5 gone third term.
Andrew McQualter coaching from the West Coast Eagles bench said he's desperate to get a win against the Tigers. Of course, he coached them in an interim capacity after Damien Hardwick left, but hasn't been able to defeat them since coaching West Coast as the kick comes down the line. It's tapped over by Starcevic. It's the umpire's call. It's insufficient intent. Tim Taranto wins the footy for the Tigers.
Why do they look at the other umpires before they call insufficient intent? They always do it. They look around and see, and then somebody gives a nod.
Well, it must be that. Does the field umpire then have to call insufficient intent?
Yeah,
Yes.
But they look at the other field umpires.
Well, it's a general consensus of bring them in together. Everyone has a vote. Kick comes down the line. Anand can't take control of it. Traynor has it, gets thrown to the ground. Bailey Williams wins it for the Eagles. Inside 50, you'll put it. Jake Waterman's run a long way to try and gather it. He's still toiling hard for it. In the end, it's Banks that wins it for Richmond. Hand pass to Anand, and he chips it out to Miller. And it's the Tigers that'll win out here. In the defensive end, Richmond with it, 13 points their lead.
Jake Waterman, he's just working his absolute guts out today. Just not getting any reward. Murdoch picks it up. Handball to Graham, still in the forward pocket for the Eagles. Rechko emerges with it. Ross is drawn to a stop on the defensive 50. Hand pass back to Banks. Sam Banks whacks it out of there by foot. Over the head of Lafau and Brock. Knocked down intelligently by Bazzo to Herbert, who's had another stack of it today. His hand pass eventually ended up with Bazzo. Looking for McCarthy operating at half forward. Marrick lays on top of the pack. It squirts out the side to Rechko, who's also been busy for Richmond. All at half-back for the Tigers. Campbell, hand pass to Short. He can't find any space. They grab him, and holding the ball will be the result. Free kick for West Coast between the wing and half-forward. And it'll be Tom McCarthy to take it. Trailing by 13 points to the Eagles early in this third term. In fact, it's going to be Big Cooper Duff Tytler who'll have the share in his hands.
No late changes for Gold Coast and Melbourne. Coverage from 3 o'clock Eastern time available on ABC Listen. Kick comes in from Duff Tytler through the fingertips of Waterman. It spills out the back. Short's there, gathers it. Has to kick in a hurry to work for Rechko though. Marks just outside the defensive 50. Moves it on to Traynor. Little chip kick forward. Makes it hard work for Ross to get. He ricochets back to him. He has it. He hand passes it to Nankervis, who's in a bit of traffic. Can kick it forward. Kelly will mop it up, though, for the Eagles. Hand passes it back to Duff Tytler. Hand passes it forward, and he's able to find Graham, who just hacks a kick inside forward 50 for the Eagles, and it'll work. Job Shanahan's on the end of another one.
He's had a good patch this quarter. I mean, he's taken 2 marks inside forward 50. He actually got a holding the ball tackle on this wing when it was a 2v2, so crucial contest here. He just needs to finish off. He's had a really good first shot. Again, can he just kick this one through the middle sticks? He obviously missed, so didn't have a good first shot. Missed that second shot, but Waterman's struggling. You just need someone to step up and put it through the middle.
Shouldn't have brought it up, Jad.
Job Shanahan. What's in store with this kick? Tougher than a 45-degree angle. Releases from 48 metres out. What's the result, Chad?
Oh, goodness gracious me. He needs to kick through the ball, so that's the second time in a row. You've got to learn from your mistakes. The first one, he kicked through like a 30% follow-through of his foot, then was about a 50. He just needs to kick through the ball as a true key forward.
Kicking the ball more like Jamie Shanahan, and old St Kilda supporters would know what I'm talking about.
Call out. That's a nice little throwback. Flostone off half back. Tigers by 12 points. West Coast in this term 4 behinds. 3-17 the Eagles. Duff Tightler marks the kick in. Sends it to the pocket. Annan's across to knock it away from Waterman, and a boundary throw in 45 out from the Eagles goal. The ball has lived in this forward half.
Text coming in for you, for you, Berkey, maybe from you, but for you. Did you play in the last game at Moorabbin 34 years ago yesterday?
Yes, I did. Against Fitzroy.
A tackle from Graham. Wraps up Taranto.
1992.
Yep.
Who won?
Oh, Saints. Absolutely.
Oh, yep.
Then everyone ran out onto the ground and ripped up pieces of grass, and so many backyards in the southeast suburbs that old Moorabbin.
That's a nice bit of work. Here's Campbell for the Tigers, away from the clearance. He overcooked the kick, looking for Lynch. Hoff will get back there. The two 19s, the two last men in defence. Hoff, handball to McCarthy. Nice gather from Herbert. Spins around Houghton. And then hand passes defensively to McCarthy at left half back for West Coast. Aggressive kick into the middle. Floated over the head of Graham. Scooped up by Dersma. Now on to Hoff. Kicks as far as he can. Blindly, hopelessly straight into the path of Kai Annan for Richmond on the edge of the defensive 50.
That was the animal cage? Is that right at Moorabbin?
Yep. Anything that wasn't nailed down was,
was taken.
The back of somebody's car driving down Linton Street after that one.
That's excellent. Zanin kicks it out. It's a direct turnover. McCarthy takes it for the Eagles.
Do you take anything, Berkey?
I might have pinched a sign from the past players' match rooms. It was $10 entry.
That's cool. I like it.
Put it at the front door.
Kicks it to Marek, down to Hoff. Inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Off hands, off Waterman's fingertips for a forward 50 throw-in for the Eagles.
How many consecutive points have we had at the moment? And what's the record?
7.
Okay.
Is the current tally. Oh, that's just for West Coast, mind you. We've had 8 in total.
We've got 10 minutes to go in the third. One team's kicked 3 goals, and they're only 12 points behind.
Ball's tossed in. Taranto goes in after it. He's hugged by Yo. It's a free kick for the Richmond midfielder. So no goals yet in this third term. 13 minutes have been played in it. Taranto just dumps the kick outside of defensive 50, and in comes Lafau again, running through the pack and takes the mark. Left half back for the Tigers. Gives his kick everything as he sends it down the line. Lynch standing under the footy marks, and the Tigers can move it now. Lynch will put it inside forward 50 to Ralph Smith, who marks. 45 metres out from goal. Has to move it quickly into the left forward pocket. Sonzi takes the mark, but he's very, very close to the boundary line. It's a tough angle for him to kick from. He's about 10 metres out.
Yeah, they worked it well, the Tigers. They would have liked this shot for goal to be in a better spot, but they got it closer.
Tyler Sonzi slams it through. Richmond moving it from half-back all the way through to a set shot from the boundary, and Tyler Sonzi snares it. And we break the string of behinds. It's Richmond 8-5-53, leading West Coast 3-17-35. 14 minutes played in the third term. We've got the first goal of the third.
And this is where West Coast, it can get pretty dour because you're not having reward for effort. You've just owned this quarter in terms of inside 50s, shots at goal. You're just not getting reward for effort. So something needs to break for them. Otherwise, it can get ugly pretty quickly, and you start to not just lose belief, but lose your intent because you're not getting that reward. So they need to get the next one here, Berkey, and they need to get it fast.
Inside 50s, 10-3 for 4 points to 1 goal 1. 10 inside 50s for no goals.
They've had the last 4 goals in the game, the Tigers. West Coast are finding themselves in a little bit of a hole. Kelly, handball dropped by Duff Tightler. And now big Samson Ryan wobbles through the centre of the ground and tumbles a kick inside the forward 50. Lafau came sprawling out after it, picked it up in the pack, got the handball away in the grips of Hoff. Campbell kept it moving. Herbert scoops it up in defence for the Eagles. Off to Bo Allen, comes out with his left boot. It's a neat kick. It'll sit up nicely for Johnston, who's hemmed in at left half back. Goes 11 metres back to Marek, not the required distance. Marek's kick dangerous, and Herbert, good body work. Nudge pressure onto the footy. Played on immediately to Yeo. Back point of the square for the Eagles. Elliott Yeo off with a gallop. Flares the kick wide. Now on the southern side at half back, it's marked by Allen.
Puts it out wider still. Marked by Hoff, who takes it, or Cole rather, chips it down to Cully. He kicks it into that right forward pocket. The Eagles have been favouring every time. It'll bounce past Shanahan. And that will be a forward 50 stoppage, though, for the West Coast Eagles. Richmond ahead by 18 points. 8-5-53. The Eagles are 3-17-35. That's 20 scoring shots that the Eagles have had for 3 goals so far in this match. 16 minutes into the third term as the umpire throws the ball in. Duff Tytler falls down behind Samson Ryan, who gets a tap out to Prestia and then gets a hand pass back from him. Handballs it away to Ralph Smith, who is taken in a tackle by 2 Eagles. Bo Allen's there, and so is Marcus Herbert, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from goal for the Eagles. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch. Duff Tytler pats it out towards Cole, who tries to take it, but in the end it's won by Brown. Hand passes it to Cumming, puts it out of bounds on the full for the Tigers, which means it'll be a West Coast free kick in the sunshine below the Shane Warne stand side, below the Shane Warne stand sign. Free kick to the Eagles. Tigers ahead by 18.
12th inside 50 of the quarter for the Eagles. Is a deep entry. It's right beautifully by Dersman. Waterman almost on the goal line this time for Jake Waterman as he bangs it through. He throws the head back with relief, but even that was a close run thing. And there was a nervous moment for the Eagles there as Waterman had a player bearing down on him in the goal line. He does get his second. 2 goals, 5 for Jake Waterman. Narrows the gap to 12 points. It bounced off the face of Samson Ryan. He almost kicked it into Sonsi. He almost kicked it into the goalpost, but he did slot it through, and he narrows the gap to 12 points. 18 gone third term.
The way that he sort of threw his head back, I think it was exasperation rather than disappointment. But you're right, Samson Ryan, if you're spoiling the ball, probably punch it over the boundary line, not headbutt it down to a Eagles player. But, you know, what's that, 12 inside 50s to 4 to 1 goal 4. So they're scoring nearly 50% of the time they go in there, just not the major ones.
This game is well and truly on as well.
Absolutely.
So Richmond are only up by 12 points. There's a clearance coming the way of the Eagles as well. Dersma puts it on his boot. He's frustrated that the kick came off his boot. That was Harley Reid, rather. Didn't come off his boot well. Bounces once before going out of bounds for a lasso free kick. So effectively sending the ball back into the hands of his opposition. And the Tigers, Loston puts it on his boot down the wing in the shadows of the grandstand. Nankervis trying to win it. Marek does for the Eagles. He takes it, hand passes it to Bazzo, who's brought down the ferocious tackle by Lawler, holding the footy. And the Eagles fans like that. The Richmond fans like that from Sam Lawler. Already got a goal today. And the tackle means he has the free kick in front of the benches, puts it down towards Lafau at right half forward, makes a contest of it, but it's Richmond that'll win it back. Duggan takes it and spirals a kick forward. Duff Tytler dives across Tom Brown, and Duff Tytler will give away the free kick here by infringing on Tom Brown, the Richmond defender, to take it. His side ahead by 12 points, 19 minutes played in the third quarter.
Brown moves it on long by foot. Up toward right half forward. Nankervis worked Bailey Williams underneath it. Dropped the mark in the end. Handball offload. Houghton. Now Ross to Banks. Tight to the boundary line. Starcevic puts his fist through it. Goes straight up in the air. Duggan tries to do the same. Spills away to Cumming. Got dragged down by Starcevic. That's a goal-saving tackle. Brandon Starcevic with remarkable defensive intent to lay the tackle inside the defensive 50. And then he whacks the kick out wide. Broad goes up among the pack. Couldn't haul it in. Duff Tytler, intelligent little knock to try and find Marek. Spills back into Tigers' hands. Houghton, Ross, Banks. High kick to the edge of the arc. Trying to run it down was Lawler. Came from a mile back. And then Grill, he throws it on the boot, spirals it to the pocket, back with the flight, no mark for Ryan, and then Lafau lays the tackle in the goal square, not rewarded. They roll on into the right forward pocket. Still the play continues. Umpire says mine. 3 metres out from goal for Richmond.
So the Richmond fans just getting a look at that replay on the big screen. The ball will be tossed up very close to Richmond goal. Ralph Smith can't do anything with it. Nan Curvis goes in and tries to grab it, funnels it out, gets it towards Brock, though, of the Eagles, who just clears it out a defensive 50. Could be coming back his way. Smart work from Miller just to tap it on towards Ross. Spins around in a 360. Hand passes it to Brown, top of attacking 50, and Brown will take the tackle and hold things up 45 metres out from the Richmond goal. Tossed up, Nankervis and Bailey Williams. Bailey Williams gets a little tap out. Houghton goes in hard after it, and then he's wrapped up. Still in the same spot. We'll have another ball up. Richmond ahead by 12 points. Lex Pesce on the boundary.
Sam Cumming has just limped off straight to the doctors. He looks like he's getting his foot checked at the moment. I'll keep an eye on it.
Thanks, Lex. Of course, injuries throughout the course of the season. Grill at the stoppage. Hand pass to Lawler. 35 out in space. You can't give Sam Lawler that kind of window toward goal. And this precociously talented Tiger Cub kicks his second. And Richmond edge further ahead. Back out to 3 goals the gap. 9-5-59 to 4-7-41. 22 gone, third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
And geez, he's class, isn't he? I mean, that handball to release, it's where he receives that handball from Drill there. It was in front of him, so he didn't have to take a step out of his stride and running in front of goal. 3 steps, bangs it through. And that's why you go and get a player like this as the #1 pick. He is so potent with ball in hand. You think about he's not a player that's obviously accumulating at a high level just yet. He might be turned into that, but when he gets the ball in hand, he's so potent.
Elliot Yeo, very poor positioning to allow your player to get goal side.
So back in the middle, it's Bailey Williams that wins it and hand passes it out to Yeo. Those two combining again. Kick comes to the top of the 50. Cole's running after it. Gets the tap back from Allen and then puts the kick inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Jack Williams has to work Anand off the footy. In the end, Miller gets there first for the Tigers. Hand pass to Anand, who tries to go with an underground hand pass. Has to get it, pick it up himself, hand pass it away, but Yeo takes it for the Eagles. Hand pass to Bo Allen, 52 metres out from goal. Will kick it all the way to the goal line. That's out of bounds on the full. He wasn't aiming for the goals in that instance. It just fell out of bounds on the full.
We'll give him that.
Richmond ahead by 18 points. Lex on the boundary.
Sam Cumming has gone down to the room, so he's pointing with the front of his right foot, so he'll be gone for a little while.
Thank you, Lex. Have a watch on that for Tigers fans, especially after Cumming came off the ground, and then it was Grill to Lawler at a stoppage. A couple of their young stars involved in the play. Here's Brown at half-back, shields his eyes from the sun before wobbling a kick down the line. Sprawling out after it was Houghton, flicked over the top by Graham, having taken possession for the Eagles. Into space, he releases Starcevic. Starcevic spears it inside the forward 50. And there's no mark there for Murdoch. Nathan Broad floating back as he so often has. Much to the adoration of the Tigers army here at the MCG. Richmond by 19 points, 24 played in the third quarter. Houghton among the pack. Lynch stayed down, did the roving, intelligent hand pass over the top from Taranto. Releases the run of Campbell down the outer side. A bounce for Seth Campbell. He burns the way from them. Handball over the top to Lynch, 55 from home. Gets down low to pick it up. Pops it into the pocket. Bounces off the shin of Duggan. Ralph Smith gives chase. Hoff spinning through. Got away from the tackle of Lafau. And now Brock to Harley Reid. And a nice exiting kick into space on the outer side. And now Bo Allen's got some run and dash for the Eagles.
Can pop the kick to half forward, and the mark will be taken by Cole. He's got it, and he waits for his teammates to get ahead of him and moves around the mark and will dump the kick inside forward 50. Jobe Shanahan's lurking. Anand was there as well. Couldn't take the mark for Richmond, but brought it to ground. Waterman roves it. He goes for goal this time with a snap. It's offline. 2-6. Jake Waterman moves to in this match.
Or 3 goals, depending which way you look at it.
Glass half full, glass half empty. 4-18-42 West Coast. Richmond 9-5-59. There's only 17 points in this match, and West Coast with the most opportunities.
Well, they could get there with behinds at this stage, Loz. They've kicked 18, so it's not beyond them. They've either kicked 4, 18 or 7 goals again, depending on which way you look at it. They have had no shortage of opportunities, this West Coast team today. Jake Waterman's been the exemplar of all of that. Long kick out from Anand and Lafau has played a pretty good game for Richmond up front. Offload hand pass now to Ross. Rechko in front of the interchanges. Lynch got buffeted off it by Duggan. Rechko scooped it up. Hand pass infield. Trainer tackled by Murdoch. Ball spills loose. Half forward for West Coast. Well done from Graham. On the up to Reid. 55 out. Shanahan out the back. Got it. Shanahan marks right next to the goal square in the right forward pocket. And Jobe will have a shot from close range. And the ABC Sport commentary box will be providing no further editorial comment as to his chances. We'll just let this play out. 10 metres out. Shanahan kicks and just sneaks it in. That was very, very close again for Jobe Shanahan. And at least they're putting them through now, West Coast, even if it is not by much. 1 goal, 2 for him. The Eagles 5-18-48. They're making a little bit of a run at this game now. The Tigers 9-5-59. 27 played, third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It was just a couple of errant handballs down here by Rechko and some others from the Tigers. Just hit their teammates' feet rather than their chest. Turns the ball over, and a really good kick in from Harley Reid. Shanahan had gotten out the back. There was 2 Tiger players who were looming, getting back for a spoil, but the kick was so good and powerful that they didn't get there in time. So keeps the game interesting. What's that? 9 points. 5 goals, 18. You're only 9 points down.
So it'll be a clearance from the Tigers inside 50. It's sent. And it'll be a mark to McCulty Lafau. A quick entry from Richmond out of the centre bounce. And Lafau will take the mark almost directly in front. 40 metres out.
So I'll put a little bit of that down to good forward setup, 6-6-6 inside 50 for the Tigers, because if it's just a dump kick in, you have to be able to mark 1-on-1. If you're too close together, somebody comes over the top and kills that one.
So Sandy Brock on the mark for West Coast. McCulty Lafau sails it over his head, and it's offline to the left-hand side. Hit the post. Just grazed the post there in the end for McCulty Lafau.
Second time he's hit that same post today as well.
So he's accurate in some sense. It's Richmond ahead by 12 points.
He's going for a trick shot video. Trying to hit the post twice in the game. That left-hand goalpost getting in the way a couple of times for McCulty Lafau. Dersmer off the kick in. Ball went to ground. He sprawled out after it. Anand back to Campbell. High kick to half forward. Coming in from the side, Duggan. Was there a push in the marking contest? Yes, Liam Duggan got that shove. And so, in fact, Duggan tosses it back to Tom McCarthy, who stands inside the defensive 50 for West Coast. A 12-point game. West Coast closing in, doing it the hard way with 5 goals, 18. McCarthy kicks up the line, and Chad's man Shanahan pulls it in on the wing. Right at three-quarter time. Again, the Eagles with plenty of chances in that term. 2 goals, 5. They have kicked 3 goals, 12 since quarter time. The Tigers in that quarter with 2 goals, 2. So far less opportunity, but far more convincing in front of the big sticks for Richmond. But the Eagles are very, very, very much close enough, if good enough, with a quarter to play here at the MCG. They trail by 12 points at three-quarter time. It is 9-6-60 Richmond looking for a 3rd win on the season. West Coast looking for a 5th. They are 5-18-48. Jake Waterman has 2 goals, 6 on the afternoon. Jobe Shanahan has 1 goal, 2. Jack Williams has a goal. Tom Cole has a goal. And Harley Reid has 3 behinds to his name for Richmond. 2 goals to Ralph Smith, 2 goals to Lawler, a goal to Lynch, Ross, Short, Taranto, and Sonsi for the Tigers.
The margin's never gone beyond 18 points in favour of Richmond throughout the afternoon. It now sits at 12 points at three-quarter time, as Joel just mentioned. Richmond leading the West Coast Eagles at the final change here. 9-6-60, West Coast 5-18-48. The thoughts of our experts Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard in just a moment. This is Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Yo barges his way through.
Waterman's thrown a boot at it in the goal square and he's missed again.
I'm going home.
Pack it up, Jake. Just pack it up.
Oh.
He can't kick one in any fashion today. Could not buy one, Jake Waterman. 3 goals, 16. They are 110 from their last 11 scores, West Coast.
Lynch will put it inside forward 50 to Ralph Smith, who marks. 45 metres out from goal. Has to move it quickly into the left forward pocket. Sonzi takes the mark, but he's very, very close to the boundary line. It's a tough angle for him to kick from. Tyler Sonzi slams it through. Richmond moving it from half-back all the way through to a set shot from the boundary, and Tyler Sonzi snares it.
Deep entry, it's roped beautifully by Dursman. Waterman almost on the goal line this time for Jake Waterman as he bangs it through. He throws the head back with relief, but even that was a close run big. Grill at the stoppage, hand pass to Lawler. 35 out in space. You can't give Sam Lawler that kind of window toward goal.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there of the third quarter, summed up really with Jake Waterman's efforts. He's kicked 2 goals, 6 throughout this afternoon. West Coast Eagles have kicked 5 goals, 5 goals, 18, 48. Richmond 9, 6, 60. That's Richmond ahead by 12 points. Text coming in from Tim from Wodonga on 0437 774 774. If Waterman learns to kick straight, he'll win a Coleman. So he has moved to 43.50 on the season there, Jake Waterman. And he's had a couple that he definitely should have got today, but he is sitting at 2 goals, 6, and West Coast well and truly in this match. Lauren Borden and Joel Peterson calling the action.
A little bit of context on that. Only 3 players this season have kicked 50 goals. Jake Waterman the first to kick 50 behinds.
So he's
Buddy Franklin-esque numbers for Jake Waterman.
Yep. And I mean, that's the story of West Coast so far in this game, really, isn't it? Our experts, Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke, is that they've kicked 5 goals, 18. They had more inside 50s in this third term again. It was 16-9 the way of the Eagles, but they're just not scoring, or not scoring in the way they'd like.
Yeah, and they're moving the ball well. You think about 43 inside 50s to 30 for the game. They're winning the clearances 28-22. They're doing all the right things. Contested possessions there in front, turnovers, intercepts. They're doing a lot right. And they've got 12 marks inside forward 50 to 7 as well. So they're actually marking it and having structured shots on goal. This is not wayward shots. This is not run-on shot snaps. They're getting their structure set up. Yes, we're talking about Waterman, but my boy Shanahan missed a really easy one as well from directly in front. For me, they need to finish off strong here. They've done all the right things, and if I'm being honest, they should be winning this game pretty significantly. The way that they've done all the right things in terms of they've won, they're winning the contestable, they're winning the clearances, inside 50s. I mean, winning that by plus 13, and just not having the score to show for it, like that's demoralising. They need to have their forwards and just really putting through the hard work, because again, it can, for a team that's up and coming, young. You've got to have that belief. They've had moments through this season where they've challenged most teams for 2, 3, 4 quarters. It hasn't quite got to the 4-quarter mark yet. For me, they can't let up. Whether they win or lose this game, they've got to play 4 quarters of great footy. They've ticked 3 quarters off for me. They've done everything but kick it through the middle sticks. So whether they win this game purely off not kicking straight, you take that, because that's something you can work on. The effort needs to be there for me for this last quarter.
It's a sign of maturity for both teams here. Richmond, when was the last time they were in front at 3-quarter time? So can they hang on to a lead? Do they go defensive? And at what point of the game do they go defensive? Do they try and kick a couple early and then park the bus? What do Richmond actually do in this situation? Because let's face it, they haven't been in this situation very often. And the Eagles, do they get a bit flustered? We're doing all this work, we're winning inside 50s by 8. It's 23-15, but we're not winning on the scoreboard. We're not getting reward. Do we try and do something outside of our game plan differently, or do we just try and get it through the big sticks? So in terms of maturity and growth for both of these teams, how they handle this last quarter will be really interesting.
A real opportunity for both of these two sides. Richmond's last win coming in round 11 against the Bombers. West Coast's most recent win was a week after that in round 12, also against Essendon. It's Richmond ahead by 12 points as we start the final term at the MCG. It's dug out and hand passed away by Prestia into some space. Hoff will pick it up. Might have been fallen into the back of. The umpire won't pay a free kick. He'll be dragged off the bottom of the pack and we'll have a ball up in the sunshine. It's in a small patch of this centre square. Bailey Williams taps it out, goes over the top of Harley Reid's head. Bo Allen can pick it up, takes it. He's happy to take the tackle as well. Another stoppage and another ball up. Just forward of halfway, slightly to the advantage of Richmond's attacking end. It's tapped down. Yo will take it. And he's pulled down. Another stoppage, 4 in a row here. Lex Pesce on the boundary.
Sam Cumming has come back out. He's had that ankle checked. He's good to go for the next quarter.
Thanks, Lex. Kai Annan spending some time in the rooms at three-quarter time as well, but he's all okay. To Berkey's point, we've got another stoppage. Richmond have led twice at three-quarter time this season in their 2 wins. So they've converted both of those opportunities. Haven't led at three-quarter time since that last win against Richmond. Bailey Williams on the deck. Lawler throws himself at it. Comes away in West Coast colours through Harley Reid. Bangs it up toward half forward. Well done there from Trainer to win the footy away from Jack Williams. Floston weaves his way around Dersma. Whips his kick wide to the broadcast side. Ralph Smith flies against Duggan and staying down was Sonsi. He ran himself into space in front of the interchange, then kicked off his back foot. High ball to the edge of the 50. Floating in from the side, Lawler. He's shown us some glimpses today as Sam Lawler. From left half forward, kicks to Lynch. Oh, it bounced off his bonds, Tom Lynch. Spills to ground level, crashing through, not being able to do anything with it. Came back to Lynch, and he throws it onto his boot at the top of the goal square and kicks the goal. So Tom Lynch converts the opportunity. Sam Grill's got up pretty sore, having fed the handball to him. And the Tigers get the first goal of the final term to yet again pull 18 points clear. 10-6-66 to 5-18-48. 2 minutes played. Final term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Tell you what, Lawler is special. I mean, we've seen him fly, I reckon, 3 times today, and he's times it perfectly. He comes from the side a lot. He doesn't come directly on with the contest. We used to call that a J curve for our backmen out there, where you run from the side and kind of have that J shape kind of a run at it. That's very good finish. Everything that Lawler's touched today is turned into something. I mean, you think with these 10 touches, he's had 2 goals, and again set up that attack there for Lynch. So exciting again, just seeing glimpses.
Just in his 10th game this season, had an Achilles issue, Sam Lawler. So a good stint where he's back in the side and able to show Richmond fans what he's capable of as Sonsi pulls it out of the middle and hand passes it away. The kick comes down and will be marked by Ralph Smith, who marks just forward of the AFL logo. Puts it on his right boot and will pop it into the left forward pocket. Lynch is lurking at the back of the pack. Young gets in there ahead of some of his former teammates and punches it out for a throw-in inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Punt per end of the MCG in this final term. Gold Coast and Melbourne all locked up, 1 goal apiece at Carrara. 4 minutes played in that opening term. A full call available on ABC Listen. Ball is tossed in. Nankervis taps it away. There'll be a ruck infringement.
We see this, I reckon, 2 out of 3 ball-ups. A shove in the back. I was watching the St Kilda game last night with Grundy and Rowan Marshall and Tom de Koning. They were shoving each other left, right and centre, and nothing was ever getting paid. I don't mind it. You shouldn't be able to just shove a player when they're going for the rape. You should be, just using your body weight. I don't mind the free kick, but
consistency?
Boy, oh boy, it's inconsistent.
Toby Nankervis to really make things difficult for West Coast. 45 metres out. The captain of Richmond sails it home. And Richmond push out to a game-high 24-point lead in this last term. 11-6-72. They're making the Eagles pay for their inaccuracy. 5-18-48 is what the visiting side have on the scoreboard 4 minutes into this final term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard.
It's turned into a goal fest, Chad.
Talk about our ruckman. Hang on.
We're going back 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he's had a pretty impressive day. I mean, he's had 15 touches, 1 goal now, and he's winning the hit-out battle against Bailey Williams. Like, that's no mean feat. I mean, Bailey Williams having a great season, so big Nank getting it done. When he's up and firing, Richmond are a much better team. He
was the second-rated player on the ground last week against the Doggies, doing his thing again today. Prestia with the clearance for the Tigers, bangs it inside the forward 50. Brock's up to meet it. Coming back the other way, Grill, little handball over the top. Ralph Smith 40 from home. It spills free out of his hands. Lafau's buzzing around. He can't grab it. We'll have a ball up. 40 out from the Richmond goal. fans at the punt road end starting the Richmond chant. 24 points to the good. Yo spins through. Handball to Marek. Handball to Hoff. Bangs it into the middle. Falls into the lap of Waterman in the centre circles. Hands it off to Dersma. Dersma pokes a wobbly kick to Duff Tytler, who gives some ground with the hand pass. 75 from home is Marek. Low entry. Knocked down by Miller. Crashing through, trying to take the footy with him was Duff Tytler. He gets wrapped up. And we will have a ball up now, 40 out from the West Coast goal. They're at the city end of the MCG. 5:18:48 West Coast. The Tigers 11:6:72. 6 gone. Final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Ball tossed up, palm down onto the turf. No one can extract it cleanly. Nankervis is diving on top of the footy to wrap it up. Harley Reid lurking around the back of the pack. And it'll be a ball up as Sonzi's the last player up to get up. 25 metres out from West Coast's goal. Bailey Williams gets a little tap out, can move it forward, but Boston will pick it up. Hand pass to Sonzi. Handball across to Taranto, who clears the attacking 50, defensive 50. Lafau can't mark it and pick it up. He's helped, though, by Ross, who uses the footy. Hand passes it across to Short, who kicks it right down the line. It'll be a direct turnover as Hoff marks. And spears the pass out to Tyler Young. Just forward of centre wing. Curls the footy to the top of the 50. Sonzi has front position, pushes it down. Yo comes barging into the pack, takes it, pushes it away towards the boundary line. It's well done to be kept in by Cole. He soccers it forward. And then the tackle is on Trainer. The umpire says it was all fair, legal. And there'll be a ball up right forward pocket for the Eagles. Richmond ahead by 24 points in the final term.
Then Curvis reaches up, slaps it down. Taranto's kick spilled almost to Waterman. Shanahan's there. He's grabbed by Miller. Tackled. And a ball up. 30 out from the West Coast goal. Trying to eat into this 24-point gap in the game. He goes backward into the contest.
Need a goal out of this. It's been down there for 30 seconds.
Absolute must-have at this stage of the contest. Williams hits it clear, but straight to Ralph Smith. Taranto, Short got caught. Umpire waved it on. Duggan to Reid. 45 out. Back to Marek at right half forward. Now to Yo on the edge of the arc. Left foot kick. Top of the goal square. Shanahan bashed away by Annan. Spilt to Waterman. Hit it at pace. Steadied up. Steady up again. Shrugged the tackle. Got the handball away. 30 out from the West Coast goal still. And still they can't find an answer. Now it spills to Duggan. The co-captain slots it. The captain's goal at one end to Toby Nankervis. Liam Duggan says, I see you and raise you. And he curls in a goal to bring the margin back to 18 points. And that's the first of the season for Liam Duggan. 11-6-72 the Tigers. West Coast 6-18-54. 8 played. Final term. Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport.
And what I love about this, it wasn't pretty, but you can still see the intent by West Coast Eagles. This was a goal from pure effort, pure chase. They've had multiple inside 50 tackles in that passage of play. They've had stoppages after stoppages, and they finally get the reward. That's what I'm talking about. That's what they've missed. They've put all this effort in, and they haven't got that reward. Duggan just said, here, give it to me. I'll chuck on a left boot, and I'll put it through the middle sticks.
So again, West Coast work the margin back down. 18 points in the final quarter at the MCG. Ball tossed up in the middle. Ross takes it and just clears it into the sunshine. Beneath the southern stand, Rechko sits under it and marks. Another one of those young stars coming through from the Tigers. Perhaps not as well known as Sam Lawler just yet. But he's having a good season since he's come into the side. Kicks it inside forward 50. Here's Herbert for the Eagles. Takes it, hand passes it to McCarthy. He'll clear it out at defensive 50. Threads it along the boundary line. Murdoch going after it. Might have been held there by Banks. He was. And it'll be a free kick for Millen Murdoch.
A little bit lucky there, but the momentum pulled him down rather than the Tiger player.
So Millen Murdoch with the footy. The 17th game for the Eagles. Kicks it right down the wing. Tackle form. Brock can't pick it up cleanly, but can finally get a little hand pass away. It's easily chopped off by Banks, who takes it for the Tigers. Kick comes down the wing. Running onto it is Lawler. Shrugs off the tackle. Hand passes it away to Prestiar, who drops the footy, goes back and collects it. Has Marek following closely behind him. Hand passes it away. And inside 50 will have a kick in that lands in the lap of Tom Lynch. He's in front of a crowd of supporters that are wearing banana costumes. Bright yellow, standing out like the boots that Tom Lynch is wearing. And Lynch will go all the way back to take his kick from the advertising hoardings.
Will he banana it from there, Loz?
It's well done. I think he'll just go the ordinary drop punt from 48 metres out. Tom Lynch kicks this one towards goal. Has the distance, but the accuracy is offline. A minor score for Tom Lynch. He's got a couple of goals today. And it's Richmond's lead extended out to 19 points. 10 minutes played in the final term.
Too early to say handy point, Berkey.
Too early, Joel.
Okay, I won't say it then. Bring it back into play, Starcevic. He whacks it to the wing. Shanahan and Brown got tangled up. Mark taken by Broad for the Tigers, who backs back right to halfway. Pokes it short to Sonsi, who's been busy today. 18th disposal coming up for Tyler Sonsi. Got a goal as well for his trouble this afternoon. Richmond by 19 points, 11 played final term. Sonsi, shallow entry. Lynch got pushed underneath it. No free kick in the contest, or was there? Yes, there is. And it will go to the big Richmond forward. Tom Lynch will have a set shot from almost on the 50. 10 in from the boundary line in the left forward pocket.
Did the umpire standing 5 metres away pay that, or did one of the others? It was very delayed.
I think it was the umpire that was sort of just tucked in along the boundary line in that left forward pocket. Whether there was a call from elsewhere, but it ends in Tom Lynch having a set shot with a 19-point margin. Richmond's number 19 from just inside the 50 gives it an almighty thump. And it's just away to the left-hand side. 20 points the gap in the game. 12 minutes into the final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Could have put him away, that one.
Option now for McCarthy.
Oh, good grab.
He hits it right down the broadcast wing, and it's a great grab from Chad's man, Job Shanahan, who kicks it right down the wing. Prestia was there, and then Vlosten just happily sees it over the boundary line, quite content to force the throw in at centre half forward for the Eagles. Richmond ahead by 20 points. Essendon and Adelaide to come for some of our audience, Gold Coast and Melbourne for other listeners at the conclusion of this match here at the MCG. Tossed in, Samson Ryan palms it down. Graham can't collect. It's taken by Ralph Smith, who absolutely kicks it into Herbert, who smothers it with his back. And then Ed Allen goes in after it for the Eagles. He takes it over the boundary line. It's going to be a lasso free kick.
No, he didn't wave.
So it'll be a throw-in.
You forgot the rule. Pretty sure that came off a foot.
They're going to check it upstairs, I think, are they?
Chad, I've got a question for you.
Here we go.
Dersma pick 1 and Shanahan picked 30-odd.
Yeah. What's the question?
Which one would you rather have?
No, Dersma. Let's not be silly straight away. Dersma's got some highly. You just see what he's been able to do so far this year, but they're both going to be cornerstones of West Coast Eagles.
Do we put too much weighting on pick 1 when you can have something like that at pick 30?
Yeah, if you hit it, there's plenty of players that have gone pick 30 or pick 1 that haven't hit and haven't been superstars.
Ross takes it, kicks it to Lynch at centre wing, moves it across to Ralph Smith inside 50. He'll send the kick to the number 1 draft pick in Sam Lawler. Had Young tracking him. And it'll be a free kick to Sam Lawler against the West Coast defender, formerly wearing the yellow sash.
My point there is, we talk about, do they want to lose the game and get pick 1? And do they want, is it so important to get pick 1? If you've got a good recruiting team, it becomes less and less important.
It matters more now when there's bidding. That's the pass they're going to bid on. If they don't have the pick 1, Essendon get to bid on Dougie or a Cody Walker.
Which is far too complicated for
it is. We won't get stuck into that, but it is massive ramifications.
You work at the AFL, Chad, change it.
I'm in the talent pathways, mate.
Sam Lawler swings this one in from 45 metres out, hits the left post.
That was a real knuckleball, wasn't it?
It did. I thought it was going through the last 2 metres. It veered to the left.
21 points, Richmond's advantage. 15 minutes played in the final term.
Good today, Lawler. Kick into the middle of the ground. He's cut off by Ross. There's been immense 24 disposals. Lex downstairs.
Sam Cumming has come off again. That ankle seems to be causing him a bit of problem. I'll keep an eye on it.
He looks like it might be almost pack up for the day type operation for Sam Cumming. Thank you, Lex. Of course, had the shoulder injury right at the start of the season, and he's been grinding his way through that throughout the campaign. McCarthy into the middle of the ground. Herbert dropped it in the tackle, holding the ball. Free kick to Sonsi. Pumps Richmond inside the 50. Lynch and Lawler both there. Lynch! Takes the mark, 20 metres out. Tom Lynch latches onto it, and he can put the game to bed with this kick.
Yeah, young Bazza, as a defender, you've got to take some form of the body as well. You can't just... Tom Lynch is still a very, very tall man who sticks those arms up. You're not going to out-jump him. You've got to take some body.
2 goals, 2 today for Tom Lynch. 21-point margin before the kick. He struts in, strikes it, and misses to keep with the theme of the afternoon. And wouldn't it be some strange form of irony if now the opportunities were to come back to haunt Richmond? 22 points the margin, 16.5 played in the last.
Sorry, but that's just not AFL standard. So your team, that could win the game for your team. 20 metres out, dead in front. You've kicked 500 goals in your life.
So kick comes down from the Eagles. Ralph Smith steals it back for the Tigers. His hand pass, though, a turnover. Hoff takes it, hand passes it away to Graham, who puts the kick down the wing. Riedel mark. He plays on and then hand passes it over the top of his head to Kelly. Hand passes it away to Waterman, gets tackled, can still get the footy inside forward 50. Jack Williams chasing the bouncing ball, can't pick it up for the Eagles. Sonsi clears it away for the Tigers. It hits Brock though, he can take it. Hand pass it to Marrick, who'll run the Eagles back inside forward 50. Tries to curl the footy inboard. Was looking for Jack Williams. But that's an easy mark for Rechko to take. And the Tigers will have it in defence. Ahead by 22 points.
No left boot, Ryan Marrick, and a couple of his teammates in the pocket weren't thrilled with the option.
There was 3 West Coast players and 1 Richmond player, and he spotted him perfectly.
Laced him out.
Kai Anand at halfback for the Tigers. Pumps it down the line. Lynch flies. In front of him was Young. Spills to Ross. He battles with Kelly for the footy. It spills out and over the boundary line on the outer side. There's a little bit of a skirmish out there again. Taranto, Ross, Kelly and Liam Duggan involved in that. It'll be tossed back in. The sunshine still out on that southeastern corner of the ground. Shadows encroaching ever closer toward the boundary line on that side. Glorious Melbourne winter's Sunday afternoon. And the sun's shining on Richmond at the moment. Kelly waltzes away from the stoppage. Darts the kick to Waterman. Front point of the square. He looks up inside forward 50. No mark there, but a beautiful bit of roving from Jack Williams, who curls it home. And Williams keeps the flame flickering for West Coast. 16 points the gap in the game. 7-18-60 to the Tigers, 11-10-76. 18.5 gone in the last. It'll take something special. They might still have something in them, the Eagles.
A chance, Chad?
Oh.
Got 3 in them.
Well, they've kicked 7 for the day, so 3 in 8-10 minutes is a big ask. But they're going to have to get going very quickly, and they're going to have to do something they haven't done all day, and that's kick straight. So, but that stoppage there, that was beautiful hands in, and Kelly just having that decision making just to lower his eyes, hit Waterman. They've done a lot right this whole day. It's just the last part, so they finally get through the big sticks, but they need one quickly.
All right, let's see what this ball up will bring for the Eagles. Nankervis steals it out for the Tigers. His hand pass, though, is taken by Marrick. Hand passes it to Harley Reid. Chucks it on his boot, can get it all the way to half forward. In fact, it'll bobble its way inside forward 50. Jack Williams is there, shoved off the footy. Trainer gathers it for the Tigers. Hand pass to Taranto. His hand pass, a turnover. Duggan kicks it down to the top of the goal square. Jack Williams works it to his advantage, snaps it through.
Here we go.
Wow.
Very well done by Jack Williams. In fact, it's Harvey Johnston. Harvey Johnston chasing after it. A couple of second efforts from him, and he has kept the Eagles in touch well and truly. Richmond ahead by 10 points. 11-10-76 the Tigers, Chad. West Coast 8-18-66.
I tell you what,
effort.
that is not an easy task. The angle that he's picked that up on, and he's running at full pelt, towards the point. He's able to drop it on his foot in half a metre and get that through the sticks. That's not easy. That's probably one of the hardest shots they've had all day, and he's put that through. But again, now it's interesting, Berkey. Now it gets very interesting.
Yep.
Next centre bounce matters.
Eagles have won 4 of their last 50 games interstate. Harley Reid hasn't won in Victoria. And they are right on the precipice of a comeback here. The Tigers send it forward from the stoppage. Brown up toward half forward, and Bazzo comes crashing in over the top and hauls it in. He gets up sore, Red Bazzo. Hands it off to Herbert, disposal number 31. A bounce on the back pedal, works himself inside defensive 50. A second bounce, and it's all come unstuck for Marcus Herbert. He socketed it around the corner to Starcevic and got out of trouble. How on earth did he do that? Starcevic's kick wide, out of bounds.
He was begging for somebody on the wing to just give him an option. They were all standing there watching him run around in circles.
Just Bazzo was actually the one man down. He's the one that was sore from the contest, gave the handball, then he was out of the play, so it's 17 versus 18.
Crowd today, 33,737. Brandon Starcevic, that's a far cry from the past 5 games that he's played here at the MCG. The lowest crowd he's played in front of in his previous 5 was 82,000 people. 2 grand finals in there, a qualifying final as well. Now he's in West Coast colours, hoping to lead the charge to a victory. A come from behind one at that. Reid from the stoppage for West Coast. Tumbles a kick down the line. Broad's there. He's wrapped up by Shanahan, and a ball up. Forward of the wing, just forward of halfway for West Coast. 10 points the margin, 22 played final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Richmond clinging on to a 10-point lead, looking for a 3rd win of the season.
A couple of supporter bases desperate for a win late in their year. There'll be another stoppage on the outer side of the ground. Everyone's slow to get up.
No Tiger play behind the ball. Still 3-on-3 inside the Eagles forward line.
And Kevis just tries to hack it out from the ball up. And Seth Campbell does the same. It comes off his boot. Cole takes it, gets swung around in a tackle by Tom Brown. Holding the footy. Bit of an unfair tackle?
No. Tackle was fine, but didn't really have an opportunity to get rid of it.
So Tom Brown, beautiful pass out to Rechko on the outer wing in the sunshine. Hand passes it off to Ross. Dabs it inside forward 50. Tom Lynch on the lead in the right forward pocket. We'll go back and have a shot at goal for the Tigers.
A Tom Brown tackle late in the game between Richmond and West Coast here at the MCG, hey?
This is where if you're a Richmond player, you run around going, set up, boys, set up for the kick in, set up, get ready.
Here we go. Just 10 points in this game, still plenty of time for either side.
You'll kick this.
Tom Lynch coming in for the Tigers to give them some breathing space.
We've tried everything, Berkey.
It is the story of this afternoon. 11-11-77 Richmond. West Coast 8-18-66. 11 points Richmond's lead.
Wasting no time, the Eagles. They don't have time to waste. Kelly nurses the kick in from the defensive 50 out toward the wing on the southern side. They throw their bodies at it. Lynch grabs it for the Tigers. Rechko wrapped up by Starcevic, got the hand pass away. Brown pokes it inside 50. Lafau jumps, couldn't take it with him. Campbell in the pocket, races onto it, steadies one way, the other, check side, Seth Campbell. Out of bounds on the fall. And Herbert will take it from the last line for West Coast. They are looking for a first win here at the MCG since 2021. They've lost 7 on the bounce. The Tigers have had the wood over them in recent times. Won the past 3, 7 of 8. Richmond lead by 11 at the 24-minute mark.
Kelly has it in the left back pocket for the Eagles. Gets plenty on his kick. Plenty of players will be at the drop. It clears all of them. Nan Curvis will be tracking it back. Picks it up, almost handballs it to himself. Then hand passes it towards Rechko. Just through his hands. Herbert's there to collect. Hand pass it inboard to Bailey Williams. He hand passes back to Dersma, who sidesteps Houghton. Gets a hand pass away as Houghton catches him at the last second. Holding the ball. And Taj Houghton with a tackle as well for the Tigers. They're showing intent in this game. And he wins the footy back for the home side here at the MCG. Centre wing beneath the Shane Warne stand. Side of the ground. Chips it out wide to Tim Taranto.
Harley can overestimate his strength at times.
Yes, yep. Houghton wasn't letting go of him there. Taranto kicks inside 50. Starcevic
Terrific grab. That's the kind of experience and poise that they brought him here for. His kick across the defensive 50 was dropped by Dersma, who laid the tackle and laid it high on Ralph Smith. Hugo Ralph Smith, 45 metres out, directly in front, is where Willem Dersma stands on the mark. And Ralph Smith will go back and try and make it a 17-point game.
Go for his third goal, Hugo. He's made the move from the wing, spent a bit of time half-back flank. Now they're playing as that pressure half-forward. If he can come away with 16 possessions and 3 goals, boy, oh boy, he's done his job.
He's never kicked 3 goals in a game, Hugo Ralph Smith. He kicked the opener. For the most decisive kick in the contest, he gets close to the man on the mark, and he hangs it out to the right, and the game stays alive. 2 straight kicks the margin, 26 minutes gone. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Eagles have kicked the most recent 3 goals of the game. Richmond have had the last couple of scores, all been behind. The kick comes out of bounds, comes out of defence from the Eagles. It's a Lasso free kick. Richmond will take it. Tim Taranto with it. A couple of kicks from home.
You play on for fullback, run to 40 metres out, and then kick it sideways for a lasso. I've got no idea why.
So Tim Taranto goes directly inside forward. 50 comes off hands to Tom Lynch. And he takes it, and he'll also be tackled 40 metres out from goal. Ball up inside forward 50 for the Tigers. 12 points in it. It's gotten interesting in this last term. Reid just takes it, hacks it out from the stoppage, can get it to Waterman, who hand passes it away. He moves it down to Graham, who kicks it into some space at half forward. Annan will be first there to meet it. Taps it away. Tom Brown will take it, hand passes it to Sonzi, and Richmond gather and collect. And it's Sonzi who can put the pass down to Ralph Smith. Holds onto the mark. He had Young tracking him, but Ralph Smith takes a mark in front of the interchange benches and will slow things down here for the Tigers.
Ralph Smith rolls onto his right boot, sends it long in the Lynch direction, or Lawler in front of the pack. Lynch had a hand on it. To the back now. Herbert's there. Lynch flicks it up. Lafau in the left forward pocket. Bailey Williams for West Coast. He relieves the danger at least for now. Kicks outside the defensive 50. Duff Tytler knocked it away to Young. Young kicks to the wing. Broad and Shanahan both had a hand on it. It spills to the turf. Shanahan clears out Trainer with a bump. Picked up by Murdoch. Murdoch to the edge of the 50. Waterman can't mark. Spills onto the deck. Broad comes in. Waterman stands his ground. Picks it up. Pops it inside the 50. Finds Yo. Elliot Yo with the mark. 40 out. Directly in front, and he can make it a 1-kick game with a minute and a half to play.
A couple of really big one-on-one wins there by Shanahan and Waterman.
The bench screaming at them to keep this game moving. They know they don't have much time. And Elliot Yo, so long a leader of this team, comes in. 40-metre set shots on the way, misses. It misses. 8-19 for West Coast. There's your story on the scoreboard in the behinds column. Richmond 11-12, 78. 28 and a half gone in the last.
Nick Boston takes it and kicks it as far as he can outside of defence, gets it into the centre of the MCG where Ralph Smith will mark and he'll go inside 50. Just 2 kicks to get it to Lawler, running into an open goal. Starcevic takes him, holds on to his jumper. Lawler strikes the tackle, gets the goal and seals the game for the Tigers. Sam Lawler with 3 this afternoon for Richmond, and the Tigers are heading for their first win since round 11. It hasn't been easy going today. The Eagles have kept the Tigers in it based on their poor kicking, but Sam Lawler has just put the result beyond doubt. It's Richmond ahead by 17 points. The Tigers fans are starting to get excited. 12-12-84, West Coast 8-19-67. 29 minutes played in the final quarter.
Geez, that's rubbing salt in the wounds, isn't it? You miss a set shot from 30 metres out, hits the point, a kick in, goes coast to coast. Uncontested.
Three kicks, counting the one from fullback.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
17-point lead to Richmond. They beat West Coast by 11 in Perth earlier in the season. Their other win
over Essendon, as Lauren said, in round 11 by 18 points. Free kick to Graham out of the middle. The former Tiger kicks West Coast to the pocket. Dersma rises up and pulls in the mark. He's going to hurry back to the top of his run and try and close this gap. And it would be back to 11 points in favour of Richmond, which was the margin last they met. Dersma rolls in and does put it through. It's elementary now, merely a consolation for the Eagles. 11-point game, 30 and a half played in the final term. Too little, too late, unfortunately, for West Coast.
Maybe that's the key. Just take 5 seconds, walk back and just kick it through.
Yes.
Don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it. I mean, it must be frustrating. I go back to West Coast Eagles and just how well they played. This is probably, if I'm being honest, one of their most consistent four-quarter efforts. If you take away their shots at goal, they've been in the hunt. Like, they've kept the ball inside their forward 50. They've tackled well. They've won their clearances. They've defended well. Just a bizarre turn of events there. You just don't kick straight. Finish it off.
I like the setup as well. All the
lining up for the grand final sprint.
Are lining up along the 50 to sprint all the way into the middle. There's not long left in this match. Cully will get a clearance away for the Eagles, just forward of the centre circles. Graham's there. He's wrapped up and will have a ball up in the centre of the MCG. Plenty of players now surrounding the footy. As the umpire tosses the ball up, Ralph Smith goes in after it. Lawler takes it. He's taken down to the turf. And fittingly, Sam Lawler has the footy in his hands as Richmond records its first win since May. They continue a dominance against the Eagles, but it was the West Coast Eagles that kept their opponents in it through poor kicking. It's Richmond winners 12-12-84 to West Coast 9-19-73.
Risking head and shin. If we're behind it, never mind. We'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yeah, we're from Tigerland.
Richmond records just its third win of the season this afternoon against the West Coast Eagles. The Tigers led by 10 points at the end of the first quarter. It was pushed out to 15 points at half-time, but West Coast could easily have had the lead at half-time had they have kicked straight. The Eagles kicked 1-7 to Richmond's 3 goals straight in that second term, which allowed Richmond to take that lead into the third quarter, up by 12 points at the end of the third. And then it was the Eagles that started to come back in that final term, but they just couldn't get the job done. 2-6 was Jake Waterman's efforts from today, as it is Richmond that win by 11 points.
Whether you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind it, never mind. We'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yeah, we're from Tigerland.
Not the largest crowd ever in at the MCG, but you can hear their passion when they sung Yellow and Black together at the MCG. Winners by 11 points, the Tigers, and it's their 4th consecutive win against the Eagles as well, which means Andrew McQualter still hasn't got a win against his former side that he was an interim coach of and spent 10 years at as an assistant as well. So the Tigers 12-12-84, the Eagles 9-19-73 in front of 33,737 fans here at the MCG today on a beautiful sunny winter's afternoon. The goal kicker, Sam Lawler, ended up with 3 for the Tigers. A couple to Hugo Ralph Smith, Tom Lynch with 2, and then it was singles to Jack Ross, Tim Taranto, Jaden Short and Tyler Sonzi. Well, for West Coast, a couple of goals went to Jake Waterman, as I mentioned. He kicked 2-6, so that could have been a very different story for himself and the Eagles this afternoon had he kicked straight. Liam Duggan, Harvey Johnston, Tom Cole, and Job Shanahan with singles, and Jack Williams with 2 as well, I should mention. So in the end, it was Richmond winners by 11 points. We'll get the song, we'll get some reaction, and if you're listening in Victoria and South Australia, then we'll get you across to Essendon and Adelaide. If you're listening anywhere else around the country, we'll send you off to Gold Coast and Melbourne. That's happening at Carrara as we speak. Melbourne with a 3-point lead there at quarter time. So that's where we'll be taking you in a few moments' time after we chat to Richmond about their first win since May. The Tigers winners by 11 points. A contest was made of it. Oh, well, it was a contest all day, but it got lively in that last term, Berkey and Chad.
It did get lively. They kept themselves in it by scoring, albeit not accurately. They had 28 shots for goal to 24. In the end, it was just a little bit of accuracy, because you look at the way the game was played, and it was fairly even. Inside 50s were 52-45 in favour of the West Coast Eagles, so they had more opportunities to score, but you've got to hand it to the Tigers. They didn't lapse for long periods, which is sometimes that's what you get with young sides. They hang in there for 3 quarters. They're in front at 3-quarter time, and they maintain that. The start of the last quarter, Richmond were on top, and that goes to show that they, whatever mental attitude they had at 3-quarter time, they came out with, you know what, let's win this game, not save this game. So you look at all those little sort of mental things along the way, and well done to the Tigers. Again, I'm going to harp on the uncontested mark side of things. So just a quick look at the stats. There was 102 uncontested marks in this game. The lowest combined total so far this year was 96, and that was Collingwood-Freo in the gather round, where absolutely pouring driving rain over there in Adelaide. So that was 96. This was 102. Goes to show that you can play good, interesting football and score. So 28 shots to 24 shots with that level of uncontested marks, which to me was it's why I, normally negative Nancy watching these two teams play, but I wasn't today, because I actually liked the contest. Kicking the ball long, fly for a contested mark, win the hard ground ball, and then go from there. So I liked the game.
But is that something that Richmond just felt comfortable with because they knew they were taking on West Coast? Is that why they, when they're against the top sides, they're kind of trying to hold on to the footy and maintain possession, and they thought they'd take it? Because you were big also that they looked a bit timid last week. Yeah,
I've seen them, as I said, I've seen them play different styles. I've seen them all park the bus and zone back, and North Melbourne 46. And then I've seen them do the halfway. At least today they committed to something. You know what? We're going to push out on our player, and West Coast were doing the same. We're going to go one-on-one all around the ground as well, and force you to try and use your skills to get through. I don't know why you would allow really talented sides to use their skills and get through you, which is what they do against the good teams, but not against the lesser skilled teams.
So Richmond winners by 11 points. Chad, how frustrated is Andrew McQualter right now? In the end, the inside 50s got evened up, 71-73 to the advantage of West Coast, but 9-19, and really should have won the match.
Yeah, and it happened all in the last quarter. So they were in front comfortably in the inside 50s, the clearances, the contested possessions, all the metrics that normally put you in front of the ball game. And the last quarter, they actually scored the most efficient with 4-goal-1 with just 9 entries. So I think he would be pretty filthy and pretty flat with the execution, I would say, from West Coast Eagles. But in terms of the hunt, the pressure, the effort, I don't think you can count them out on that, because last week, you go back to Fremantle, who's a far superior team than Richmond, and they were in the hunt with them for the first half. So, again, West Coast Eagles are learning to put quarters together. They're not at the stage where they're going to dominate a whole match, get the wins. It's about putting quarters together, minutes together. Yes, they might miss a few shots. Waterman, as we know, I think he's now taken over the mantle of most shots at goal in the league. And obviously he's not in the top 10 for goals. So a little bit of work for him to work on. But again, I think it hurts him because early on, they should have been winning this game comfortably. And so this, yes, it goes down and it keeps, like we had 8 points in a row. Like that hurts.
Do we let them off too easily though? This is, you're a full-time professional footballer playing at the MCG with not a breath of wind, beautiful conditions, there's not a drop of moisture on the ball, and you're missing goals. from 20 metres out, dead in front, 15 metres out, dead in front. The end of the day, that's what cost them the game. They lost because of that. It wasn't because Richmond were a far better team than them. They lost because of that poor goal kicking. So we need to almost point the finger and say, hey, Jake, mate, you cost your team.
And not for unfortunately for him, not for the first time this season.
Yeah.
So the last 2 seasons combined, and he played limited games last year, but he was 70 goals, 32. So this is a guy who can kick. Right? He's not had the yips his entire career. It's just not working for him this year.
He wasn't the only one today, though. Like, yes, he's kicked 2 goals, 6.
Harley Reid kicked 3 behind.
Harley Reid kicked 3 points. Shanahan missed right in front. Elliot Yeo, when the game was in the balance, someone who's very consistent, missed a dead shot set in front.
Richmond had their chances too.
They're filing into the winners' rooms now. We can join them with Alexia Pesce as they sing their song for the first time in a very long time.
They came into a huge round of applause as all the kids joined their dads in the circle. You can just see the smile on the faces from the fans. You know they've been deprived of this for a long time, but they're very passionate fans, so you can imagine this song's going to be fairly loud.
So gathering together, we can see on our monitors Kai Annan in there. That's his first win for the Tigers. Now in his 8th game. Huddling together with a bit of silence.
Trying to get everyone to be quiet. It's tough down here. Looks like someone's missing. Oh, yeah, Nank's just joining a little bit late. There's always one. A few kids have left the circle once they've seen the Gatorade.
There we go. Richmond singing their song for just the 3rd time. Looks like Jaden Short's got his very small baby in there in the huddle with him. Berkey, I feel like I chopped you off just as we were getting down to the rooms.
No, I was just going to say, I think Herbert was another one just before half-time, right on the siren from 15 metres out, dead in front.
Might have been Murdoch, but...
Murdoch. So many opportunities to win this game, and bad kickings, bad football. So whilst we can look at all the good things that both teams did, you've got to correct that. You've got to correct that. It's not good enough for professional footballers to miss some of the shots that they missed. And we laughed. We laughed at it, but I guarantee you, Minnie McGualter and Adam Muse aren't laughing.
So how do you handle it as a coach? Like how because it's sort of like missing free throws or something, right? Like you can shoot 100 free throws, doesn't necessarily mean that you'll come out better next time. So it's it's going to be a curious thing for Andrew McQualter to have to deal with during the week.
We've got to send some of our audience off, Joel. If you're listening in Western Australia, Northern Territory or Tasmania, you are heading to Gold Coast taking on Melbourne. That's happening at Carrara at the moment. Melbourne are ahead by 3 points, 5-4-34. The Gold Coast, Melbourne 6-2-38. That's where we'll be sending you in just a moment. Perhaps not right now. We might keep you with us for a little bit longer as we try and wrap up this Richmond match against the West Coast Eagles. It's been a big win for the Tigers. Their fans have enjoyed it, and we can go back into the rooms with Lex Pesce now.
And alongside me is Nathan Broad. It was a pretty good win. In some ways, did it feel a bit lucky, though?
Yeah, it was a bit of a scrappy game. We were just walking off with Nank then, and it just felt like a bit of a meh game, which was, I don't know if it's both game plans are very similar, so it's hard when you play against each other like that, but we got the win in the end, which was awesome, and, sometimes you need to win ugly, and I thought that's what we did.
When you came down here, there was no shortage of smiling faces, especially your daughter, and I think I caught her singing the song with you guys. Where did she learn that?
Yeah, well, exactly. Good question. I don't know where she learns it now. She's been singing it at home, and probably about, 12 weeks ago, she goes, "Oh, did you win, Dad?" And, "No, we didn't win." And that went on for about 3 weeks, and I thought, you know what, stuff it. "Did you win, Dad?" "Yeah, bloody oath we did." "Yeah, up the Tigs." So we've won about 10 in a row to her, so it's awesome. So, it's good to have her here and have her be a part of it.
That's a win in itself. Now, you've been very vocal about your plans for next year. Having Minnie on the other side, going back home to WA, is it something that you might do in join the West Coast Eagles?
No, I don't think so. At the moment, I'm just playing for the Tigers, and I know it's a bit of a cliche thing, but that's reality. There's nothing in concrete. I'm just playing footy and feeling good and trying to play the best footy for the club and give my absolute all. And get another win, which was nice. So I've got a couple more games left for the Richmond Footy Club, and then, yeah, I'll be heading back to the West. But honestly, no concrete plans yet.
And just before I send you upstairs, one on Sammy Lawler. He hasn't been around for very long, but some of the stuff he does, my goodness.
I wish he was around for very long because, my God. Yeah, he does some amazing things. He's a match winner too, so he's so smart when he gets the ball in his hands. The more games we can get into him. There's a few others too that haven't had a go, like Josh Schmill. He's just as classy, so things are only going up for us.
Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, he's all yours.
Nathan, congratulations, mate. Nathan Burke here. Must be a roller coaster of emotions down there in the back line. On one end, you're looking up your end and you're seeing your forwards miss goals, but then down your end, you see the opposition missing goals. You must be on a roller coaster of emotions watching that.
Yeah, I know. We've had some good looks all year. We just can't put it through the big sticks. It's kind of been the story of our season. We just can't maximise on our opportunities, and then teams go down the other end and kick one. But lucky for us today, they went down and missed. But we are really trying really hard to, if they are going to take a mark, it's wide and it's long, make it a hardest shot on goal, because early on we're just giving up too many right in the corridor and it's a certain goal. So it's something we've been working on, keeping them, forcing them wide and making them have tough shots. And yeah, today I thought that we did that, and they kicked a lot of points in the back of it.
And three-quarter time, you're in front. You've been that twice this year, and you've won both of those games. That's 3 out of 3 now. I thought the first 7 or 8 minutes after that three-quarter time break really showed that you came out with the intent to win the game rather than save it. Was that the key message? Yeah, we knew they'd throw a punch. We knew the first 5 minutes was probably if they were going to win or lose the game. So we were really, especially, and that after half-time too, same thing. We knew they were going to throw a big punch at us. We had to throw a big one back, or at least cop it and wear it for 5 minutes, and I thought the young group did that really well. And then we took some good moments on the back of it. Lawson's kick up the guts, I'm not sure about that, but it came off for a goal, so we'll take it. Yeah, I'm tipping that one wasn't drawn up when you're trying to save the game. Oh, I'd love to see the vision if it didn't come off in the coach's box. It might have been a broken phone, I reckon, but he had the knackers to do it, and got a goal on the back of it, so yeah, kudos to him.
Nathan, Chad Wingard here, mate. Congrats on the win. And everyone's talking about this pointy end of the season. Teams at the lower end of the ladder looking forward to positive stuff for next year. The draft comes up, but how important, I suppose, in the four walls is about getting a win and going about it the right way. Because next year's going to come around. You can't just automatically start winning games. You've got to create that winning culture. 100%. People come from your left, right and centre too when you're down the bottom of the ladder, and, some of it's deserving, some of it's not, but it's how you deal with that, especially with these young kids. There's social media, there's all this stuff, and, at the end of the day, I think we're handling it extremely well as a footy club. I'm so proud of how we're handling it at the moment. We show up on a Monday, we're honest, and we have a crack, and we train, and we're trying to win. We're not trying to get pick one. There's no way in any world we're trying to do that, and we're trying to win, and we're going to try and beat Adelaide again next week, and then Saints after that. So we're trying to build a winning culture, which is awesome, but I'm just so proud of how the group's handling their week-to-week stuff at the moment. We're really strong and united as a footy club, which is great. And speaking of having a crack, it felt like there was a bit of rivalry out there. There was a bit going on. There's a few hits below the belt. There's a bit of rough go at it. How was it on there? It didn't feel like it was a 16 versus 18 club. It felt like there was a bit in this one. Yeah, there was. I'm building a house at the moment, so my wife would kill me if I get involved in that. Fork out $2.5 grand if you don't come home. So I just stand back and watch it all unfold at the moment. But there was a lot of heat in it, a lot of boys flying in. I thought the boys did a really good job on Harley Reid. Obviously, he's so damaging, and he puts that hand out. He's almost impossible to stop. But we got him a few times today, and credit to our mids. They really just kept stepping in and putting the pressure on. And our forwards did that too. I think, I don't know what the end result was, but at half-time we had 2-2-2 pressure around the ground, which is big focus for that, and that's through the roof. So I don't know where it ended up on, but that's something we want to be above 2 every game if we can. Nathan Broad with us from Richmond on ABC Sport after the Tigers win. Nathan, you mentioned some of the physicality today. Luke Traynor was involved in a little bit of that with Jack Williams. Would not necessarily ask for your take on the incident, but what do you say to a young player like that who's had a topsy-turvy, probably a frustrating year in his second year at the club, just to try and get his sort of focus back in the right area? Yeah, I didn't see the incident. I just heard the all over the crowd, so I can't comment on that. But we like him playing, not to that extent if there was something in it, but we do like him playing on the edge a bit because that's where he's at his best. He's crashing packs, he's flying at the ball, and so it's a fine balance of trying to get him to do that, but also not crossing the line. So it's just a week-to-week thing with these young blokes and trying to work with them. But I love how he goes about it. And quick one before we let you go. What does a win do for the group this week? It's awesome. It's just reward for effort like I said before. The Monday to Friday stuff, the boys are working so hard. They're in there so early with their craft, like they have not thrown the towel in.
And I'm just so proud to get them a win, because winning's not everything, but it also, you need to learn how to win at stages, and I'm just so happy for them. So hopefully we can roll across to Adelaide now. We travel really well as a group, so hopefully head over there and get another win.
Nathan, thanks for your time and joining us after a rare win, I guess, for the Tigers this week, but we loved hearing your fans celebrate with you on the MCG.
Yeah, thank you. There's full rooms. I haven't seen like this for a long time, so
they've all packed in.
You can tell we've won.
You can definitely tell. We can see it on the monitors. We appreciate your time, Nathan.
Good on you. See you later.
Nathan Broad with us. He's always great to chat to. Pretty easygoing guy, it sounds like, from the sounds of things. We've got to get out of here in about 3 minutes' time. Votes, Footballer of the Year.
Judge, flick past it over to me.
We respect our elders.
Yes. No one kicked straight today, so I'm hoping you can kick straight with the 3 votes.
All right, I'm going with Taranto for 3, 32 possessions, 9 tackles, 9 score involvements, and a goal, 11 clearances. That's a pretty complete game, that one. Just because he kicked straight, I'm going to give Sam Lawler 2 votes for 3 goals, and a young fellow who I haven't really seen a lot of, I'm going to give young M. Herbert 1 vote for 34 possessions, and he had 5 score involvements himself. I thought he used the ball better, going at 76 kicking efficiency compared to Harley Reid, who went at 41. So he just created more than what Harley actually did.
70 touches in 2 weeks for Marcus Herbert, taking the mid-season draft out of the Geelong VFL program. So plying his trade out of South Warrnambool, and hasn't he made an impact in the last couple of weeks for the Eagles?
One of those players that just everything went for a second attempt, third attempt.
And a pink boots, headband. There's a bit about him.
Bit of the Murphy Reeds about him as well. When I think of Freo.
That's a big comparison.
In terms of the headband and the stature.
The aesthetic.
Yes. And he's still got room to improve. Like, I watched him on the ground level. He's really good. Aerially, he's still got a little bit of work to do. So that's something that he'll have to keep working on his game. And aerially, I mean, by judging the ball, going back with the flight, there's a couple of drop marks that he's not as strong aerially. So that's something that, again, he just keeps adding to his game. But it's exciting for a player just to come in and have the impact that he's had.
So just quickly, Richmond has Adelaide, St Kilda, Geelong. Any more wins coming for the Tigers this season?
I can't imagine so. I think that game against St Kilda, all of them are really going to matter to the teams that are still contending.
And Collingwood, GWS, Hawks on the West Coast Eagles cards. Berkey, Collingwood, Collingwood, GWS, Hawks.
Yeah, none.
They did beat the Giants a few weeks back, but that was over in Perth. They're a little bit. They're a different team. So that's 4 wins from 51 games interstate for the Eagles. So that continues to be a problem for them.
So Richmond winners here at the MCG by 11 points. A big thank you to Joel calling alongside me, to Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, Alexia Peshet down on the boundary, to Aaron Bryans in the studio, to Stu Baker pushing the buttons at the back of the box, and Damo Peck as well, doing all our social media. You can check it all out on ABC Sport across the social media pages. We're headed in a couple of different directions. If you're listening in Victoria and South Australia, you'll be heading across to Docklands, where Essendon is taking on Adelaide. Your call team there, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Bob Murphy, and Daniel Harford. Always a fun call when those 4 get together. And if you're listening in WA, Northern Territory, Tasmania, you'll be heading across to Gold Coast and Melbourne. So that's where you're heading in a few moments' time. At the moment, it's Melbourne ahead by 10 points. It's midway through the second quarter there. So Victoria and South Australia, Essendon and Adelaide. Everyone else, you're heading to Gold Coast and Melbourne. Thank you for your company today at the MCG. It's goodbye from here with the Tigers winners by 11 points.
In a moment.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches, New Zealand at home over summer, the 3 most iconic overseas tours, the 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he could bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
Hits from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's
feet.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Essendon return to the scene of their second win of the season a fortnight ago, but now sit 18th on the AFL ladder following Richmond's victory over the West Coast Eagles from the MCG. Well, the Crows arrive in Melbourne with a different-looking side from the team that lost to Collingwood last week. 2 debutants as they look to try and stay in touch with the top 4. A big win and percentage this afternoon would keep them clipping on the heels of the Brisbane Lions and potentially what happens with the Demons as well. Great to have your company from Docklands. It's a Sunday footy on ABC Sport. It's the Bombers taking on the Crows. Matt Clinch with you. The teams have just come through. There's no late changes, so we will see a couple of debutants for the Crows this afternoon, and the intrigue as to how they try and bounce back after the disappointment of last week. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Great to be here. It's good to have Carl Hooper, a.k.a. Bob Murphy, with us on a Sunday afternoon. We'll get to that in a moment. Daniel Harford as well. Marnie Vinall's going to be with us as well. But the 2 teams here today, for Adelaide, it's all on offer for the Crows here today. If they can win and make up 1.2 percentage points, which is, without putting the cart before the horse, a real chance when you play Essendon, they can move into the top 4. So there is a great opportunity before the Adelaide Crows here today. They've won their last 5 at Docklands. And can we just see something out of Essendon? The way they want to defend. Nate Caddy kicking a bag. Something for their fans to go away with and build on for next season.
So the 2 debutants this afternoon, 18-year-old, 197 centimetre, Archie Ludowick from Sandringham Dragons, picked 50 in last year's draft. He's a forward who'll make his debut this afternoon for the Adelaide Crows, and the intrigue as to what role he will play alongside Oscar Ryan, a 21-year-old, 187 centimetres. He comes from Shepparton, a defender who's been on the Crows list for a couple of years. He finally gets his chance after being picked 27 in 2023. You've already alluded to the back row, which is bringing its own colour and energy this afternoon. Bob Murphy is with you. It's a late shift for Bob, but we are very fortunate to have his company. Bob, thank you for joining us.
It's lovely to be in your company, gents and team. Looking forward to what is hopefully a good game of footy. Clearly, there's a bit of a class differential, but we will pick the eyes out of it, and hopefully the Bombers supporters have something to cheer about. And, well, I mean, I'll introduce Daniel Harford because I think we're all pretty keen to get to a major talking point of the afternoon, which is my outfit. Good afternoon to you, Daniel.
Good afternoon, good afternoon all. Great to be with you. I'm a bit distracted, I must admit. I came in here fully focused on trying to see what the Bombers are going to do to improve, see if the Adelaide Crows are fair income and legit top 4 sort of contenders, as you touched on, Ben.
I knew you would be too.
But
I pounced on that vulnerability.
You did. I walked in. I'm normally wearing some really elite footwear.
Yep.
And I thought, well, Bob never comes with me, so I just left the elite ones at home, just brought the runners in. And then I walk in, and I sit down, and I see my man Robert in Carl Hooper's 1987 World Cup pants.
They are maroon with white trimmings down the side, the pleat down the front, which you get on your cricket pants.
87.
Unbelievable.
Take yourself back to 87. That's exactly what we're wearing.
This is not 3:15, Bob. This is 4.
This is ready for bed.
Ready for
as soon as we're done.
This is a different version. It's a different version. I'm not sure what you'll get from me today.
I'll blow both of your minds.
But the shoes are an homage to you.
So the shoes are the white Jordan 5s, Nike Air Jordans. That Michael Jordan was, as men of similar age, this was peak pop culture.
Oh, yeah.
When Michael Jordan was rocking these numbers out in the United Centre for the Chicago Bulls. And the 5 was a great shoe. Now, we're up to about 114, I think.
Yeah. They've lost their way.
They've lost their way. But the 5 was a significant shoe.
Yep.
And we never had the cash to buy them when we were kids.
No.
So, as old men, we are reliving our youth by buying them. I've got a pair of pink DJ Khaled collabs.
Yes.
We the Best, that my son bought me for my birthday. And I was going to wear them today, but I thought Bob won't come with me. And here he is rocking the Jordans. And I'm inspired, but I'm distracted and I don't know where I'm going to go from here.
It's an homage. It's an homage to you, Half. The growth that you and I have shown over these past few months calling on Sunday afternoons together.
Can I please blow both of your minds? Carl Hooper, the great Carl Hooper, resides in South Australia now, often listens to us
What?
So he works with us on the Test cricket commentary, but during the footy season, he's actually a Collingwood fan.
Is he?
I think he's a Collingwood fan because his wife.
You should have left
Constance,
that bit out.
yeah.
I mean, I love Carl Hooper. I'm in the West Indies kit today, the pants, and I do a pretty good Carl Hooper backyard off-spin impersonation. It's one of my early go-tos if we're playing backyard cricket. So if Carl Hooper is listening, 0437 774 774. We love you, Carl. We could probably do without the Collingwood stuff, but the rest of it we're all in on.
I lost it when he told his story that he came out here to visit Constance, his partner, the lovely Connie, and he said he went to a game, Collingwood and Essendon, and he said Matthew Lloyd kicked a bag, and I thought, how good is this guy? And I thought, I cannot believe that my worlds are colliding, that Carl Hooper is talking about is how much he idolised Matthew Lloyd kicking a bag of goals. So there you have it.
Did you fill him in on Blighty and some of his exploits?
He lives in Adelaide. He knows the legend of Blighty.
He would. I used to take him off when we were bowling outside, the Carl Hooper.
Yeah, it's a nice action to imitate, and it's not too taxing on the legs or shoulders either.
And he was also, which I loved with a passion, a floppy hat wearer.
He was a floppy hat wearer.
When he was batting with the floppy. And
geez, next week.
You know how cool you are.
What if I came in next week?
Floppy.
Just don't set the bar too high that you can't clear it each week. But for listeners, the visual picture is Bob is in a black denim jacket with a black jumper and then bright maroon pants with the very signature Jordan wheels in which Daniel has described. He is an icon this afternoon and he's bringing his best, as I'm sure the rest of us will try, if we can, to try and follow.
If he falls asleep at some stage, what do we do?
Just give him a nudge, like Grandpa in the corner. Just remind him that the alarm's going to go off tomorrow morning, so let's get to the finishing line. As the Adelaide Crows, we're keen to do so. They'll want to come here and try and get the 4 points and move on to next week. As it stands, they do play Essendon and Richmond in successive weeks. So it's an interesting challenge for Matthew Nicks as to how he tries to handle the exposure last week from Collingwood and the frailties that maybe came as a result of the pressure in which Collingwood were able to apply. As a coach half, how do you try and address that with your playing group? And he started by giving a couple of opportunities today.
Yeah, and I think that's one way you do it, and particularly because of the pressure that's on them to win a game in September, get to September and win a game after the straight sets exit last year. I think it's not a bad time to be able to just make a bit of a call on a few players. This isn't what we're after. This isn't what we need. So we'll throw some young kids into this and see whether they're up to it and they want the challenge in front of them, but sending the message to the rest of the group that, okay, it's time to really start to screw things down here and get ready for the back end of the season. I think it's the perfect time to have a moment like this for Adelaide. It's as you touched on before, Benny, without putting the cart before the horse, it's a game they more than likely will win. So you get good reward, you get good lessons learned, and you get the right vibe on the back of it. And I think it's the perfect way to do it for Matthew Nicks. And all the heat is on him. All the heat is on him in Adelaide to get something done in the postseason. So it's not a bad time to do it 4 weeks out.
They love playing here too. I get the sense that Adelaide love coming here to the Docklands. I'm not sure if there's been an interstate team who loves playing at the Docklands more than this Adelaide team.
Why does it suit them so well?
Beautiful kicking team, big forwards.
I have said a couple of times, and I don't even mean it as in a derogatory way or to sledge the Adelaide Crows. They remind me a little bit of the West Coast Eagles just before the Eagles got really good. So I mean like the 2015 Eagles when they lost the grand final to Hawthorn before they became the 2018 Premiership Eagles. And that was when they were better than a team, they really knew it and could run up a score and really bully them and be flat track bullies. And sometimes that happens before you become really, really good.
Yeah, well, and they've done that plenty of times, so that's a fair analogy, I reckon. I was trying to think that, did Simo coach that 2015 team as well?
He did, yep.
He did.
Yep.
I was walking the dog today thinking about that. I couldn't quite work out who the coach was.
His second year, I reckon.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
One of the more forgettable grand finals, that one.
Yeah, it was.
Depends who you back for, of course.
Well, that's a very, very good point.
As the third of three, it was a pretty handy one for the
wasn't great for Carl Hooper, apparently. Embarrassed for Collingwood.
We're going to get some correspondence with Carl before the day is out.
If Carl's not listening, I'll be flat.
I'll be so flat.
But I guess with 6 changes for Adelaide, so Keane, Ryan, Kalachi gets another look at it, his 5th game for the season in AFL. He's had those constant soft tissue injuries. Cook, Dowling also gets his opportunity. He's been banging down the door at Samford level. His 4th year in the system, pick 43, 2022, has only played in the 11 games prior to today. That you're trying to work out to emulate the sides like Hawthorn, who had great depth. who are the players that are going to be around for the journey, and who are the players we maybe need the cull to try and get that next step.
Yeah, and that's the challenge when you're building a team for the now. You've still got to have a look to the future. And this is what I must admit admire about Hawthorn, what they've done this year with 8 debutants. It's a big number for a team that's performed so well all through the year, and Sam Mitchell has given these kids and young players, inexperienced players, great trust to go out and just go and play. We believe you're up to the standard. We think you can be up to the standard. Go and show us. And
that is a gift for a footy club.
Isn't it ever?
Isn't it? You know, one of the things in football, I don't want to sidetrack the conversation too much, but you hear so many times of, you need to get 40 to 50 games into these young players. Well, if a good percentage of those 50 games you're getting absolutely wiped off the park, you can actually do a fair bit of damage to young players if they just never quite find their confidence and can't get their belief in themselves while you're getting whacked every week. So to introduce new players whilst you're making huge gains and winning regularly, in front of big crowds, that's a perfect balance for the Hawthorn Footy Club.
So kind of like Richmond at the moment. I mean, sometimes their young kids aren't playing because they're injured, but they're losing so often that maybe even there's a little bit of damage there. I remember many years ago, Steve Hocking, very early on in Chris Scott's coaching tenure at Geelong, told me that they had 6. He had his own KPI, which he introduced, that they needed to have 6 players under 50 games in each game. It wasn't a hard and fast rule like you might have 5 one week, 7 the next, average it out.
But to work towards that.
To work towards continually turning the list over, he would aim to have 6 players of under 50 games experience each week.
There's an element of selection integrity that comes with it too, and not just giving players games because they've been here for a while and this is what they've done for however many years. You've still got to perform, and earning the right to be out there every single week is really important too. So that's just as big a factor as anything, I reckon, within the group, for the players to know that, okay, I'm a regular player here. I've played 150 games in the last 8 years, whatever it is. But I'm not guaranteed a game. If I don't perform, I'm not guaranteed a game, because there'll always be someone that wants my spot or that can play my spot. Well, there should be on a list. So if you've got that level of play coming through, but also selection integrity, you should have that level of turnover anyway.
So the players who are missing this afternoon for the Crows, Wayne Miller, who would be in All-Australian conversations, Berry, Peatling, they're the 3 who are out through injury, and then Finbar Maley, Nick Murray and Sobe Murray have both been
Murray's
left out.
got a family birthday on or something. They couldn't make my mum's birthday today or something. Couldn't quite make it.
But, I mean, the players it does open the possibility for is Josh Rochelle, who's been their leading goal kicker so far this season with 32 goals, but the question of whether he spends more time in the midfield. And the big push locally in Adelaide is to try and get Dan Curtin to spend some time in the centre square. So are these the weeks where Matthew Nick says, right, let's give him a crack and see if his numbers can stack up to justify it?
Yeah, well, he's a much talked about player, isn't he, Dan Curtin? Even back to his draft year where there was a lot of talk about whether he's going to be a key position player. Or Hawthorn looking at him as a key position player, I think, back in the old days. And then he's playing on a wing, he played on a half-back flank, he plays a bit inside. What is he? And I think Adelaide is still trying to work out exactly his best position too. And looking at their numbers coming into the game, I'd love to see him around the ball a bit. They really have battled. For a team sitting with a chance to be top 4 by the end of the afternoon, they've really battled around contest and clearance this year. And it's what we've talked about a lot, Bob, is that they've probably 1 or 2 real class midfielders short of being a real premiership threat.
What do you think's his best spot? Where would you like to see him?
I'd like to see him on ball more just to see what happened.
So that's your curtain call?
Yep. That's my curtain call. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
What about for Riley Thilthorpe? I mean, the possibilities on a day like today for him. Do you limit him to the goal square a little bit? No second ruck today, just try and have a day out?
It's a career day.
He could kick 15 today, Riley Thilthorpe. I'm still fresh from seeing him dominate the Western Bulldogs 18 months ago under the roof here. It's primed for these Adelaide forwards, and they've got some damaging forwards. I don't know if any of them are quite as imposing as Riley Thilthorpe when he's in full flight, and that's with no disrespect. Taylor Walker's an absolute star, but Riley Thilthorpe, the best version of him, with this beautiful kicking team that they have. If they can find a rhythm today, Adelaide, the Bombers will have more than a few headaches down back today.
The Crows a few moments away from breaking through the banner as they just emerge at the top of the Docklands race here. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary for us this afternoon. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts, as Jordan Dawson leads the Crows through the race and up through the banner And probably one of the most curious figures at the very back of the group is Murray Davis, who's involved with the Adelaide Crows in terms of their coaching crew, but also one of the candidates for the Essendon coaching job. So he's got, what, a foot and a half, Cam?
Yeah, he'll be watching closely today, I would imagine, Muzz, who's very highly regarded. All the people I talk to that know Murray have very high regard for his football reputation, his credibility, but also his capacity to lead a group. So who knows where it all ends up. I've been hearing that if Matthew Nicks was going to get the job, he was going to be the one.
Wow.
He was going to be the one. So he's obviously branched out, got another opportunity. His wife, his partner, has come down from Brisbane. She's the footy manager of the Brisbane Lions, AFLW.
Yep.
Bree, who's a gun as well in footy admin. So she's hanging out with the Crows these days as well. So who knows if there's another move for the family coming.
It was our man, Corbin Middlemass, on Midweek Tackle who broke the story that Murray Davis was in the race to interview at Essendon. And a lot of people, and I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, said who?
Yep.
Like they didn't really know who Murray Davis is. So it's not insignificant that he has then gone all the way through to the Final Four, as has been widely reported now. So he was at Brisbane when they came from all of the way at the bottom of the ladder to where they are now as part of a dynastic run. So I'd imagine he'd be pitching to Essendon. Look, I've been through it. I've done it once before. I know what it takes.
It feels like it's getting better, but it is still one of the great blind spots in footy, I think, for a lot of people. We know so much about the senior coaches, and we look at them and we dissect them, and we're body language and their press conferences, but the amount of influence that assistant coaches have at AFL clubs is significant, and we only ever get to hear about these batches of them really when coaching positions become vacant. We go, oh, Murray Davis, oh, well, what do you know?
That kind of hit me at your 2016 Premiership reunion. Who were the assistant coaches for you guys that year? Stephen King,
Daniel Janser-Accuser, Rowan Smith.
Ash Hansen
was a development coach, yep.
So it's like a pretty good core group that have all kicked on, and you go, oh, well, that kind of stands to reason. Like, sure, they would have learnt a lot under Bevo and learned from that year, but they were probably doing a pretty good job as young assistants then, and that's why they've been able to kick on.
And I suppose like Hawthorn with their success under Alistair Clarkson, we don't know a lot about some of these individuals until they do get that opportunity. You think of Chris Fagan, David Noble, who went from the Brisbane Lions to eventually end up coaching at North Melbourne, and trying to work out what the right success model is to try and put someone in that position who's ready to take on the opportunity with all the experience in which you need to manage what is a large organisation.
And the reality is that regardless of the resume, it's a huge leap of faith to appoint someone who hasn't been a senior coach to a senior coaching position, because you just don't know what the big chair is going to do them. It's a very different dynamic. You can take the reins in the pre-season every couple of years or every year and have a week of running the program. It is nothing compared to running the football department week in, week out in a cutthroat business like this. It's just a totally different pressure.
Just before we move on, where would you have Matthew Nicks on the pressure radar as it sits right now?
No, I would have him sort of in the middle somewhere. I don't think personally should be under much pressure at all.
Could it?
I think it's just regulation pressure from Eddie Nicks.
Now we're in, we're sort of paddling the deeper waters here. But if it's another finals failure, it could get pretty dramatic, couldn't it?
There will be pressure, no doubt. And because Adelaide's such a pressurised football town, it depends where they fit. Like if they finish in a top 5th or 6th and play a wildcard team and lose, that's bad news.
Yeah. What if they finish top 4 and then go out in straight sets again? That will be hot.
That'd be problematic, but it's still a top 4 team. Like it's not easy to finish in the top 4.
The second week, if they could finish in the top 4, and that's a tough ask. Say they finished 4th, went over to Perth, lost to Freo. No shame in that. That's a tough ask. The next week, in the semi-final at home, that would be so hot, the lead up to that game in Adelaide.
Just starting to think about the teams you don't want to get. You don't want to get Collingwood, you don't want to get Geelong. You probably don't want to get Carlton if they get there.
Well, they certainly don't want to get Collingwood, if that's the case. They wouldn't be playing Collingwood the Adelaide Oval.
Just on Murray Davis and the Essendon coach search as well, I think Eddie Maguire basically put it that as good as Murray's experience is in his resume, he said Essendon's a different kettle of fish. Like, he's not the right guy for Essendon. He just feels like the coterie groups and the club will lead him alive. Is that accurate in your mind? Like, is Essendon a different kettle of fish?
To my knowledge, yes. To my knowledge, it's similar to Carlton. Carlton's a different kettle of fish.
I feel like Essendon is kettles of fish at the moment.
Siloed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably fair. And then you hear a guy like Lee Matthews talking yesterday about the fact that he thinks it's driven too much, the agenda's driven too much by one person being the president. And that's the biggest red flag of all. And it's avoid. That it's not being handed to the delegates of the footy department, the leaders of the footy department. It's the head honcho, the president of the footy club, Andrew Walsh, is making too many calls, and that's a bad sign.
Did Lee say he didn't know who Murray Davis was?
No,
No,
that can't be true.
I think he said.
Yeah,
Murray's
he said
playing
Brisbane.
Brisbane.
I only saw that second hand, so I apologise if that's been misrepresented.
He did say that he knew Murray. He did say he didn't know him very well, but he knew him through Brisbane.
Yeah, okay.
If you've upset Lee, and Lee...
He's the greatest player of all time.
If Lee barges in here, we will not be jumping in front of you to protect you, Ben.
That was actually, I actually apologise. I saw that second hand. I shouldn't have raised it.
The Bombers, as you've heard in the background, have made their way out onto Docklands, led by Andy McGrath, so they are chasing a third win of the season, but with a victory for the Tigers earlier over the West Coast Eagles. They're down to the bottom of the ladder, 2 wins and 17 losses, and the changes have taken place there as well. 5 changes for the side coached by Dean Solomon, with Jordan Ridley out through injury, Ben Mackay, Blackiston, Roby and Cox making ways. So the question was put to Dean Solomon at his press conference during the week as to whether they might look to Harry Jones to try and fill the shoes of Jordan Ridley.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and he's made the switch from some forward wings to being a defender the last 6-7 weeks and started to play some good footy at VFL level. He's getting continuity in that position. We've also played Langford down back at times as well. He came back and played obviously last week as a forward, just on balance for the team, but he's an option as well. So we know how potent their tall forwards are, and even they're small. So there's a massive challenge there, but we'll post-training go through that as a coaching group and finalise the team.
Interim coach Dean Solomon chatting during the week. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. You can join us on the SMS 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. There's plenty of love coming through for Bob Murphy. And also, I named my cat, the late cat, Capel Dev, in tribute to Bob Murphy, going with the Carl Hooper appearance this afternoon.
Anything from Carl yet?
Nothing as yet, but also a question coming through from Jacinta Half on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Is Rama doing another warm-up speech? The last 2 he has done for the Bombers have resulted in wins.
Well, that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. I would suggest they don't ever invite him back. He's got way too much to say. And they get bored. Apparently the players get bored.
It's actually not true. He's as much as I'd love to get stuck into Rama, I thought it was too brief. No, so he spoke to them before the Sullivan Roby debut in Adelaide. They won, gather round. Then he spoke to them before the challenge game about his battles with cancer, and they won.
No, he's busy out there with his finger in the air. Licked his finger. He's in the left pocket, just seeing if the breeze is going to play a part in that vortex pocket. No, we don't want too much of Rama. I don't think anyone needs too much of Rama. Certainly the ABC don't need too much of Rama.
I reckon we're getting the right amount. Right amount of Rama.
Cheer out of Rama if you're listening. He's got a couple of teenage boys. He knows exactly how to straighten them up before the game gets underway. But the curiosity for the Bombers is, what can they try and achieve through the remaining couple of rounds of the home and away season? Dean Solomon has spoken about his desire to try and be the coach full-time. James Hird has spoken about his desire to be the coach full-time. So there's plenty who want to put their hand up.
Yeah.
The question is, the broader one in which you've tried to address, Half, is what's the right combination for Essendon moving forward?
Well, I tell you, I've done a little bit of research, not just a suburb as we know, and coming into this game, the last 5 weeks, because we've wanted to see some transition from what wasn't working for the Bombers, that inevitably led to the sacking of Brad Scott, to this new generation, new evolution under Dean Solomon. Now, we know it's been a challenge for Solomon. It's more than 5 weeks. But in the last 5 weeks, in terms of just the data out there, they've gone to 17th in disposals. They've gone down in disposals, down in kicks and handballs, obviously, as a result of that. Inside 50s, they're down 10%. Contested possessions, they're down to 18th in the competition. Uncontested possessions, they've gone down. Intercept possessions down. Centre clearances down. Marks inside 50 down. Scores from turnover and scores from stoppage both down. Transition from D50 to F50, they've gone down. D50 to score, the worst in the competition, from 12th. Defensive half to forward 50, 18th. They've stayed at 18th. Defensive half to score, they've gone from 14th to 18th. So I just haven't seen any improvement. The only thing we've seen improvement in key stat categories of data is the fact that they've gone from 17th to 14th scores from forward half. So they're trying to play a bit more of a front half game, perhaps, or they've been a bit more efficient when they've got the ball in their front half. But they certainly can't transition the ball. They can't get the ball back from an intercept possession perspective, and they can't clear the ball. So there hasn't been a hell of a lot of development in the last 5 weeks / however long Sully's been in charge. So that's what I want to see. I just want to see what they're trying to build. And that's what we've talked about a couple of times here in the last couple of weeks, Murph, that we just haven't seen the DNA of what this next generation could look like for Essendon.
Yeah, there's bad performances and there's teams that get themselves into a rut. And then there's teams like Essendon this year where it's so rudderless that it's hard to know where to start. Okay, well, what do we actually fix first? How do we fix anything when there's 60 options here? Nothing's working well. I mean, you just outlaid the numbers there. So someone once told me to tell a big story, you can tell a small story. So just with their ball movement today. So when we were here a couple of weeks ago, I was watching Isaac Kako, young forward player, and he was trying hard, but he had no real reference point of a key forward. So he's trying to chase, and then he's trying to lead for the ball, then he's trying to get front. So you can't be everything to everyone as a second-year forward pocket. His tank isn't there, his body isn't up to it yet. So what I was looking for today, what I am looking for today is Peter Wright and Nate Caddy are both in the team. Isaac Kako just using those two as a reference point. He doesn't need to lead for the ball. Almost like put a line through that, Isaac.
Yep.
Don't worry about that. But you need to get to the feet of that crumb when Peter Wright and Nate Caddy present and compete. And if I was involved at Essendon, if their ball was like, that's something just to stiffen them up a little bit with their ball movement. You've got 2 tall targets. That's your reference point, Isaac. And players with the ball, give them a chance to run and jump at the footy and put the Adelaide defenders under a little bit of pressure.
I think along a similar line, Bob, they spoke about Hussein El-Ashka and what they were getting out of him. He maybe played his best game at AFL level in terms of disposals and goals, but his defensive pressure wasn't there. So they dropped him, went back to the VFL, I think had a couple of tackles. Then the next week he had 8 or 9 tackles. They brought him back in, and then in that win, he had a number of defensive efforts in the left forward pocket at the Lockett end of the ground that led to a goal that helped them win the game, and they highlighted that and said, that's what we want out of you.
So Isaac Kako, the way it reminded me a bit of, I spent a lot of time playing on Craig McRae in those glory years of that Brisbane team.
Right.
And he would just wander up. He wouldn't lead, but he would drift up, and all he's doing, he's looking back, where's Brown, where's Lynch, where's Bradshaw? Knowing that the ball will be kicked to one of those 3. And he would just get to the front of that contest every single time.
Yep.
And I'd take care of him, of course.
He wouldn't be able to get there, of course. You wouldn't be able to get there. You'd block him out with your physique.
Yeah, I upper-bodied him out. Like, not on my watch, Craig. But it was he just knew and understood his role, and it was as much about restraint as it was effort.
Yeah.
I can see Isaac Kako trying. He's trying to do everything. Well, at his stage of development, he just can't be everything to everyone just yet.
Yep.
It's a small example for maybe a broader story for Essendon.
Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on this afternoon, the roles in which the various players are trying to execute for their teams this afternoon. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford, your experts, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron, to call the action. The final member of our team is sitting in the front row this afternoon. Marnie Vinall, welcome to you.
Thank you. Afternoon. It was such a nice day outside, but now I'm under the roof. They've shut out all the sun. Essendon's Andy McGrath did win the coin toss, so at least Essendon have won one thing today. They will be kicking towards the Coventry end. And you were talking a lot about Essendon people and coaches. I did actually pass James Hird on my way down here. Wow. So nice that he's in the crowd because the Essendon cheer squad could use a bit of a lift.
Thanks, Marnie. Looking forward to your contributions throughout the afternoon.
Redmond's gone to Dawson in the middle.
There we go. Well, Dawson kicked 3 and had 14 the last time he was here in the first quarter against the Bulldogs.
Brian and McAndrew, neither decisive, coming through Durham, fighting after the footy. Picking it up, McAndrew. Gets a quick kick out towards Neil Bullen. Gathers the footy, swings a handball inside 50. Rochelli's onto it. Dinks a kick to the pocket. Chopped off there by Langford. Back pocket for the Dons. Not a big crowd in attendance. Be able to spot James Hird out there.
Penny will go and see him.
As rolling by, Roberts kicks it short to Merritt. He'll get it back here. Young Archie kicks around the city wing. Up to a contest. Caddy launching at it. Hand to it. Doesn't take the mark. Nankervis coming through. Gets the handball out. Redmond squeezes a kick forward. Durham takes it. Not the required distance. He can look inside 50.
He cuts on his right. Tries to drive it long inside 50. Clark had it spoiled away from him. And ricochets down low for Rochelle. Gathers, ran into Clark. Lost the footy. A chance here down low for Cumming, who tries to knock it clear. And the umpire's going to say he's holding the ball. The players set upon him in the end, and it's going to result in a shot on goal for the Bombers. And just a little fumble there has proved costly. And it's Angus Clark who laid the initial tackle, who is going to be rewarded.
It was the one-arm tackle, and the Adelaide player, I can't remember who it was, couldn't get rid of the ball and held onto it, just sat there holding it while the one arm was being held by Clark. And that's why the umpires paid the free kick.
Pretty clever, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just to grab a hold of the wing.
Clark looking for the opening goal of the game for the Bombers for the dream start and to give them something to get excited about. Clark celebrates amongst his teammates in the forward 50, and it's the Bombers who strike first with a warning shot inside 90 seconds. They're 1 straight 6 to Adelaide yet to score. We've only had the 11 disposals for the game, but it's the Bombers who strike first. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Like the energy too after it went through. A lot of teammates got to him. A lot of high-fiving, as they should. Been a long year for these Essendon players and for their supporters, but they're out of the blocks.
Boy from regional South Australia, a wood chopper. Chopped wood for a number of people to try and earn a little bit of money for petrol money to drive to the Big Smoke to play in the Sandful.
How much wood would a wood chop?
They say if you've got 10 hours to chop down a tree, you should spend 9 hours sharpening the axe.
McAndrew taps it down onto it quickly, though. Dyson Sharp hurries the kick into the pocket for the Dons. Bouncing ball, Keane tracking it back. Tumbles out, throw in left forward pocket. Here for the Dons, doing all of the early attacking.
Did you see James Herb with an axe down there?
1 straight 6 to no score. Nearly 3 minutes played. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Just asking.
Bryan and McAndrew again. Bryan lays it down to the front. Onto it quickly, Sharp. He's tackled by Nankervis, and another ball up.
A lot of numbers around this stoppage as the umpire throws it up. McAndrew wins down the tap. Rankin on the move. Lost it. Redmond gathers. Just shins a kick towards the goal mouth. Daywick over the top. Trying to knock it clear. Dawson goes in for the Crows. He's held up. Peter right over the top of him. He and Kako try and wrestle it clear. And the umpire will board up just 25 metres out from the Bombers' goal.
It's good energy early here from the Bombers.
Yeah, a lot of directing as well.
Yeah.
10 disposals to 3 the way of the home side. As Bryant trying to get it down to Caddy, taken in the end by Saligo, can't clear the congestion. Merritt with a hand pass away. Durham, look away, hand pass, didn't get to Daywicks, the intended target. Kako overruns the footy. A chance here for Rochelle. Feeds the hand pass back. Nankervis involved. Gets the hand pass to McAndrew and now to Cook. Finally a bit more room for the Crows. Sends it out towards half back. Numbers are still there with the Bombers. It's worked down. Comes the way of Farrow. Drives it inside 50. Dawson standing there in front of Wright.
Play free kick.
Non-officiating umpires paid a free kick in the middle of the ground. And it's going the way of the Bombers. And Peter Wright has the footy and he's going to have the shot on goal. Get a look on this on the replay half to work out if there was much in this.
In real time, it didn't look like there was a hell of a lot going on from our vantage point, but it's not to say that there wasn't. Keen to see a look at it, though.
This was one of the talking points for Chris Scott on Friday night in his post-game about the non-officiating umpire overruling. Peter Wright comes in for the opening 2 goals of the game the way of the Bombers. They're up and running under the roof, and Adelaide haven't left the blocks yet. 2 goals inside 5 minutes for the home side, the Bombers. They're 2 straight 12 to Adelaide, who have had just the 9 disposals and haven't got it past halfway. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, there's been good pressure, and we talked about that, and the energy's been strong from the Bombers from the start. Once they got the ball back inside defensive 50, that first entry for the Crows, it's been really positive. Oh, yeah, no, Keane had a good fist of the right jumper as he was trying to impact that contest. Umpire was in the right spot to see it. As soon as you see the jumper tug, it is curtains for defenders, so that's the appropriate decision.
Tell you what, the Bombers are into it. Dean Solomon nearly went on the ground. He was trying to talk to one of his players, and he actually stepped onto the grass, and a Bombers staff member had to drag him back off.
Coach, can't do that.
First 2 goals of the game going the way of the Dons. Last 11 games at Docklands that Peter Wright has kicked a goal. Archie inside 50 and Thilthorpe for the Crows. Bursting in a lead. He takes the mark. 25 out, slightest of angles left of centre.
So Reed's got the match-up on Thilthorpe for the Bombers fans out there. Now, he's got nothing to do with that defensive movement because he had no chance with the way the ball came in from the centre bounce there. But it's going to be a critical match-up. Touched on him before whether or not he could fill his boots. If the ball comes in like that, it should be too big a problem.
It's a perfect pass, wasn't it?
All Australian last year. 1 of 2 for the Crows. His drop punt is a major. And the Crows do respond. Through the thrill seeker, Riley Thilthorpe. 2 straight 12 Essendon, Adelaide 1 straight 6. 6 minutes travelled opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that shouldn't dull the energy and competitiveness of what we've seen from the Bombers early, because it spurts out of the middle. Archie takes a clean mark, and under the roof, that is a delightful pass to a pretty imposing key forward. So there's not much you can do about that. We'll see if they can regroup here, the Bombers. But their energy and their appetite to direct one another off the ball has looked different to what I've seen of them in recent weeks.
Riley Thilthorpe's 25th goal for the season, now second behind Josh Rochelle. Back in the middle of the ground, it's volleyed forward by Jordan Dawson, trying to get it to half forward. McGrath in the end, got a hand to it, couldn't gather though. It's taken away by Neil Bullen. Hand pass away to Cumming, kicks around his body, inside 50. Neil Bullen couldn't claim the mark. Hand pass to Archie, hand pass away and taken over the boundary line. Cumming and a boundary throw in just inside the 50 for the Adelaide Crows. The Bombers 2 straight 12, Adelaide 1 straight 6. 7.5 minutes gone. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Essendon have only led it quarter time 3 times in 2026, including in both of their victories. Short boundary throw in. Neither ruck gets to it. Archie out after it. Right there with him, Setterfield. Coming in, Isaac Rankin. Setterfield holds it to him, carries him out. Throw in 55 around from the Crows attacking goal.
So Curtin started inside. He, Rankin and Jordan Dawson, the starting mids for Adelaide Crows. It's pretty high-class Adelaide Crows midfield at the minute.
Good throw-in.
Kander and Bryan go at it again. Bryan taps the back boundary side. Dawson out after it. He gathers just in the field of play. Runs an arc. Gets around a couple. Kicks up to half forward. Here is Curtin.
Didn't mean it.
He marks 51 out. Looks inside a congested 50. Sets it up towards the hot spot. Getting back. Punched away by Artemis. And then eventually it's worked out by the Dons on the last line. And a clearing kick for a leading caddy. Runs under the footy.
Racing back after it as his ball lays. In the end, it's Clark who got there first. Hand pass to Caddy, kept it alive around the boundary line. Hand pass too sharp for the intended sharp in the end. And it's taken back by the Crows. Max Michaelani, hand pass away to Nankervis, sidesteps a couple of would-be tacklers, feeds the hand pass to Cook. He got around Clark, then looks to drive Adelaide back inside 50. Thilthorpe in the back. Archie goes up as well, crashes to the back. Thilthorpe's first onto it, dragged down by Setterfield. And the umpire says holding the ball. Essendon take it back in the left back pocket, with the Bombers leading by 6 points.
I wonder if they get too Thilthorpe focused this afternoon. They've looked for him every time they go inside forward 50, and there's a couple of players sitting on the fringes that could have got easier ball.
Contest kick from Setterfield. Caddy gets a hand to it, brings it down, and then Sharp turns tackler, another ball up. So on the City side of the ground, it is a light crowd. I'm sort of thinking, are we talking 15,000?
18,251.
It's a low 17,000 crowd, I think.
On the ball up, Redmond with the clearance, dropping the mark, ball lays, Caddy overruns it. Keane comes to clean up for the Crows, centre half back, and the Irishman darts away with it, then kicks laterally.
Sends it out to Dowling, who takes the mark. He can work it over the top. Here's Ryan on debut, sends it up to left half forward. And Ludovic gets involved, so the two debutants get a couple of touches here. Ludovic looks out wide, Thilthorpe's on the lead. That's a nice kick, just weighted it beautifully. And there was little Zach Reid could do as he was trailing Riley Thilthorpe, but he's right on 50 out to the left. Has he got this half in him?
Yeah, he has. It's not an easy angle, this side of the ground. But he certainly got the distance, I would reckon. Tell you what, Zach Reid's going to go home kicking the ground. If that's going to happen all day, he's going to get laced out all day, despite the fact he's right up his jumper. He's going to have an awful afternoon.
4 minutes ago, Rye Thilthorpe kicked the opening goal for the Crows. Here he's trying to double up from right on 50. Sets flight. It's a nice-looking kick, and it is there. Thilthorpe has 2. And Adelaide have restored order. We're back to level pegging. 2 straight 12. Through 10 minutes in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Down to Marnie Vinall on the boundary.
I don't know whether the Crows needed a reminder that they needed to throw another punch back, but just before those 2 goals, the Crows held up a big sign of a boxing glove.
Well, all right. Throw some punches. I like that. Just get a couple of jabs in.
Stick and move.
Stick and move. Yeah. Like that. I wonder what that does mean. Get a bit physical, maybe. Who knows? But, well, whatever it is, it's worked the last couple of minutes, Marnie. They found their way forward of centre pretty well. Been able to lock the ball in their forward half a lot as well. I mean, Caddy overrunning that ball at half forward was a disaster for the Bombers. That was a...
His timing's out a bit, Caddy. He's run under one. He's run around one. Hopefully the third one.
What about the Crows' emergencies? They've come and sat in the box next to us. Get him in for a thought as we move through. McAndrew wins the tap down, but Essendon take it away through Durham. Out to Setterfield, kicks inside 50. Ball ace, punches it away. G's been good this year. Arguably Adelaide's best defender. Sees it out in the throw-in. 55 around from the attacking goal for the Dons.
Better not be eating my sausage roll. Half time, I'll give you a tip.
I think you're safe.
Catering's not for the players.
Boundary throw in. Brian works to the front, slaps it inside 50 for the Dons. Loose ball to be won. Sharp wins it to Setterfield. Hurries the kick to full forward, but they're back there. Ball ace. It was touched, so he's called to play on. Gets rid of it away towards Keane. The Irishman again spots up Curtin. The Crows in their back pocket. Scores level 12 minutes in.
Dan Curtin sends a kick up the wing in the direction of Ludovic, but had it spoiled away from him. Durham's first onto it. Hand pass into the middle of the ground for Pryor. Sends the Bombers inside 50. Not a great kick for El Ashkar, and Worrell taps it to his own advantage, and then eventually it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket for the Bombers. 2 straight 12 after the Bombers kicked the first 2 goals inside 5 minutes. Adelaide with the last 2. Correspondence on the SMS 0437 774 774. Gav from Perth says Bob can't be wearing Carl Hooper's 1987 white World Cup pants because they were white as opposed to the maroon.
Maybe it was the Benson and the Hedges, the one-day cup, the tri-series.
Inside 50 to McGrath, to Setterfield, kicks it around his body, Wright's outnumbered in the goal square against 3 Crows in their white tops tonight and shorts. Sport away, Day Weeks keeps it alive, gets the hand pass away, looking to centre it. Farrow finds Sharp, he's just inside 50. The Rising Star nominee fires on goal, and he misses to the left-hand side. It was Artemis, in fact, who had the shot on goal, missing to the left, and it's enough to give the Bombers the lead.
I wonder how many gold goblets he was presented by Tony Gregg, Carl Hooper throughout the night.
Keane with the kick in, waiting a kick and turning it over. Farrow marks, knocked out of his hands by Billy Dowling. No 50 paid, so Jacob Farrow, 53 metres out for the Dons. Sets it up for a running right. He takes to the sky, doesn't take the mark. At the back, Keane's there, last line for the Crows. To Rochelle, to Rankin, who whacks it out of there. Clear and kick beyond the defensive arc. Jones goes up and brings it to ground, and the Dons win it again. Gets rid of it to Farrow. Now Artemis. He'll go back to Jones, and they're going backwards here, the Dons.
Okay.
And they might look to switch.
Redmond takes the mark, doesn't go all the way back to Reed, which I know will please Bob Murphy. Swings it across half back, and Johnson takes the mark.
You know me well, Clinchy.
Looks out, has Angus Clark in space. Keep the opening goal of the game. He runs to right half forward, sends it in the caddy direction. He sets himself. Thilthorpe's got back off hands. It's gathered by Curtin. Hand pass into the pocket. Keane under pressure. Got it away, and then the pressure came from El Ashkar, holding the ball. Max Michaelani had nowhere to go for half a moment. I think the advantage was trying to be taken by the Bombers. It won't be given, and we'll have to come back. It was Caddy. Tried to have a flying shot.
Why wouldn't it be given?
Even the fans over the fence are saying, don't do that.
It's unusual that it wasn't continued once Caddy decided to play on.
That was unusual, but Bombers taking the advantage and misusing it was quite on brand.
El Ashkar looks to step out, curling around on the left-hand side, and that is a superb finish. The small forward making the footy talk as he worked through the tight angle. And the Bombers answer back after 2 quick goals for the Crows. And they take back the lead by 7 points. 3-1-19 to the Crows, 2 straight 12 15 minutes gone. Opening term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
I like the way they've kept the ball in their tried to get the ball in their forward 50, Bob. It's been a really vibrant forward half of the ground when the ball's in there. It's almost a bit St Kilda-like from what we've seen the last couple of weeks. Who was some of the best hunters when the ball's inside their forward 50. It's been really positive from the Bombers' start today.
I mean, that was a beautiful finish from a really nice forward 50 tackle, but they've had some, like a series of defensive wins of where Adelaide are trying to clear the ball out of defensive 50, and the Bombers have just been more organised. Yeah. They've had the contest sorted out, they've had numbers at the drop of the ball, and then they've been able to get repeat entries.
And that quick switch rather than the long, slow switch. Right, knocks it down inadvertently in the ruck contest with Thilthorpe. A secondary ball up. He's coming.
You know when you hit the light switch, Benny, how quickly do you want the light to come on? Instantly.
Instantly, yep.
Just hit it.
Yep.
Flick it.
Get it across to the open side quickly and get it moving.
Hit the light. Let the light in, Essendon.
Nice and sharp over the footy again, and we'll try for a third time in the middle. Umpire puts it aloft. Thilthorpe winning the tap onto a Dyson Sharp, wrenched off the footy by Soligo. Curtin goes in, knocks it out. Soligo tackled by Sharp, enacting a little bit of revenge. Umpires Wetton, Bryce, O'Brien and Morgan in charge of this fixture. Still we try again with the ball up in the middle. Thilthorpe down for Curtin to Michael Annie. Handball a turnover. Durham takes it. Tackled to ground. Bounces up. Tackled again. And the umpire says holding the ball. So a free kick going to Ryan, the debutant. He'll have it on the wing here for the Crows. Essendon by 7 points.
Oscar Ryan from Shepparton looks up towards half forward. Sends it in the direction of Taylor Walker, who crashes into Harry Jones. And Tex is going to get a free kick. He was shoved in the eyes of the umpire, and I think that was right.
Yep.
Langford got him in the middle of the back, and Tex will take the free kick at right half forward. Game number 315 for him. Into the pocket looking for Thilthorpe. Can't take the mark.
Oh, no way.
A shot on goal. He's just across the face of goal, and in the end, Dowling just couldn't quite curl it through. Behind, the Bombers leading by 6 points as we tick past 17 minutes gone in the first term.
He needed a bit more turn there, a la Carl Hooper.
Zach Johnson bringing the ball back into play, short to his namesake in Merritt in the back pocket.
Anything from Carl on the text line, Clinch?
He mustn't be listening today, Carl.
Flash.
Merritt goes the big switch, gets it away to another namesake in Zach Reid, who chips it short, and Setterfield just backward of the wing here for the Dons. In a slow play, Essendon leading by a kick. 18 minutes played in the first. Setterfield back to Reid. He chips it short for Roberts. Don's inside their defensive arc. He bites off the kick into the middle and finds Merritt. Now it could all open up. He just ambles back and goes back into the slow play here.
He is now called to play on Zach Merritt, so looks long out towards half forward. Peter Wright comes out on the lead. Max Michaelani sport in front. Thilthorpe trying to get back. He taps it across the boundary line. And a throw in the left forward pocket for the Bombers. Cheerio to Andrew, who's listening from Cairns at the moment, hoping for a Crows win this afternoon on the ABC Listen app loud and clear. Also from Andrew, who's tuned in, 0437 774 774. Lovely to hear Marnie's insights on the boundary, including her brush with the Hall of Fame member, the man himself, James Hird.
Someone reminding us they were crystal decanters.
Yes. Glad you saw that.
That's fantastic.
Durham trying to get a hand pass to Setterfield. He's dragged down, and the umpire will ball it up 40 metres out from the Bombers' goal.
Oh,
Graham has a question around Carl Hooper we'll get to in a few moments' time. There's a bit of Hoops correspondence.
Ball up. Thilthorpe hooking it down. Follows up at ground level as it rebounds back to him. Stripped in the tackle. Appeals for holding the ball. Sharp goes in. Lays a tackle on Curtin. Essendon bringing the forward pressure here inside their attacking 50.
Look how organised they are behind it, though. It's good.
Put towards the roof. Right. Slaps it down. Setterfield. Slick hands for Zach Merritt. Pry goes in and gets it. He's tackled down quickly by Taylor. And another ball up. 48 out from the Dons attacking goal. Coventry end.
Their structure and organisation is so much more improved today, Essendon.
Thilthorpe down towards Cook. Hurries a kick into the middle of the ground. Keys knocks it down for Neil Bullen. Handball to Taylor. Under pressure here, the Crows. Gets it out to Curtin, the big-bodied mid today. He goes back to Keane.
Hand pass to the Irishman, who sidesteps a tackler. Hand pass up the wing. Hawker Hahn gets a hand pass back to Keane. They've worked this well over the top to Taylor. Now the driving kick inside 50. Tex won't need to fly because it's taken by Dowling in the right forward pocket. Just a good option in the end to drive it long and deep, and the Bombers' defenders were outnumbered.
Hawker Hahn really good in the middle of the ground. Keane sort of was at 6 and 7 trying to work out what he was going to do. Had 2 or 3 decisions to make and couldn't quite make one until the pressure came. Hawker Hahn was really composed when he got the ball, received the ball, fed it out, and as a result of that, all the Adelaide players were allowed to had time to push forward to the contest, and we found ourselves with a 2-on-1 inside forward 50.
Billy Dowling finally gets his opportunity at AFL level from only about 15 metres out to return the Crows to the lead. He puts it into the Adelaide fans at the Lockett end here at Docklands. And, scores are level, 3-1-19 apiece after that shot from Billy Dowling. So Adelaide looking to try and wrestle back some of the momentum after the El Acha goal at the other end. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
The pressure's been pretty good from the Bombers. Talked about that a bit. On that occasion, it was just the class and the poise of Adelaide, which you'd sort of expect from a team that's more experienced than them at the moment. And they're able to get forward to the contest. That's going to be the danger for the Bombers. If they can maintain possession, they do get forward pretty hard.
That was Daniel Harford. Marnie Vinall on the boundary.
Really not too worrying for the Crows. Riley Thilthorpe had spent a little bit of time just down in the rooms, but he's back and he was just high-fiving all the players on the bench, so it doesn't look too concerning.
Hopefully, maybe just a little pit stop for Riley Thilthorpe, and all is okay. Back in the middle, McAndrew taps it down for Dawson, holding free kick, going the way of the Crows skipper.
The Red Dog's all over him at the moment.
Dawson, long left foot kick inside 50 in the Walker direction. McAndrew's got down there as well, hands to it, doesn't mark at ground level. Dowling coming through, Jones goes in. Umpire wants it, ball up deep in the left forward pocket for the Crows. Scores level, 3-1-19 each of 2. McAndrew slaps it boundary side onto it quickly. Redmond, Don's ball back to Merritt, snaps beyond the defensive arc, tumbles out, Lasso free kick. And that will be taken by Nankervis. So a Crows ball just forward of the wing. Scores level, as I said, nearly 23 played.
Nankervis looks to quickly come inboard when the mark is taken by Curtin. Has it at left half forward. He's still 2 good kicks out from home. Looks to send into the pocket. Won't get to walk up. 3 Bombers in the end competed against each other in the end. Langford brought it down to the front. That's where Keys tried to get a hand pass into the boot of the Essendon player up against the boundary line. Umpire wasn't having a bar of that. Archie Roberts gets given the signal to throw it back in. Scores level, 3-1-19 apiece. 23 minutes gone in the opening term. After the Tigers were victorious over the West Coast Eagles, so the Bombers down to the bottom spot on the ladder. Off hands, it spoils towards the boundary line, racing after it. Cook can't get there, and it's going to be a throw-in.
Scores level, 3-1-19 apiece. Approaching quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Smallish crowd in attendance. Wright reaches over the top of McAndrew. Both share it down in front. Saligo takes it. Kicks inside 50. But Roberts takes it for the Dons. Flicks out a handball to Unwin, and now they're away. He gives the handball off to Kondo Giannis. Off to Jones. Kicks up forward of halfway, and Durham takes it. Now Durham can look deep. Sends the Bombers towards full forward. Caddy's down there. Ball Ace with him. And Ball Ace gets a fist on it. Punches it out of play. And a throwing coming left forward pocket here for the Dons. I heard Mark Rasciuto, who obviously knows the Crows better than most. He said that he thinks Ball Ace has gone from their 4th best defender to their best this season.
He's out of contract at season's end as well, Ball Ace. So he'll be one they'll be keen to try and lock up. Worrell gets the hand pass to Curtin. Adelaide run their way out of defence. Dowling gave it back to Curtin. Hand pass a little loose for Neil Bullen. Tackled by Andy McGrath, and that's where play comes to a halt. Centre wing on the outside. Scores level, 3-1-19 apiece.
Curtin's having an impact for the Crows. He's looked pretty good. Just watching him a little bit off the ball, the way he runs from contest. Looks like a natural around the footy, must admit.
Leads the way with 8 disposals so far. Speaking of having an impact, here's Jordan Dawson. Gets the hand pass away to Saligo, up towards Tex. A 2-on-1. As Reid is able to make the spoil with good support in the end from Harry Jones, and a boundary throw in still on the outer wing.
We've known it for a long time, but he's just massive, isn't he, too? Like he's big and he's well portioned and thick.
197 centimetres, 21 years of age, Dan Curtin.
Thick, well portioned.
Thrown on the wing. Well, taller people are normally sort of lanky.
It just sounded like Sunday roast talk. I'm hungry.
Here is Hawker Hahn. running through the middle of the ground, kicking the Crows into the pocket, bouncing ball for Keys, gathers in the left forward pocket, dinks a kick back, and it is very neat. And he finds his target 40 metres out from the attacking goal. On the end of it, Dowling. A very acute angle in Bob Murphy's dead pocket.
Well, it's not dead, it's just very windy down there.
Possible.
Gusty.
Billy Dowling, it's a good name.
It's a good name, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a rock-solid footy name.
Yeah.
Hugo Hawker-Hahn, what a find he's been as well.
Absolutely.
Pick 10 in the mid-season draft.
Country and western sort of style. To these
Billy
names.
Dowling, yeah.
3 chords and the truth. As Dowling comes in, boot to ball from 48. And that is not a bad effort, but across the goal mouth. Misses to the far side. The Crows' first lead of the afternoon. 3-2-20 plays, 3-1-19, 26 minutes into the first.
Just 3 chords, are they?
Bob will know, not me. I think it's B, D.
D, C and A will get you there.
I love that you said Bob would know and then you tried to answer. Roberts to Reid.
Rigged of someone who wanted the ownership but didn't have the courage.
Finds Zach Merritt at left half back. Adelaide leading by a point, as Ben just mentioned. The kick into the middle of the ground. Put out position here, and another good strong mark taken by the Crows on the outer side. Ludovic looked to come in more. Didn't really hit the target. Taylor had to make it work. Feeds it back to Ryan. Adelaide trying to get hand passes away. Fed into the middle of the ground for Jordan Dawson. Now back to ball ace, and Ludovic will end up with it again. Try and use it a bit more successfully this time. Pops a kick over the top. And the mark is taken between wing and half forward for the Crows. Jake Saligo has it. He tries to hug the boundary line with a kick looking for Taylor Walker, who takes the mark just inside. What a great show of strength. For half a moment, looked like it was going to go over the line, but he knew what he was doing. Kept Zach Reid at bay and just reeled in the mark.
Poor old Zach Reid.
This will be a tough shot for Tex. He'll be up against the photographers there. He might have to just take a little step to the left.
I reckon he's the only guy in league footy that from here could kick it left foot.
Tex Hawker wastes no time, just goes back and slots it, just like that.
That's a great kick.
What a sight it is to see Tex in full flight, still doing what he does best. And that is something to behold, which is just incredible. 36 years of age, 4-2-26 the Crows to Essendon 3-1-19. The Crows now lead by 7 points, 27 minutes gone in the opening term.
It still remains to be seen whether he could have kicked it on his left.
I'm backing him in.
But he went with the right, which is his preferred. He is a beautiful kick of the ball, isn't he?
From the impossible pocket.
It is.
Basically in row B.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, that particular forward pocket under the roof, there's a bit of a gusty wind that comes up from the car park and driveway down there. Tex is a beautiful kick. He's given
and
a
the
fist bump
with the fans in the front row.
To the fans.
He knew it as soon as it left his boot.
Yep.
Essendon should win the clearance here. Durham gives it back to Bryner, gives it to Sharp. High kick inside 50, ball ace again. Fists it away from right. Right jumps on top of the footy and a ball up, 35 out from the attacking goal.
It's funny, that stuff, the high five, the fist bump with the fan. If it was a 15-gamer, you'd be arrogant, you'd be cocky, you're ahead of yourself. Because he's a statesman, it's fantastic.
Yeah, good game development.
Canterbury taps it down to Dowling. Clear and kick for the Crows, right into the middle of Dockland. Stillthorpe does well to bring it down. Neil Bullen onto it. He can kick inside 50. Rochelli's running back to goal. Drops the mark, gathers the footy, swings the handball, and Archie will run it in. And the Crows are in stride now. Archie kicks it into the corporate boxes. And the Crows have kicked 3 on the bounce. They lead by 13. Closing in on quarter time. 5-2-32 plays 3-1-19. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Sung the praises a few times of the improvement in Essendon's structure. Oh, the ball's been launched into one of the corporate boxes.
The kid's trying to pinch the footy.
Yep.
He's about 6.
As he should.
He's pocketed the footy.
Yes.
This is fantastic.
Run, son.
It's Gold Coast Carrara specialty, isn't it?
There's not a jury in the land that would convict. Off you go. Get out of there. There's heaps of other footies. Let him have it.
He's been assaulted by the ball. He should have some compensation.
A Crows sort of players, corporate box, family and friends maybe. So might have known where they were going.
Oh,
Emergencies could go and sit in there. Why are they in the box next to us?
He's thrown it back. Disappointing. Could have been on eBay.
All of a sudden, Adelaide have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game to take control of this contest. Free kick going the Which way is it going, umpire? If you point, well, no. Zach Merritt is saying, is it mine or is it against me? And I think it is going the way of the Crows, so it's against Zach Merritt. And it's going to go the way of Jake Saligo in the middle of the ground. He veers out to the right, sends it long inside 50. Walker sets himself, spoiled away by Langford. It ricochets off Neil Bullen. They race after it in the right forward pocket. Farrow gets there first. Neil Bullen tackles him, dispossessed. And it spoils out of play, 45 metres out from the Adelaide Crows goal. They're 5-2-32 to the Bombers 3-1-19. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Clearances are becoming a problem. 14-9 in favour of Adelaide. The Bombers were level pegging there for a long time.
McAndrew just laying it down for Dawson, who has Redmond for company. Wins the footy. Handball knocked back to him. Now jams it on the boot. High kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Farrow fumbles. Allows in Walker. Eventually it gets out to Archie. Handball to Rochelle. Coming through Taylor. Handball back to Archie. Dumps it on the boot. Offline with the snap. Out of bounds on the full. So Essendon to get it back through Dyson Sharp in their back pocket. Crows lead by 13 points. Essendon kicked the first 2 goals of the game. As Clinchy mentioned, Adelaide have then kicked 5 of the next 6 to open up a 13-point lead.
The Bombers from the last line of defence from Mason Redmond. Can't clear half-back. Jordan Dawson takes a great mark in the pack. He looks into the pocket. Phil Thorpe's on the move. On the bounce, he can't take it cleanly. It's gathered by Zach Merritt. Gets the hand pass away. Harry Jones' kick is smothered. Rochelle trying to get back onto it. It spills out. Bombers desperately defending. And Harry Jones taking a hug to his chest. The umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for the Crows.
Umpire Wetton puts it towards the roof. McAndrew tapping it down boundary side. Onto it quickly. Kondo Giannis holding the ball. Isaac Rankin swooped on him and had him pinged, holding the ball deep in the left forward pocket. And the highly skilled Isaac Rankin will go back a very acute angle.
Snap. The foot. Will he snap it? The snap generation?
Yeah. I think he's just finding out how long's left in the quarter before he runs around. Very high IQ.
Yeah, that's good. Certainly snapping. It's a bit stiff, Condigianis, I must admit.
Starting side on, runs around, snaps it on goal, and that was never missing. Like shelling peas for Isaac Rankin. And the Crows are out by 19. Last 4 goals in the game. 6-2-38 plays 3-1-19. We're 19 seconds away from quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It was a sharp start from the Bombers. They were on their toes. They were organised. And as the quarter has progressed, the class and the experience and the system of the Adelaide Crows is just coming to the fore. Isaac Rankin, he's just one of many Adelaide Crows with just delightful foot skills. And this snap generation that like to use that snap motion from just about anywhere for a set shot these days. But that was one of the more prettier versions of that.
If you're a Crows fan, you'd be pretty happy with the response so far. Rankin trying to get the clearance. Kick was smothered by Zach Merritt. Spills out to Jordan Dawson. Possession number 10 for him. Sends it high to half forward, and Archie underneath it was able to claim the mark. He's at right half forward. Is there time for one more? Phil Thorpe's the deepest target. Got rid of Reed. Takes the mark on the quarter-time siren just before. And Riley Philthorpe will get the last word here, a chance to go back and put through his 3rd goal. And for Adelaide, this could be all of a sudden a 25-point lead.
Well, it could be 7 of the last 8 goals in the quarter. The quarter that's given us, well, for Adelaide fans' sakes, 10 goals. 7 of the last 8 going their way if Riley kicks this.
He was the player who loomed large that he could have a presence this afternoon. And Riley Philthorpe, after the quarter-time siren, looking for his 3rd. He pokes it through. And the Adelaide players come to celebrate with him. The Crows finished with 7 of the last 8 goals of the quarter after the Bombers kicked the opening 2 and got out by 12 points. But it's Adelaide who lead by 25 points, 7-2-44 to the Bombers, 3-1-19. Riley Philthorpe with 3 goals in that opening quarter. Individuals to Archie, Rochelle, Walker, Rankin and Dowling. While for the Bombers, their goals have come through Wright, Alachka and Clark. Quarter time here at Docklands. Adelaide leading by 25 points. While at the Gold Coast. It's a pretty interesting and tight tussle at the moment, so I'll just try and bring you the latest score there, with the Suns holding a narrow advantage by 5 points. They're 12-8-80 to the Demons 12-3-75. So at the moment, the Demons trailing by 5 points. 3 goals for Jed Walter, 2 to Ben King, while Bailey Fritsch has 2 goals for the Demons. And earlier today, it was the Tigers who prevailed by 11 points over the West Coast Eagles. So Richmond back on the winners list, and with that victory, they move up to 17th on the AFL ladder. So they snap a 8-game losing streak, their 3rd win of the season. Great to have your company on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Gets worked down, comes the way of Farrow, drives it inside 50. Dawson standing there in front of Wright.
Free kick.
Non-officiating umpires paid a free kick in the middle of the ground, and it's going the way of the Bombers. And Peter Wright has the footy, and he's going to have the shot on goal. Peter Wright comes in for the opening 2 goals of the game, the way of the Bombers. They're up and running under the roof, and Adelaide haven't left the blocks yet. 2 goals inside 5 minutes. Ludovic looks out wide. Thilthorpe's on the lead. That's a nice kick. Just weighted it beautifully. There was little Zachary could do. So he was trailing Riley Thilthorpe, but he's right on 50 out to the left. 4 minutes ago, Riley Thilthorpe kicked the opening goal for the Crows. Here he's trying to double up from right on 50. Sets flight. It's a nice looking kick, and it is there. Thilthorpe has 2. And Adelaide have restored order. He tried to hunt the boundary line with a kick looking for Taylor Walker, who takes the mark just inside. What a great show of strength. Half a moment looked like it was going to go over the line, but he knew what he was doing. Kept Zachary to bay and just reeled in the mark. Tex Walker wastes no time, just goes back and slots it, just like that. What a sight it is to see Tex in full flight, still doing what he does best.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It was enjoyable listening if you're a Crows fan for the last 12 minutes as they put through 4 goals, including one after the quarter-time siren through Riley Thilthorpe. That was his 3rd of the game. And Adelaide lead by 25 points after trailing by 12 points early. 7-2-44 to the Bombers, 3-1-19. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy.
Well, the margin for error for Essendon's defensive system is pretty small at this stage. For the first half of that first quarter, they were right on it. They weren't giving the Adelaide Crows much space at all. And because they were organised and because they were up for the intensity of the battle, it kept them in the game and it kept them on the scoreboard. And at the 20-minute mark of that first quarter, I thought, I wonder if this improved structure will lift their tackle numbers, and it had. They were on 20 tackles at that point of the first quarter, which for Essendon fans following this year, that's quite a big number. And then it stopped. They started getting stepped through the middle of the ground, and once this Adelaide team is given a bit of space and they get that forward momentum and the handball out the back, as you touched on, Half, then it's good luck, and your undersized defenders are in for an absolute torrid afternoon, with the likes of Walker and Thilthorpe doing their thing down there.
Yeah, it was a rough second half of that quarter for the Bombers. Great for the Crows. I mean, they really got on top. Centre clearances 6-3. Clearances overall 17-9. It was 8 apiece at one stage, and they've absolutely dominated the back end of that quarter. 17-12 inside 50. 6 marks inside 50-1. They scored 5 goals from stoppage in that first quarter. That's a ridiculous number. Now, we talked about the class of the Adelaide midfield, Curtin and Dawson and Rankin, and it wasn't necessarily those guys kicking the goals, but they were causing the havoc around the contest to create the opportunities for their teammates to be in the change of possession forward of the ball. 5 goals from stoppage in a quarter. I don't think I've ever seen that. So that's a real problem for the Bombers. They've got to find a way to nullify the effect of that Adelaide midfield. They worked hard, 22 tackles to 15 in favour of Essendon, but just can't get their hands on the footy. Too much contested possession going the way of the Crows. Talked about it pre-game. It's an area that they've actually dropped. They've got worse at in the last 5 weeks. The Bombers have gone from 116.8 contested possessions a game to 108.8. So just little things. You talk about small story to tell the big one. Contested possession and clearance of the two, well, largely, for a lot of teams, the two major factors in being able to perform week in, week out to a consistent level and nullify opposition. They cannot get that right at the moment.
I know that coaches don't necessarily love red time goals. What about Essendon? They entered red time leading by 7 points, conceded 5 goals to zip in red time, and trailed by 25 points at quarter time.
Yeah, they got to 25 pretty quick, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, those last 5 goals obviously hurt, make that happen, but they did show a bit early, so hopefully that's a sign of things to come for the Bombers. They can get back on track.
Dawson with 10 disposals, Curtin with 8, while Sam Durham with 8 and Zach Merritt with 8 for the Bombers as we get the second quarter underway, and Merritt on cue gets the clearance, kicks Essendon up towards half forward. Caddy leads out, left the footy behind in the end, trying to tap it forward. Ball Lace gets a hand pass back to Ryan, and now the hand pass to Cumming, who kicks it up the wing, trying to play on McAndrew. Awkwardly got a kick forward to Neil Bullen, and then kicks out in front of Rochelle. Good option, slaps it away from Andy McGrath into the pocket looking for Thilthorpe. Getting back there first, a chance for Artemis. Gets the hand pass away to McGrath, cuts back on his right-hand side. The Bombers captain up the wing, big fly from Caddy. He got right into the back of his opponent in Cumming, who's a little worse for wear as a result. Thankfully, both players are now okay, and the free kick is actually going to go the way of Reece Unwin, who's going to take it on the wing for the Bombers.
Moves it on to Roberts, who kicks out wide for Merritt. Oh, doing a good job getting his hands up and in the way. Ryan, the debutant. Ball comes back to him through Neil Bullen. Off to Ball Ace. Crows on their back flank. Now Curvis cuts a swathe through them and dinks it short. Away to Neil Bullen again. So Crows ball. He moves it to Cumming, the man who was clattered into by Nate Caddy, and manages to get it away to Isaac Rankin. Kicks the Crows inside 50. Thilthorpe, a vice-like grip. Plucks it with Langford right there with him. Reid as well, and he'll go back and kick for his 4th.
Well, I mentioned Zach Reid a few times in the first quarter. I reckon he had 4 kicked on him in the first quarter, and not necessarily could he have done anything else. And it might be 5.
And what'd you say, Half? That's 7 marks inside 50 for the Crows.
Now, yeah.
Ooh. In a quarter and 90 seconds.
Riley Thilthorpe is eyeing a career day against Essendon this afternoon.
Could kick 15 today, Riley.
Trots in, puts his laces through it, and sneaks through. No, misses right. Looking for his 4th, leaves one out there. They are the #1 team in terms of goal-kicking accuracy this season. The Adelaide Crows, 52.1%.
They might get a look at that this afternoon. Robertson's kick a little loose to Harry Jones, and he runs into Thilthorpe, which is not the man you want to cop bare-chested charging into you. He'll get up and try and get his composure, Harry Jones, and in the end, no damage done. Ruck's a little slow to get there. Bryant eventually gets down the tap. Rankin on the move, can't reel it in. As the ball goes out of play in the right forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows. They're 7-3-45 to the Bombers 3-1-19. 2.5 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Braden Maynard, Josh Tracy.
Yep.
Alex Pearce. They're the sort of guys you don't want to be in that position with Thilthorpe just coming at you full-chested.
Rankin roves the tap, gives it off to Dawson, who floats a high kick to full forward, swatted away by Jones. Artemis taps it to Reid. Don's on their last line, back to Jones. Exiting kick towards defensive 50. Cook spoils it away. Now loose ball to be won. Onto it quickly is Redmond, tackled by Dawson, who gets into him. Gets one back on the tagger. It's early to be looking at this, but Riley Thilthorpe's career best day, 6 goals. Kicked 3 in the opening quarter, had a shot for his 4th to begin the second. Free kick.
I feel like Riley would have his steak like very rare. You know?
Mustard guy?
Blue. I reckon it'd be the cooked blue. Maybe
Is
a little.
Cooked?
Yeah, just drifts over the flames.
Just
and
a
onto
waft.
the plate.
A waft over the flame.
0437 774 774. If anyone knows how Riley Thilthorpe likes his steak. Unwin kicks inside 50 for the Bombers. They've got it up towards the 50 now. For half a moment, Kako was going to take the advantage. He won't. Peter Wright's going to get a free kick. Just too tall for Ball Ace, who's given away the free kick. And Peter Wright will get another look at trying to put through his second goal.
The world's best defenders having some challenges today down there. And come up against a man the size of Peter Wright. If he's going to attack the footy really strongly, which he's done a couple of times today, it's good signs for the Bombers. It's always going to be hard to defend.
He had kicked goals in his previous 4, Peter Wright, as he tries to get some rhythm alongside Nate Caddy. He likes this off the boot from the right forward pocket. Peter Wright puts through his second. An important goal for the Bombers after the last 5 goals of the quarter. went the way of the Crows. 7 of the last 8 goals in the game, and the margin is back to 20 points the Adelaide Crows way. 7-3-45 to the Bombers 4-1-25. Peter Wright with his second, down to Marnie Vinall on the boundary.
I have to say, as a vegetarian, that steak chat was making me feel a little bit unwell. But just then, Sam Durham looked up at the board and saw the tackle difference, 24-16, Crows with the advantage, and he said, "Oh," and then a word I can't repeat on the ABC.
Yeah, well, I've spoken a bit about Sammy Durham and the fact that he has this almost visceral response when they're going poorly, Essendon, and it's usually ends in physicality, him laying a big bump or a big tackle or trying to do something to lift the team. Crows by 20, back in the middle. Bryan and McAndrew both share it. Merritt's in there, feeds it out. Sharp kicks the Dons inside 50. Called for a throw, Merritt.
Gee whiz, what they're getting away with these days. Probably was on the replay. You just about do whatever you like with the footy these days.
A bit of a shuffler, that one, wasn't it?
As long as you move it.
So Ray Chamberlain has spoken to us about the hand just needing to catch up to the plant hand rather than being the propelling force, as Dawson gives it off to Hawker. Hahn kicks the Crows inside 50. Neil Bullen taps it out onto it. Archie Walker centering kick, unselfish, and he finds McAndrew.
What a kick.
In a central position, 25 out, directly in front. And we'll get a look at the big ruckman and his set shot routine.
Well, this is a long way from going through the big sticks, just by the way, from what I've seen of the big fella with his set shot routine. I hope it goes through for him. How many goals has he kicked in his career? Wouldn't have been... Has he kicked one yet?
He's kicked 6.
He's kicked 6, hasn't he? I've seen him...
2, actually, half.
He's kicked 6 wobblers, is that what you...
Well, the ones I've seen him miss
I'm excited to see
have
these.
been sideways.
I want to have a close look.
Gone,
oh,
look at this.
he's side on.
He's done his little skip approach, his drop punt in.
Told ya! Don't doubt my research.
It's not just a suburb.
He started looking at us.
Crows by 21, 6.5 minutes into the second term.
Question is, how did he get 6 to go straight?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, Roberts out of defence, up to the wing, and Keane takes the intercepting mark. That excitement from Bob Murphy when he came side on was the same excitement when Daniel Harford rocked up and saw Bob in his pants and trademark runners this afternoon.
Who says this isn't a blockbuster today?
Pryor for the Bombers up the wing. In the end, it's spoiled away by Worrell. Got it down to the front. Unwin tries to knock it on for the Bombers. That might work. Sammy Durham tries to do likewise, but ball ace gets down low. Gets the hand pass away to Ryan. On to Boo. Up and under kick for the Crows. Defender. In from the side coming. Couldn't do it. Now has to try and lay the tackle on Nick Bryan. Spills out. Only gains a few metres. Archie's desperate. Can't knock it clear. Pryor gets a hand pass out to Merritt. Not that pretty at the moment from either side. As this kick misses the target. Miss McGrath. Keys comes charging in. Tries to knock it forward. Tex Walker. Tackle brought down. Not sure he hit the footy. Play on's the call. Soligo slides in. The Bombers try and lock him up. This is at right half forward for the Crows. And the umpire will throw the ball in loft.
Could have been a horrible turnover there for the Bombers.
Yeah, dangerous kick, poorly executed, and even the skipper, Andy McGrath, would have loved him just to body line that ball.
Crows by 21, McAndrew down, but taking it centre field, gives it off to Durham, who moves it on to Unwin. His kick dribbles along the ground and taken quickly there by Ryan, the debutant, who's taken high. Crows ball, forward to the wing, feeds the handball away to Rankin. There's a bit of afters going on. Rankin kicks it high inside 50. Thilthorpe hands to it, no mark. Roving Durham snaps it clear, and Rankin takes it back for the Crows, 60 out from goal. Looks to the pocket. Guess who? Thilthorpe. He marks right on the boundary line, deep in the right forward pocket.
I think I'll pay it.
25 metres out, and this will be a tough ask. Left foot snap coming from Big Riley.
Let's have a look on the replay. It was certainly tight. You thought he was out?
Yeah.
Yeah, my initial response was in.
I was in as well. Just in.
Ironically, there's no breeze in this pocket, despite the similar circumstances to the...
Left foot snap, curling back, not quite enough. This is across the face. Crows by 22 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, Marnie Vinall.
Josh Worrell at the bottom of that scuffle, and he looked like it took a while to get back to his feet, and they're still getting stuck into him, interestingly enough.
Thanks, Marnie. There's a few little byplays to keep an eye on with the contest. Adelaide leading by 22 points. The Bombers in the back pocket. Farrow works it over the top, and Andy McGrath has it. There's Sullivan Roby this afternoon, and this is not a great kick. Rankin was fully awake where it was going. And he beautifully slid in front of Mason Redmond and takes the intercepting mark. You can't do that when Isaac is in the vicinity.
I emailed that to Isaac this morning. This is what I'm going to do. So we'd know. It was that predictable what was going to happen then. The whole stadium knew it. And Isaac said, I'll take a piece of that.
They played juniors together. Very familiar about that whole setup.
That was bad.
Isaac Rankin is going to kick across his body from 45 metres out in the left forward pocket for his second. He doesn't let a good opportunity go begging. Taking the intercept mark from the McGrath kick and making sure Essendon paid the full toll, the Rankin toll. And Adelaide lead by 28 points once more after Peter Wright's goal at the other end. 8-5-53 to the Bombers, 4-1-25. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy.
It's a McGrath Foundation. It was charity, wasn't it?
Oh, nice. Benny.
That's good. That's very good.
Just such a costly,
bad read,
obvious mistake, isn't it? From captain of a footy club.
Those shorts to 50-50s I used to get taught.
Yep.
I pass that on to all lots of players that I've coached.
I think that's sort of lesson 4 after keep your feet.
Yep.
Probably a couple
get the wings out when you're shepherd, but we've forgotten that. That's in the bin.
Those shorts to 50-50s, certainly in your back 50.
Restart in the middle, and the Dons come away with it through Redmond. Kicks up towards Harford, intercepted there for the Crows by Nankervis. Tumbles it up towards their half-forward line, but it's just bobbled around. They play a little bit of volleyball. Redmond goes in, spits it out. Now Setterfield. Stolen by Taylor. Crows back with it. Out to Michael Annie. Kicks to a lateral leading Rochelle. And marks 45 metres out, very close to the boundary line.
That's more poor defence from the skipper. He was just ball watching as that ball was bobbling around centre-half back there for the Bombers. Rochelle just dropped out the back without him even knowing, then led to the pocket. He's always going to get that ball. Andy McGrath's
had a poor quarter.
He's had a minute he'd like to have back, I reckon.
Yeah, he's had a poor quarter. Well, he didn't body line the ball a couple of minutes before the turnover by foot. So he's in a bit of a rut, the skipper. See if he can get himself out of it.
Josh Rochelle has kicked 3+ in his last 2 games against the Dons from a very tight angle, right on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
Look at him.
He gives it the double teapot, nods his head and says, yeah, how do you like that? What a finish. Crows by 34. And you feel like they might be running up a score on the Dons. 9-5-59 plays 4-1-25. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
What do they call it? Flow state.
Flow state, yes.
That's what Adelaide, after the first 15 minutes of the first quarter, they have got themselves into that flow state. And you can see them having fun. And no one has more fun on the footy field than Rochelle. You're quite right, Benny. He gave it the double teapot. For those that aren't familiar with that, it's a red carpet manoeuvre. He's your classic forward pocket introvert, Josh Rochelle, isn't he?
Shy and retiring type.
He's a nice player to watch.
This is threatening to get a double R ranking at the moment. If Rochelle and Rankin are going to start kicking goals like that, back in the middle of the ground, trying to break away, and locked up is Will Setterfield on the bottom of the pack. Mason Redmond alongside Jordan Dawson for this stoppage. Brian reaches up, wins down the tap. Saligo trying to get a half pass away, brought down by Setterfield. Umpire said holding the ball. That's a very quick whistle.
A few of those today.
So Saligo has been penalised, and Setterfield, in fact, it's Sharp who's going to take the free kick in the middle of Docklands. He veers out to the right and laterally sends it, a safe kick out to the wing. That's where Redmond takes the mark. Can work it up to right half forward, where Farrow does take it. Thought about the hand pass. Artemis kept running, ignored that. Now back behind his mark, momentum's lost. So veers out to the left, Farrow, and drives it inside 50. Daywicks flew, spills to the back. Caddy trying to spin out of traffic. Worrell got him. By the letter of the law, that should be holding the ball as well. The umpire will ball it up, though. There's a couple of bobbles of the ball, and maybe in the end he didn't have that much of an opportunity.
Up it goes. Brian ends up soccering it on. Caddy takes it. Dispossessed in the tackle, coming through Alashka. Now Setterfield. Able to snap it back to a central position. Big launch from Clark, drops the mark. Daywicks at the fall of it. The Crows are there. Worrell does well, gets it out. Now on the last line, Cook. Away to Dawson from his defensive goal square. Penetrating kick. Keys does well, keeps it in front of himself. Gets rid of it to Nankervis, who takes them on. Runs off the back flank and kicks up to the wing. Walker's there and he outpoints a couple. Marks looks long inside 50. trying to get it towards the debutant in Ludwig.
Clark's in trouble down the other end after that big hang.
He might have hurt his left knee, Clark.
So Essendon back with the footy and McGrath at fullback. Crows by 34, quarter hour mark.
He's trying to get it up to Bryan on the wing. Thilthorpe in from the side, spoils it out of play.
Quarter hour mark of the second term, I should say. Crows by 34.
The players are lined up, ready to come back on. And Curtin is one for the Adelaide Crows. The Bombers have all four ready to come back on, including Zach Meredith. Angus Clark slowly gets to the field. He's jumping leg, that left knee, just a little worse for wear as he heads straight down the race in front of Marnie. Keep an eye on that. Adelaide, who led by 25 points at quarter time, lead by 34 here in the second quarter. Rankin off hands, gathers on the wing, sends it up towards 50. Oh, Rochelle went back with a flight. Ludwig spoiled it down. In the end, it's into the middle of the ground. That's where Johnson's over the footy, and in the end, he can't knock it clear with Billy Dowling locking him up. Edge of the centre square for the Crows, just short of half forward.
Nice high ball up from the umpire, and Thilthorpe gathers at ground level, hurries the kick inside 50. Too hot for a Shelley. They keep it moving forward. Reed's got a problem. Plays a little bit of tunnel ball. In the end, Rochelle picks it up. He's tackled. Can't fight through the tackle. Ball upcoming, right forward pocket here for the Crows. The Rucks take their time to get down there. Right taps the boundary side and out next to the behind post, so throwing coming. Adelaide by 34, 16 played, second term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And here the Crows, travelling army. Now here in numbers at the other end of the locket end. Thilthorpe wins down the tap for the Crows. Tex Walker lays the tackle at the bottom of the pack, giving the ball back to the umpire. As the Bombers defender, Kondo Giannis gives it back. Thrown up, Thilthorpe taps it down, but straight to Farrell, the Bombers. Clearing kick up towards half-back. Caddy has to present. Back with the flight. Couldn't take the mark. Max Michelani spills away of Nankervis. Hand pass to Hall Kahan. Hurries the kick inside 50. Intercepting mark taken by Artemis, and he feeds Farrow. The Bombers away on half-back.
They're just training handballs, and Farrow goes back to Reed, who kicks it back to Farrow. Very wide out. Footy-loving kid, Jacob Farrow, had every club's jumper as a child, all 18, as he kicks around the wing.
Really?
Yep, drafted out of West Perth in the WAFL.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Turnover with this kick, though. Intercept mark for Worrell.
Put that down for WA mention number one.
Worrell kicks around the city side of the ground for the Crows. To the contest, Curtin sticks up a hand, doesn't mark, and the Dons are there. Through Sharp, back to Farrell again. Feeds the handball back to Sharp, who pokes it short. Finds Day Wicks. Expensive exercise too. They're not cheap nowadays, footy jumpers. Crows by 34 points, 18 minutes into the second term.
Day Wicks sends it as long and high as he can up the wing in the direction of Peter Wright, and Caddy and spoils towards the back. Racing onto it, Rye Thilthorpe. That's a great pickup from the big man. He dribbles a kick up to Ben Keys. Gathers for the Crows. Hand pass inboard. Dowling's hand pass never got to the intended Cook, and it's taken away by Merritt. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to El Ashkar. Dribbles a kick looking for Kako. He's beaten for it by Max Michelani. Hand pass to Keys in the back pocket. Gets the hand pass to Nankervis. Links the kick over the top. That's where the mark is taken by Josh Worrell. Adelaide by 34 points.
Worrell kicks around the wing, trying to get it to Hall Kahan. It's just broken up by the Dons, but the Crows are still live. Picking it up, Saligo. Left foot kick, short for Hall Kahan again. Who pokes it on for Archie. Oh. He's bumped into Artemis, going flying in now. Jones picks it up. He's tackled to ground. And a ball up, centre half forward here.
He's got a Cook too from his teammate. Who was that who kicked that ball there? Archie. Walker and Thilthorpe were out the back of their opponents. Get it in deep.
Thilthorpe taps it down, leaving it behind their Setterfield. Now Wright goes in. He's stripped of it. All bobbling around inside 50 here for the Crows. Great handball from Saligo. Out towards Taylor. Rankin bumped off his kick by Day Wicks. Rankin goes again. Still an ugly, scrappy footy to be won. Taylor does win it. Gets it out to Saligo. To Curtin. Fires on goal. Misses right. It wasn't the prettiest little passage of play.
Done a pretty good job to hold on here, the Bombers. It's 12 2, I think, inside 50s this quarter. Might be 12-3.
Crows by 35.
Feels like the dam wall could burst at any moment.
On the Gold Coast, it's Melbourne who lead the Gold Coast Suns by 2 points. 11 minutes remaining in the final term, so I'll keep you across the action of that. Zach Merritt kicks the Bombers up towards half forward. Caught behind Peter Wright, brought down by Ball Lace. Wright gets a hand pass looking for Kako. As he held when not in possession by Michael Annie. Umpire doesn't think so. Cook got a hand pass away. Well, a little casual. Got it away to Thilthorpe in the end. Up against the boundary, kicks up towards Ludovic. Can't juggle the mark. Bumped off balance. McGrath gets a hand pass to Sharp. Down low for Merritt. Dribbles a kick up to El Ashgar. Hand pass back to Merritt. 65 out from home. Kicks looking for Peter Wright. Good centering ball. And despite Adelaide having numbers getting back, Wright was just too tall in the end for Dowling, who tried to get back to support.
Good play in the end by Zach Merritt. Good vision once he got the ball with a little bit of time and space. They did their best to turn the ball over and make it really hard for themselves there, the Bombers. They're getting numbers to the contest a lot. Not owning possession enough, which is the problem, because once they get the ball turned over in those situations, Adelaide have the space to work into, but when they get it right, it looks okay.
Peter Wright has 2 goals so far tonight, looking for his 3rd. An important kick for the Bombers. And he steps up and delivers. Reduces the deficit back to 29 points the way of the Crows. 9-6-60 to Essendon, 5-1-31. 21 minutes gone, second quarter. Down to Marnie Vinall on the boundary ahead of Bomb and Half.
Just got word on Angus Clark. It's just hypertension, so they're taping it up and trying to get him back out on the ground.
So that knee concern for Angus Clark. Some good news there.
That's good news. Nothing major there for Clark. It did look a little bit dodgy when he was hobbling off, but that's okay. Good from Big Peter. He's been a presence in the forward half. It was a 3-on-2, 3-on-1 against him, really, in that space that the ball went into, but it was a well-weighted kick to his advantage. And when you're that big, you don't really need too much advantage if you jump at the footy right like he does.
Back in the middle. McAndrew gets high, hooks it down beautifully for Curtin, who runs away with it. Thumping kick inside 50 for the Crows, bringing it down Ludovic. But onto it, Jones for the Dons, to Roberts, to Langford. They're going backward. Crows swarming. Roberts gets it away towards Pryor. Look out, McGrath has to hurry a kick. Clearing kick is a good one. And Day Wicks gets back to mark on the back flank. Off to Langford, back to Day Wicks. Running off that back flank. He'll kick around the wing and he'll find El Ashgar, who spins after taking the mark, looks inside 50. Caddy, not quite. Lands at ground level. Kako's onto it. Kako, front and square, snaps and misses. It was good ball movement from the Dons. Just needed to be finished off by Kako, who, listen to you pre-game, Bob.
Well, that's his first touch for the day, Isaac Kako. And I just watch him. He tries hard. He tries really hard. But he's always front on looking at the ball carrier. He needs to reference what his key forwards are doing so he can pick up more of those crumbs that we just saw then.
Ball lace long up the wing. Ludovic competed. Dawson knocks it on. It gets towards half forward. Dowling with the hand pass away to coming to Neil Bourne. Lost his footing. He was taken high, though, by Setterfield.
Oh, he went to ground.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Will Setterfield because Neil Bourne lost his balance and tumbled forward. And as a result, the tackle just lingered over the shoulder. Gets the hand pass away to Cumming, drives it inside 50. Walker at the back. Takes the mark in the right forward pocket. He's not 5 metres out from goal. And just the presence in the air for the Adelaide Crows forwards. Just stood his ground in the end.
He had position, which was always the way it was going to be. Knew exactly what was going to happen. It shouldn't have been a free kick. Once you decide to go to ground when you've been upright.
I agree.
For goal number 704, Tex Walker opens up the angle, curls through his second of the evening. And Adelaide answer straight back after the Peter Wright goal at the other end. Back to a 34-point lead, 10-6-66 to the Bombers, 5-2-32. So Riley Thilthorpe has 3, Rochelle has 2, and Tex Walker has 2 now as well.
Yeah, we've seen the replay of that free kick to Neil Bullen. He just slid. He knew he was going to get tackled, so he slid as the tackle came from Setterfield, and he got him high. I reckon that's your prior. You've made a decision to do that. It's like taking the player on.
He does that a bit. Neil Bullen. It's sort of a strategy that he has in his kit bag.
Well, I'm okay if he does it, but don't get a free kick.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's his proof. He gets tackled, he should be holding the ball.
Neil by name, Neil by nature. Couldn't work the bulling in.
No.
Thought about it.
Bull on the umpire.
There we go. 1-2, Harford, Murphy, bang.
Ryan down to Durham. Essendon out of the middle with the clearance. Hurried kick inside 50 in the mark. Taken by Ryan for the Crows. On debut, flares his kick out wide to the back flank. Finds Fleming. Dangerous kick. Chopped off by Merritt.
Well done.
Don's at half forward. Feeds it back towards Durham. He'll kick deep. Has a man down there in Clark. Overshoots him. Bouncing ball just in play. Throwing coming right forward pocket. Crows by 34, their biggest lead of the day, 35. We're 3 minutes of game time away from halftime.
Teased by 8 points over the Gold Coast Suns up at Carrara. Final quarter action there. And earlier it was the Tigers who defeated the West Coast Eagles. So Richmond's third win of the season. Flying shot on goal. After McAndrew tapped it down, Sharp got the hand pass away to Redmond, but his shot is across the face of goal and he's just squeezed it in from behind. So 33-point lead the way of the Crows.
Another one of these Dons from regional South Australia, from Millicent. The Crows just chip it around inside their defensive 50.
Sounds like a nice place, Millicent. Just the name.
Archie at fullback. Exiting kick. Punched away by Jackson Pryor. Reaching over the top. In fact, Kondo Giannis is the man who came through and punched it out of play. So a throw in. 80 around from the attacking goal here for the Dons, who have held up well in their second quarter, as Bob and Half have mentioned. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ryan and McAndrew. They share it in the ruck contest. No room to work as tackled to ground very quickly is Sammy Durham, always scrapping, fighting, trying for the Dons.
Thrown up, Bryant wins down the tap, looking for Durham. He thought he was held when not in possession. Now he lays the tackle on Curtin. Did he have prior opportunity? Umpire just waves play on in the end. Bryant squeezed the kick inside 50. Kako back with a flight, can't take the mark. And Cal Archie gathers for the Crows. Hand pass out to Cumming on halfback. Feeds it back to Ball Ace inside the defensive 50. Chips it back out to Cumming. He's corralled by Farrow, so turns and just chips it back to Ball Ace.
Archie had the whole corridor with numbers and decided to go short and sideways.
Yeah,
they find themselves now at the end as we see an injured player being attended to.
I think it's Clark again.
Clark.
Yeah, he's in the wars at the moment, isn't he? I think he's got a head knock now. He's rubbing the back of his head.
Might have been a bit of friendly fire with Isaac Kako. Yeah, going back with the flight.
So he got that left knee strapped and then has come back onto the field, and I think in one of the first passages plays he's been involved in, he's got one on the back of the head, and the umpire rightfully has stopped play as the doctors have come out, and he's going to go off for a HIA assessment now. So rubbing the back of his head. He's got the arms.
Oh, yeah, it was in the replay.
So trying to get down low, Clark, with that ball inside 50, and Kako's hip has got him to the head.
Yeah, on the side of his head too, so real neck pain as well as back of head pain.
So the umpire now can give the ball back to Mark Keane, and the Irishman can chip it to Hall Kahan. Adelaide leading by 33 points after leading by 25 at quarter time. The Bombers started with the first 2 goals of the game, but have only managed the 3 goals since then. Isaac Rankin working inside the defensive 50. He looks to swing the ball into the back pocket. Finds Keane, who plays on, runs away from 2-metre Peter Wright. Gets the hand pass away to Archie, who sends it out to Ball Ace, but we're back where we started at left half back for the Crows.
Which is at least a good sign for Essendon. They're the easiest team in the comp to move the ball against. So defending well here as Ball Ace kicks around the city wing off the hands of the pack. Littlewick goes in and wins a high free kick. On debut, Archie Ludowick. Picked 50 in last year's draft, still just 18. He gives it off, and the long kick from Isaac Cumming goes up towards half forward at the feet of the pack. Roberts wins it for Essendon. He gives it off to a teammate, Aaron Johnson, who kicks up around the wing, and the Crows will take it back through Ryan. Another one of these debutants for the Crows today who's been impressive. He'll go back to Archie on the back flank. Crows by 33, nearing half-time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And the D's leading by 9 points in Carrara. So the Crows maybe have put the cue in the rack. They're happy just to chip the ball around inside their defensive half. Just a bit of match simulation here in a game. Max Michaelani has it in the back pocket.
Millicent with a population of 4,760.
Yep.
2021 census. 2026 is coming up. Too exciting.
I think he comes from a lobster farming family. Kondianis looks to drive the Bombers inside 50. Nate Caddy flies from behind. Can't come down with the footy. Just the one touch for him. As the ball is gathered by Alashkar, gives it to Caddy, gets a touch here, hand pass to Unwin, one way then the other, back to Caddy, has to cut around a couple of defenders, kicks to the goal square, and waiting for that was Dowling. As the halftime siren sounds, Adelaide leading by 33 points, 10-6-66 to the Bombers 5-3-33. So in that quarter, the Bombers at least quelled some of Adelaide's scoring. The Crows managed 3 goals 4 to Essendon's 2-2. And after leading it by 25 points, the Crows at quarter time, they now lead by 33. 3 goals to Riley Thilthorpe, 2 goals to Rochelle and to Tex Walker. Individuals to Archie, Rankin and Dowling. While for the Bombers, 3 goals to Peter Wright, individuals to Alashkar and Angus Clark. Half-time here at Docklands, and it's the Bombers who trail by 33 points against the Crows, while 4.5 minutes to go, and it's the Demons who now lead by 15 points at Carrara. The thoughts of Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, relatively well-balanced quarter from a Essendon perspective. Anyway, I'm sure Adelaide would like to have extended their lead, but I think Essendon got themselves back on track in a few key areas. They were able to absorb a bit of the pressure in the Adelaide forward 50 and not enable them to score as often as they did in that sort of the last 7 or 8 minutes of that first quarter. But they sorted out their clearance and contest game. They were -8 for clearance in the first quarter, +4 clearance in the second quarter, -9 contested possession the first quarter, +5 in the second quarter. So they went to work on the 2 areas that we talked about at quarter time, Bob, contest and clearance. And as a result, you're able to get territory, able to put the opposition team on the back foot, make them defend, and put them under a bit of pressure, which the Bombers did a little bit. So I think Damon Solomon would be relatively pleased with how they responded after that first quarter.
He might also be relatively worried about whether they can go the distance as well, because currently the Crows' kicking efficiency is 81%, and their inside 50s are 32. So if we get to the end of the fourth quarter and that is inside 50s of 64, and they can keep that disposal efficiency at above 80%, it could be a walloping, because they will go the distance, and it's whether the Bombers can hang in there for long enough.
Earlier, an 11-point win for the Tigers, 12-12-84 to an inaccurate West Coast Eagles 9-19-73. Sam Lawler booted 3 goals in the win for the Tigers, their 3rd of the season, which sees them move above the Bombers, who are now 18th and the bottom of the table. Jack Williams and Jack Waterman both kicked 2 goals for the West Coast Eagles, but Andrew McWalter, the chance goes begging, and match at Carrara, the Demons have taken the lead there, and they currently lead by 14 points with a couple of minutes to go until full time. Make that 15 points there at Carrara. So we'll bring you some reaction as well, including the latest from the Commonwealth Games. But for the moment, let's take you to the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News. Hello, I'm Noni Edwards. US President Donald Trump says he'll order his country's forces to hold off on new strikes against Iran. Larry Buttrose reports.
In a post on his Truth Social platform, Mr. Trump says the US has been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off on any attack, claiming what he termed the parameters of a deal have been reached to end the 5-month-old war. He says the deal would include an end to Iran's nuclear threat and the immediate and complete reopening of the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping. The US has been threatening severe attacks on Iran in recent days over continued Iranian strikes on shipping in the Strait. He says Israel joins him in the commitment. There's no comment yet from Iran.
Police in the US state of Idaho say they're trying to identify a person and determine a motive after a gunman opened fire at a fast food restaurant in the state's south. Multiple people were killed and several wounded in the attack. They say the gunman involved in the incident at the Twin Falls In-N-Out Burger is among the dead. Australia's sending aerial firefighting assets and teams to support French firefighters battling major wildfires across parts of the country. Nearly 250,000 people have been driven from their homes and holiday sites in France as fires devastated 42,000 hectares of forest west of Bordeaux. Emergency Management Minister Christy McBain says the government received a request for support from France last week and is happy to reciprocate, given the help Australia received from France during the devastating bushfires of 2019 and 2020.
We work really closely with a range of our international partners in emergency management. What they're after is a Chinook helicopter and a reconnaissance plane, which will assist. It has capability to continue to fight fires during nighttime operations as well. So we'll be sending those 2 aircraft along with 25 personnel.
Police in Victoria have charged 5 young people after a serious assault on a 60-year-old man who came to the aid of a retail worker in Melbourne's West. Andy Yu has the details.
Yesterday afternoon, the group aged 12 to 15 went into a shop in the suburb of Sunshine and allegedly stole some items. Police say a worker at the shop became involved in a scuffle with them over the theft. A 60-year-old man who worked nearby went to help and was allegedly attacked by the group. He was taken to hospital and is in a critical condition. Police arrested 4 teenagers shortly after the incident and later arrested a 12-year-old at his home. Each child has been charged with affray, violent disorder and intentionally causing serious injury.
Australians with some rare types of incurable brain cancer will now have access to cheaper medication. The drug Voranigo has been listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme for the first time and will now cost no more than $25 per script. Health Minister Mark Butler says the listing will save sufferers tens of thousands of dollars a month.
Without the listing on the PBS, it would cost as much as $28,000 a month, obviously well beyond the means of most ordinary Australian households. This is truly going to give great new hope to this group of patients dealing with this highly debilitating form of brain cancer.
ARIA award-winning Yolngu rapper Baker Boy has received a warm welcome home on the 3rd day of Garma Festival. Nate Woodall reports from East Arnhem Land.
Dozens of adoring fans swarmed Yolngu artist Denzel Baker, better known by his stage name Baker Boy, for his homecoming. He's among a wide range of Yolngu artists taking to the main stage today, including descendants of fellow East Arnhem Land musical royalty Yothu Yindi. The political forum has also seen a cultural exchange between delegates from Australia's Pacific neighbours, representing Fiji, Tonga, Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea. The final Bungal dance ceremony of the weekend will take place shortly before hundreds gather for this evening's musical entertainment.
Sport now in the NRL. Cronulla's cemented its spot in the NRL's top 4 and dented South Sydney's charge with a 32-16 win. The Sharks conceded the first try and had a player in the sin bin early before scoring 5 tries to consolidate a 5th straight win at home. Sharks halfback Nico Hines set a new club record for the most consecutive goals with 32 in a row. And Australia's Rhiannon Ifland has officially become the greatest cliff diver of all time, winning the penultimate event of the season in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The 34-year-old from Newcastle arrived at the historic bridge in Mostar, knowing that victory from the 21-metre platform would seal her 10th World Series title in a row and 48th victory of her career. The win came via a stunning inward 3-somersault half-twist tuck dive into the Neretva River, moving her ahead of Englishman Gary Hunt in the all-time wins list. You're up to date now with ABC News.
What's really in the food we're eating?
A lot of the labels are not true.
A major Australian food investigation yields shocking results. Duped, a 2-part special from Four Corners. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
And Ned Hall here with a Com Games update for you on the final day of competition at Glasgow 2026. Tonight we will see the closing of things in the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, and there's more medals up for grabs for the Australians there. From 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, it's the women's Kieran getting underway. 3 Australians going there: Lilia Tatarinov, Alicia McCraig and Christina Clonan, all in with a chance of picking up medals there. That'll be followed by the men's 40-kilometre points race. Conor Leahy, Blake Agnoletto and Oliver Bledin are all competing for Australia. And then a little later on, Gordon Allen will be racing in the 3,000-metre individual pursuit qualifiers in the men's C1 to C3 category. The events will be finished off in the Velodrome by another opportunity for Lee Hoffman to add to his already extensive medal collection at these games. It's the men's 1,000-metre time trial. Thomas Cornish, Tate Ryan and Lee Hoffman all competing there for Australia. Also getting underway at in about 30 seconds or so from now, it's the netball bronze medal match, which features obviously Australia having lost to Jamaica last night. They'll be taking on England to see if they can pick up a medal and not go home from these games empty-handed. A big shock for them last night, going down to defeat by the Jamaican team. A couple of judokas are in action. The judo takes place all over the course of one day, and the women's under 78 kilo category sees Maria Swan competing for Australia. She's straight through to the quarter-final stage. Her opponent is yet to be decided. And then the men's heavyweight, the 100 kilo plus category, Kayan Osijek Takagai is competing for Australia, and again into the quarter-final stage, yet to find out who he will be competing against. And then there's a pair of para pairs going for gold as well tonight. In the women's category, Louise Hoskins and Serena Bonnell are competing against New Zealand for their gold medal, and Damien Delgado and James Reynolds are also up against New Zealand as they try and finish on a high for Australia and come away with some gold medals from that event. The medal tally as it is already sees Australia pretty much out of sight of the rest of the competition at this year's Commonwealth Games. Currently going into the final day of competition, Australia on 65 gold medals, 41 silvers, 52 bronze, a total of 158. England are the closest competitors there, 26 golds for them and a total of 102. It's about 20 medals down on the 2022 Games in Birmingham, but obviously far fewer events have taken place at Glasgow than we saw 4 years ago. And then the closing ceremony later on tonight, taking place at the Hydro after the netball wraps up in the same facility there. Sandy Tom amongst the performers, but the headline act tonight will be Simple Minds, closing things out at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow for 2026. So back to you guys now out at Docklands. Matt Clinch for the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Ned. Great job as always. So Ned Hall bringing us right up to date with the latest at the Commonwealth Games. The Diamonds, big slip up for them going down to Jamaica in the semi-final there. So they'll play off for the bronze, and Jamaica and New Zealand going at it for the gold medal over there, Half.
That's have to be the biggest disappointment of the Games from an Australian perspective,
would be,
surely.
Yeah.
I woke up and saw that scoreline. What has happened here? This is an April Fool's. And it's not April. I thought it must have been a joke, but they'll be devastated, the Diamonds. They've been raging gold medal favourites.
There's a line in there somewhere about diamonds and pressure, Half, but I just can't quite put it all together at the moment. But it was my criticism for a long time of the Diamonds under Lisa Alexander that they won 85% of their games, but they lost all of the big ones. They lost the Commonwealth Games finals. I think back then, I think it was still a part of the Olympic program. They were losing there. The Constellation Cup finals, they were losing the important ones.
Good champs, yeah.
That has changed a little bit recently, but this is a bit of a slip up for our Diamonds. Have you watched much of the Com Games?
Yeah, bits and pieces. I'm not a massive TV man, so I have a problem with getting to the channel. And I've got to press too many buttons on TV these days.
Yeah,
so I watch.
You know how to get to the footy, but everything else,
Yeah, I've got those channels covered. But I don't work too hard for the other ones. So I still watch bits and pieces. I have made a bit of an effort in the last week to try and. So I like the track. I saw the 4x1, the men 4x1 do a great job and win the first gold for 50, whatever years, 52 years, whatever it was. So that was pretty cool. But I love Worlds. I love the best of the best competing. So if I can find it, I'll watch it.
Yeah, it hasn't captured me quite as much as I might have imagined. I don't know whether as a kid of the early 2000s, like I loved when we had the Melbourne Com Games, but...
Is that 96?
06.
06.
There's a lot of medals, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's almost been too dominant from an Australian point of view to try and keep up with which of the achievements actually deserve the recognition in which they're not probably getting because there are so many medals being won.
Like if you look at the medal tally, we are like 4 times as many as anyone else. 4 times. That's sort of... Now, please don't think I'm trying to disrespect it. It's like inter-school sports sort of stuff. The dominant school just wins and dominates everything. Well, we're the dominant school.
Yeah, we are. Half-time here at Docklands. It's the Crows who lead by 33 points. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts. The Blues and their big win last night over the Brisbane Lions. What does that say about Josh Fraser and his prospects to whether he wants to take the job or not, but certainly everyone else is falling in love with him. And then the prospect of maybe pushing into the top 10 with a 8-point game against St Kilda next week.
I'll tell you what, it's hard to not think, if he wasn't the number 1 seed, that last night's performance doesn't put him into that position. Whatever happens from here. But you'd have to think that his case is pretty strong. Well, in an interesting environment.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Like, it's a very different environment, of course. And you go through the game. What are they, 9-2 now under him?
9-2 under him.
So you go through the games that they won.
That was the one, though. That's real
the one,
shuffler of, like, if you were Josh going through the process. Exhibit A. Here it is, panel.
He's 150 against the back-to-backers.
Yeah.
I did have to go back to the ABC AFL Daily podcast from the 5th of July when one Daniel Harford said, look, the way this will play out is Josh Fraser will say, I'm not interested. He'll miss all of the early parts of the early interview rounds. Then he'll get a tap on the shoulder. And they'll say, come straight through to the final round of interviews. And sure enough, Daniel Harford has read this book before and picked it from a long way out exactly how it would play out. So flowers to you, Harf.
Well, it wasn't that hard to read that.
No, Nostrahafus.
Nostrahafus. Us SAC coaches, we know stuff at times.
But
wasn't that hard
to the David Teague 2019, 5 wins and 6 losses from the last 11, and that's the narrative they're going to have to try and push against. But then you pose the question, Bob, about the process in which they've started, and it feels like there's some clear candidates there as to what that process will look like now if Carlton get into finals, and then their number 1 candidate might be the man doing the job.
I'm not sure if there's been a more unusual season for a club than what Carlton's enduring this year. It is quite something. And still with plenty of chapters to be written, perhaps.
Absolutely.
No caretaker has taken their team to the finals. So we're counting wildcards as finals. And language is important in this. Whether it counts as a finals win, should Essendon get there next year, etc. Unlikely, but if they were to. It would be significant if he does that.
Well, it's not just the performance, it's the improvement in the players.
Yeah.
Now, I know, it has the free hit, so to speak, quotation marks, allowed them to just go out and be a bit more expressive.
We're past that, though, aren't we? The sugar hit, free hit. It's been more...
I think it's more substantial.
It does feel more substantial.
Yeah, but there are people who are saying, well, it's still, there's been nothing on the line, and they've ridden the wave of energy and momentum and all that sort of stuff. So, and I sort of get that to a degree. I think it's more substantial because he's getting unbelievable improvement from players that were either severely out of form or hadn't been seen yet or been rarely seen. And that's what we saw last night. Now, it was a one out of the box night last night. That's not going to be replicated too often, you wouldn't think. But I tell you, it goes to show what he's been able to do with his coaching staff, although a lot of them have obviously been there with Vossi, and he was there with Vossi. It does show what he's been able to do in terms of the mindset, but also the framework of play, offensively and defensively. It's been super impressive, and last night was just the perfect night.
So the significance of Patrick Cripps' milestone game last night alongside Nick Haynes, and then they don't leave Docklands for the rest of the home and away season. So 8-point game against the Saints, and they take on the Western Bulldogs, and they have the Fremantle Dockers here at Docklands to really test their mettle, and by that stage the Dockers will have probably secured the minor premiership, so they're just playing for the preparation of finals, knowing they have the week off after that.
Yeah, well, next Sunday, Carlton secures it.
Yep.
Is that us?
Sunday night game.
Sunday night. Oh, probably too late for Bob.
We'll see how tonight goes.
Bedtime Bob's got a... No, it's like a 7 o'clock start.
It's a 7:20 start.
In trouble.
I'm as much judging you three this evening to make the judgment call myself.
As to whether it's worth your time.
You can rate me, that's fine. This is the panel we're working off, but just know it's coming back the other way as well.
Freo and Melbourne, Saturday Arvo's big as well. As much as the game that it is for Fremantle to have a full dress rehearsal going to the MCG and winning a big game there, isn't it, Bob?
Well, interstate clubs who want to have a tilt at it, they want as many opportunities to play on the MCG as they can. And in the lead into a final series, they've ticked off just about everything else. Fremantle, so to be given more time on the MCG where they'll be hoping to play a big month of footy is a pretty rolled gold opportunity for them. They haven't put a foot wrong for a fair while, the Dockers.
What did you make of the media byplay with Ross Lyon and the journalists of the Blues improved in more ways in 11 weeks than what the St Kilda side has improved in 20-odd rounds?
Well, it's hard to argue with the fact. I mean, the facts are pretty clear. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. So you can, when you're inside the camp, you're obviously going to get you back up a little bit on those sort of things. So that's cool. I understand that. Represent your people. But the facts of the matter are, they are. They've improved more. How can you deny that?
Well, I think it's more the questioning about, you know, the role of the journalists and whether Ross is giving adequate answers for where they sit at the moment, which is a side which hasn't beaten anyone above them in the top 9.
Yeah, well, but that's...
They did beat the Blues, though, last time they played them. That was against Michael Voss, though.
That was the irony last night, wasn't it? The win for the Blues meant they had beaten their team in the top 10. The bad news was that St Kilda were now out of the top 10.
Second half underway. Adelaide by 33 points. It's Jordan Dawson who gets the clearance, feeds off the hand pass. The kick from Rankin up inside 50. The Bombers have the numbers. Langford's able to gather. He sends a kick up towards half-back. Merritt in the end, spoils it. Cook keeps it alive, though, for the Crows. Kicks an end-over-end ball up towards half-forward. Roberts gathers at best. Hand pass away to McGrath. Keen to redeem himself after a couple of poor moments in the second quarter. Kicks up to Unwin. Gets the hand pass inboard. Not great there on that occasion. And the turnover takes place. Jordan Dawson takes it back for the Crows. Hand pass away to Cumming. They're out now. Archie takes 2 bounces. He gets to right half-forward. Thilthorpe's in the square. Pushes Reid underneath, and you know how it ends. Riley Thilthorpe marks just a metre out from goal. In fact, it wasn't Reid. I've got to apologise there. It was Max Kondoyanis who was the one in the goal square, but it didn't matter who it was. You weren't going to win that battle.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're not big enough and strong enough to take on Big Riley in that one-on-one situation. Read the drop. He read the ball beautifully. That's the art of that. So it's not so much the strength. He knew where the ball was going to land, so he positioned himself and his defender, who was in front of him, in the appropriate position so he could be the one to leverage off him and get back to the ball first. So that's craft as much as strength.
Does lend the question why Reid isn't playing on Thilthorpe, but this is for his 4th. He has 3-2 tonight. Now put him down for 4. Riley Thilthorpe, having kicked 3 in the opening quarter, starts on the right tone for Adelaide fans in the third quarter. And they now lead by 39 points. 11-6-72 to the Bombers, 5-3-33. Just 2 minutes gone in the third term on ABC Sport. A warm welcome to our listeners who have joined us from Carrara. The Demons with Victoria there. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts. Adelaide led by 25 points at quarter time, by 33 at half time. The Bombers kicked the first 2 goals of the game, but Adelaide really has had command since then onwards.
It was Reid. Just have a look at that replay again. Clinchy, you're right the first time.
I was right.
Don't doubt yourself, Clinchy.
I shouldn't have doubted myself.
It was Reid. He's had a rough night, but he's not getting a lot of help.
Just got a bit of mail that Thilthorpe, ribeye, blue steak and no cutlery. Just bare hands.
Brian taps it down in the restart. Onto it, Saligo, gives it out to Dawson. Crows ball. Out to Hawker Hahn. Kicks inside 50. Walker marks. He thinks about giving it off. 47 metres out, but he'll go back and kick for goal. Marnie Vinall on the boundary.
Things not looking good for Angus Clark, who is officially ruled out with concussion. So not good news for Bombers fans, who look like it might be a rough second half.
Tough day for him.
Yeah, rough.
Hyperextension of the knee, and then little knock to the back. Well, not little. A pretty heavy knock to the back of the head now with concussion. Taylor Walker from range. Not his best kick. Yuck. It floats very wide and right. Like a flower bag.
Yeah, the old flower bag. It's exactly
the old flower bag. Crows by 40 points, 3 minutes into the second half. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
You used to kick rolled up socks through doors.
Yes. I did, yes.
That was the best.
The sliding door where you just to tighten the angle. Yep.
Roberts into Andy McGrath. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Sends it up the wing. Wright can't take the mark against McAndrew, but he does gather it. Hand pass to Setterfield. Away to Merritt. Works it over the top. Setterfield gets it back. Centre wing on the outer side. He has Day Wicks at half forward. Worrell did his work early. Crashed into him and takes an intercepting mark. It's a little worse for wear, though, as he has it at right half back.
Winded himself, I think, maybe.
Tentative kick inboard for Neil Bullen as he's down on all fours, and a trainer will come out and just check he is okay. Inboard to Keane, who has it at centre half back for the Crows. Adelaide by 40 points. Dinks the kick out to right half back. Barely 15 in the end.
I haven't been winded for a long time. Really enjoying this part of my life.
Hawker Hahn worked it to Saligo, sends it up to half forward. Langford takes it back for the Bombers. Hand pass to El Ashker, out to the wing. Not a great hand pass from Day Wicks. They might still make it work, though. Setterfield's hand pass to McGrath. Looks out laterally, and Peter Wright marks it right half forward. He's been the shining light for the Bombers with 3 goals so far. He looks into the pocket. Caddy's on the move. He looks up, presents, and marks. Too strong on this occasion for Worrell. He's still not quite 100%. But Caddy, who's tried hard, he's had just the 3 disposals, but finally gets a look at goal.
Well, Worrell, he didn't really want to make body contact after that problem he had across ground 2 minutes ago. Didn't look like he ever really wanted to make body contact. That's exactly what he would normally have done.
Still a bit uncomfortable. He's still grimacing.
Yeah, something's wrong.
A fortnight ago, Nate Caddy missed the Bombers win. Had to go to hospital with some unusual heartbeat. He comes in and misses to the right-hand side here from 35 metres out. The rhythm of the heartbeat was what I was trying to say, but a minor score for Nate Caddy. So he didn't get to sing the song. Adelaide's lead is 39 points.
Kick in from Keane, finds...
Arrhythmia.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Just wasn't confident I'd spit it out.
Dowling kicks it to Walker, who marks on the wing, dribbles a kick forward. Langford able to gather the footy. Back flank for the Dons. Clever bouncing handball. Finds Kondo Giannis. Sweeping handball out wide to Day Wicks. Day Wicks gets rid of it to McGrath, who goes zigging and zagging through them on a slalom run. He'll kick inside 50 here for the Dons, and hook and mark.
And Peter Wright leading at him directly 20 metres away and just chose to kick to a 2-on-1 against. It's a bad option.
Intercept mark as he moves it out wide to Michael Annie. So the Crows in possession. City side of the ground, kicks around the wing and knocked down off hands there from Brian, and the Dons back with it. Quickly back the other way through Setterfield. Shorts it to Merritt, and the Dons with it on the wing.
Gave it away to Peter Wright, trying to pull his kick at the last moment because he spotted Sam Durham free at half forward, but resulted in a turnover, and the intercepting mark taken by Isaac Cumming.
It's fatigue. Yeah, as fatigue set in here for the Bombers. They're just losing their shape and their structure, and it's starting to look a little bit wobbly off the ball as much as it is in the contest.
Only 6 minutes into the third quarter. Keane feeds it around the bat. Rankin with a long kick looking for Rochelle. He's worked out of it by Roberts, who races back after it. Hand pass away to Langford. Just arched the back, got away from Archie. Kicks out boundary side. He was a good kick that found Mason Redmond and just relieved a bit of the pressure.
That was that.
That was that, yeah.
Great kick into the middle of the ground for Artemis.
Keep going outside.
Artemis, and he'll give off the handball to Kondo Giannis. Now Artemis on the logo, chips it short. Kako marks. Crows by 39. Kako kicks to a leaning right, drops the mark. Coming through Artemis, gathers the footy, steps around a couple, kicks on goal. It'll go to the goal square. Caddy drops the mark, time to recover, steps a couple, snaps and goals. No, he misses to the right-hand side. I wanted him to goal.
Yeah, it would have been a great goal.
He turned 2 of them inside out. The goal umpire went scurrying to their left, and he just couldn't quite finish. 2 behinds for Nate Caddy.
It's like the Moomba Masters when they shortened the ski rope on the slalom. Adelaide's just lengthening theirs defensively in transition to Essendon, just allowing a fair bit of space through the middle of the ground for them to come back at them when they get the ball back. They just start shortening it as they're getting further into the repecharges there at the Moomba Masters.
Kahan into Rankin, up to 14 disposals. He kicks up towards half-back. Keys thought he had the arm chopped. The umpire didn't agree. As it's balled out of play by Johnson of the Bombers. Adelaide 11-7-73, leading the Bombers 5-5-35. 8 minutes gone in the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts. McAndrew wins down the tap. Sharked away by Zach Merritt. Got it down to Sam Durham. Drives it inside 50. Clears Kako and a couple of the other small forwards. Wright tries to knock it out. Unwin gathered. Nice sidestep. Hand pass to Peter Wright. Got it away. Elasker into the open goal. And he kicks it truly for his second. Bombers just kept the ball alive, and in the end, were able to finish in front of goal. And one against the trend after Riley Thilthorpe kicked truly in the opening 2 minutes of the third quarter. The Bombers answer back. The margin is 32 points. 11-7-73 the Crows to the Bombers 6-5-41.
Well, again, they've been good at the source this quarter so far. Outside that first couple of minutes where Thilthorpe kicked that goal, they've been pretty good at the source. And their transition run back at Adelaide has made them defend. And they're getting ahead of the footy a little bit. It's a forward handball.
Yeah, the ski rope is pretty long there.
Yeah, they've got it too long, the Crows, at the moment. They need to just tighten it up. But good by the Bombers to keep pressing.
Dean Solomon was happy with it down on the bench.
Apart from the first 2 goals of the game, they haven't been able to kick back-to-back majors, the Dons. McAndrew slapping it down. Durham just dribbles a kick forward. Ball ricochets away, taking it Curtin. Tackled to ground there by Durham. Ball jars out. Merritt squeezes a kick forward, smothered away. Onto it, Dyson Sharp. And a ball up, attacking edge of the centre square.
You're right about Durham. Whenever they play with real intensity and vigour, it's often Durham's in the thick of it.
Sharp wins it again for the Dons. Goes backwards with the handball to Johnson, who gives it to Merritt. Now to Pryor, right foot kick for Kako, 55 out. Kako can look inside 50, trying to get it to right. Off his hands, comes down for Ryan, and then it's flicked away for the Crows to McAndrew, to Dawson, who chips it to Dowling. 60 out from his defensive goal for the Adelaide Crows. 32 points to the good, 10 minutes into the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Worrell seems to be okay now as he swings the ball into the back pocket. He's able to find Michael Annie, who looks out wide, coming as the target. Artemis works him underneath it and then races back after it.
Hold on,
to the Bombers. Good one-on-one victory.
Really good.
Hand pass back to Roberts. Tries to get it over the top to Durham. Knocking it forward, Artemis once more, having a couple of good moments. Hand pass boundary side to Durham. He sidesteps Keane, the Irishman, and then gets past Keys. Hand pass over the top to Farrow. Back to Sammy Durham, just inside 50, and Worrell says enough of that. Tackles him out of play. He's trying to work the tightrope up against the boundary line, and they gain an extra 15 metres there. Adelaide by 32 points.
Positives here for the Bombers fans.
Playing with spirit.
Yep. And a little bit of system, I reckon, around the contest. They're spreading much better. Winning the ball, importantly, and then being able to spread and get ahead of the Crows.
McAndrew tapping it down. Get another ball up. 60 out from the attacking goal here for the Dons. Adelaide by 32. McAndrew hooks it down. Onto it quickly. Here's Cook. He'll feed the handball forward to the run of Rankin. Slaps it on. Does well to get it to Keys. Been quiet today. He's caught. Holding the ball in the free kick going the way of the Dons, and good defensive effort from Zach Merritt.
Good chase.
Something we've always been able to say about
good chase from Merritt.
He stepped up in this third quarter. He's been very good.
So the Dons back with it as they go back to Reed, and we'll go with their big arcing switch back inside defensive 50.
Slowest switching team in the history of the game.
Oh, Langford to Redmond, and then the kick was over the head of Artemis, and that'll be a lasso free kick, which is the ultimate when it's a skill error in a level of footy where you should be a bit better than that. Neil Bullen takes the free kick, veers out to the right, sends it in the direction of Thilthorpe, and Langford at the back takes the mark. Both Thilthorpe underneath it. Langford looks to switch it this time to the left back pocket. Farrow takes the mark. Roberts is on the run. He chips it out wide in front of him at left half back, and he marks in front of Taylor.
Both of them work extremely hard to get there.
They're trying to leave the space for players to run into, but it just isn't executed all that quickly as Kako runs into that space at left half back, but Adelaide is set down the line. So there's no real other option but to go back and retreat. Johnson's the target.
Go quick, quick, quick.
35 metres out from his offensive goal. They swing it back inside defensive 50 to Reed at half back. Now up the wing.
Better.
Good kick. In the direction of Harry Jones. He marks. Hand pass to Redmond running boundary side. Worrell tries to corral him. Pierces a kick down low looking for Ryan. It clears him. Bounces off Ryan for Adelaide in defence. Gathered by Rankin. Works the hand pass back to Michael Annie. Caddy just corrals him. Michael Annie with no other option but to blaze it long. Dawson the target, and he just rises and takes the mark in front of McAndrew. The skipper takes the pressure away.
Dawson kicking up towards half forward. Thilthorpe plucks it, and he moves it on quickly. Dowling, he's got a man on inside 50, and he moves it onto him now. Ludowick marks, slams the handball. Keys fumbles, dribbles it through. All too easy for the Adelaide Crows. And they're out by 38 points. 12-7-79, plays 6-5-41. 13 and a half minutes into the third term.
Well, a couple of contested marks was the difference there, wasn't it? It was Jordan Dawson first at half back. He saw Thilthorpe have a mismatch. He didn't have Zach Reed on him. Had a really good one-on-one opportunity. Who was it? It was Johnson, Zach Johnson. He's nowhere near big enough. And then from there, it was just off to the races. Every Adelaide player saw what that matchup was, and they just got going. Oh, really took off to the races, and that's how they got numbers ahead of the footy. Good awareness. I mean, that's just good awareness of what's happening in the game from his teammates, Thilthorpe. over that run. It was curtains from there for the Power Bombers. They've been the better team this quarter, but they've just lapsed in some big moments.
Adelaide with 2-1 in this third quarter. Got out by 40 points earlier in the quarter. Thilthorpe into the ruck up against Brian here. Spills down the way of Saligo. Tries to knock it forward. Curtains in there. Can't knock it clear. It's taken by Sharp of the Bombers. Chips it out to Zach Johnson. At half-back, he sidesteps around Taylor. Drives the Bombers inside 50. Where's Caddy? Comes in from the side. Michael Annie was able to spoil it and bring him down. All stuck underneath a couple of Crows, and the Bombers player on the very bottom of the pack is Harry Jones, who gets to his feet. Adelaide leading by 38 points.
Thilthorpe brings it down. Curtin able to gather the footy. He'll then thump it up towards the wing. Marking contest. Walker's there.
Push.
Littlewick was there too. There was a little shove, and the free kick will go the way of Redmond. The Dons want to take the advantage, but it will come back. Crows by 38 points. So Redmond with it. Kicks up towards Day Wicks. Centre half forward here for the Dons. And look inside 50. Sets it up towards the pocket. Looking for Caddy. Thilthorpe's down there. Off his hands. The Crows through Michael Annie. Back to Thilthorpe and a clearing kick.
Tex tries to come up to make a presence. It's spoiled away from him in the end. Didn't get to him. Saligo, hand pass away to Hawker Hahn. Tackled and stripped of it by Redmond, holding the ball. And Essendon take it back at left half forward. Now Redmond has Zach Johnson in the middle of the ground. If he spots him, he doesn't. He sends it to the pocket. Caddy against two. Thilthorpe supports Max Michaelani. Sees the ball out of play for a throw-in. Left forward pocket for the Bombers half.
Sorry, Clinchy. 10-6 inside 50s this quarter in favour of the Bombers.
So they're getting the quantity, but Zach Johnson with his arms wide out, they just don't instinctively look to the open side of the ground nearly quick enough to give themselves better quality inside 50s.
About an extra 20-odd disposals, the Bombers, but they have switched the ball across half-back a lot more. Adelaide gather through Saligo. Hand pass a turnover, though. Farrow gathers. Hand pass to Sharp, centering ball. Daywicks one direction, Cumming the other. Cumming makes the spoil. Spoils out to Artemis at half forward for the Bombers.
Nice.
Chance to reload. Johnson, nice sidestep. Got around Rochelle. Eyes lit up and skews it out to the left. Missed badly. Missed everything in the end. Out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. The Crows by 38 points.
Nice balk, though.
Yeah. I expect a better finish from a Pro College first 18 premiership winning captain.
Cook with a long kick up to the wing. Off the hands of the pack, down in front. Coming through Taylor. Onto it, Roberts. Back feeds the handball to Redmond. Redmond kicks infield and finds Johnson. Johnson with the forward handball here for the Dons. Away to Roberts. Caught holding the ball. Caught cold. Taylor picks it up. Kicks the Crows up to half forward. Rochelle can take it. He's got men on inside 50. Ignores a couple. Gets onto his left. Makes it difficult for himself.
Beautiful.
And he finds Hawker Hahn. 45 out directly in front, and he will go back and kick for goal. I did see Connor McDonald, Hawk, in the house at half-time as I was getting a few refreshments. I said, what are you doing here, C-Mac? He said, watching my friend Noah Hawker Hahn. Sorry, Hugo Hawker Hahn. Hawker Hahn's the singer.
Both elite.
You're tight with Connor, are you? Running with C-Mac?
C-Mac.
C-Mac's pretty tight. It's pretty tight.
I think I said Connor, but I just said C-Mac then.
Was it a handshake or a bro shake? Or
No bro shake. No, nothing.
Did you bring it in?
Hugo Hawker Hahn. He crosses the Great Divide. From outside 50, he thumps it through. And the Crows lead by 44. And they come from everywhere to celebrate with him. His first goal in AFL footy in game number 8. What a find he's been out of the mid-season draft. He was on Sydney's list, went back to Williamstown and has earned a second chance, and he is taking it. Marnie Vinall before Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Just a bit of a curious one. James Wallace hasn't played any minutes yet this quarter, so he's just been sitting on the bench. It's not as if the Crows are under a lot of pressure in their defensive half, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll see if I can find out.
Good pick-up, Mance. Very good pick-up.
So he did play all the first quarter and 29 and a half minutes of the second quarter. So yeah, is that rotation or is that an injury that we're not aware of? Thanks, Marnie. Back in the middle of the ground. It is a free kick going the way of the Adelaide Crows. Wright gave it away against McAndrew. He gives it away to Hawker Hahn. having kicked his first goal in footy. He wants to add to this, driving it inside 50. Free kick for a hold as Archie took the intercept. Took the mark inside forward 50, but he ragdolled Pryor. And the umpire said that was before the ball was in the vicinity. Do you reckon it was there, Bob?
On first look, it looked like Archie may have been penalised for just being too strong.
Too rough.
Not something I can speak a lot to, but just eyeballed it.
Although Craig McRae,
well,
felt the wrath. We know that.
Fly. Give us a text, Fly, 0437 774 774, just to confirm my dominance over you.
Pryor kicked up to Peter Wright on the wing. Back inside defensive 50 to Wright. Now to Roberts, who has it on the paint of the defensive 50. Pryor runs around the back. Why not? Give him the hand pass. And he trots away from Cal Archie. Looks into the middle of the ground.
Good kick. Good
sharp. At full stretch, was just able to hang on. He's between wing and half forward for the Bombers. They have shown better intent in this second quarter. But it's 3-1 now, so not much on the scoreboard. McGrath inside 50, Wright presents, can't take the mark. McAndrews got back, got a spoil in there, then clear and kick up to Curtin. He's tackled, spun 360, eventually got a hand pass away. Back to Worrell, hand pass away. Pressure came on Ryan. The debutant got it away to Nankervis, who fends off the tackle from Isaac Kako. Kicks up towards Rochelle. Reed's underneath it and he takes the mark. The Bombers defender across half-back with Adelaide leading by 44 points.
Good mark from Reed. It's been a tough day for him, but that was a mark of timing and courage.
Reed wants to switch it to Redmond, who moves it on to Kondo Giannis. Crows by 44 points. He'll kick up to half forward. Looking for a marker, but getting back. Worrell intercept marks for the Adelaide Crows, back flank.
Pretty confident going back with the flight there, so seems to have gotten over his little ailment from earlier.
Nate Caddy doesn't get a lot of easy touches, does he? No. He really does rely on that athleticism.
Crows quickly, now bouncing off that back flank as Dawson goes to key, centering kick. Rochelle bursts through his hands, and McGrath takes it for Essendon. 1-2 with Setterfield, running off the back flank, runs a long way, handball back to Setterfield, handball to Kondo Giannis. Kicks around the wing, up towards Unwin. Worrell there with him. Both miss it out the back it goes. Shepherding free kick, and it will go the way of the Crows. So a free kick going the way of Worrell between the back flank and the wing. Adelaide by 44 points, 22 played. Third term. Only had 4 goals kicked, only 4 minutes away from three-quarter time in terms of game time.
And Curvis into the middle of the ground. Rankin has it. A couple of goals. 1 goal for him so far. Hawker Hahn kick smothered. In the end, Adelaide are able to work it back through Hawker Hahn. Gets the hand pass away. Ryan drives it inside 50. Alchi. Great one-handed catch. He just flew it in the front of the pack, got his right mid up to it and was able to hang on to it. And that is what he can do, but Adelaide fans, they wouldn't have felt like they've seen enough of it. Just his 5th game for the season. Yeah. But with finals on the horizon, he is an important piece.
Yeah, I reckon you're right, Clinchy. They would have been very excited about that signing to get Callum Archie as part of the roster at the Adelaide Crows, but just hasn't seen enough of it. But it's not a bad time to get rolling. A month to go.
4 goals in the grand final last year. Cal Archie from directly in front, 35 metres out. Celebrates with a love heart to the Crows fans as he puts through his 2nd. And the Crows are looking to get a move on. They move to 14-7-91 to Essendon 6-5-41. The margin is now 50 points. And I'm interested half in the coaching challenge for Matthew Nicks. So 4 goals to 1 in this 3rd quarter. Trying to get a side to boost their percentages. Probably not the most appealing thing, but Brisbane losing last night.
Yeah.
Adelaide with victory today will move into 4th spot on the ladder. They've got a better percentage than the Demons. They have the Tigers next week and then Fremantle the week after. So 2 sort of relatively easy games, and then Fremantle in Perth.
You've got to make your hay when you can, when you've got the opportunity to do so, and that's one of those today for the Crows. I mean, they're a superior team. We've seen that. Credit to the Bombers for the way they fought this out. The 2nd term and more so in this 3rd term. I think they've tried to control possession and take the energy out of the game from the Crows' perspective. But if you are the Crows, you've got to find a way to get your foot on the throat pretty quick here.
McAndrew wins the tap down onto it. Curtin, who gives it off to Hawker Hahn again. Flower bag inside 50 with a kick. Low down Langford takes the mark for Essendon defensively.
His nickname. Low down Langford.
Low down Langford. Cole Langford kicks laterally out wide to our man Jacob Farrow with All 18 club jumpers. Shorts it to Sharp. That's broken up. Short to a 50-50 half as the Crows work it out through Cook and Rankin. Now Dawson off to Ryan. Steps around a few. Fires on goal. First goal in AFL footy. How about that one? Some candy and the finish. Got around 4 Dons. And Scholl and Murray next to us love it.
They're up and about, the boys. Emergencies next door are sitting in the box, just having a bit of a look at the game. They were up and about when they saw it off the boot. They knew as soon as he kicked it, like he did, that it was going straight through the middle. What a nice piece of play from a young fella.
Just cut through 4 Bombers like a hot knife through butter. And that finish, that was delightful.
Geez, he flushed it, didn't he?
He flushed it.
You could hear it from here.
Pick 27 in 2023, the national draft. So it's been a little bit of a wait for Oscar Ryan. 15.797 plays 6.541. Here's a watch from my 2 first names team. It
was a great finish. He really did flush it. Thumped it. Darren Jarman thumped.
Bright pink boots in his first game. Not for everyone, but good on him.
21 years of age from Shepparton. He's had to wait a while to get this opportunity. He's not wanting to waste it. McAndrews sockers it off the ground, does the clearance work as well, up to Neil Bullen. Tackled and brought down by Durham. Spills the way of Jordan Dawson.
On the ball.
He's brought down by Setterfield. Good show of strength from 2 bigger athletes there. And in the middle of Docklands, the free kick will go the way of the Bombers. Setterfield has it.
That was a metres gain tackle.
Yes, it was. Drives it inside 50. Nate Caddy comes charging out. Can't take the mark with Michael Lanny right there in tow. Coming. Didn't do his teammate any favours in Nan Curvis. Hand pass it straight to him. Tackled immediately, holding the ball. And the Bombers will get a shot on goal here. And it's Harry Jones who gets the footy. And really, that's not what you need from your teammate under the pump in the back pocket.
Good tackle by Jones. He really meant it. That's how we used to tackle the tackle bag on the Thursday night. Juniors, not always on the weekend. It is much bigger. But Harrison Jones fully committed to that one.
So at the 6 disposals, Harry Jones has had 5 tackles as well. So trying to get his season up and running. A goal would help. Out to the right, 35 metres out. He does that nicely. Puts through his first goal of the night. And importantly for the Bombers, breaks a run of 4 consecutive goals for the Adelaide Crows. Jones with just his 2nd goal for the season in his 5th game. He's one of those Bombers who signed till 2027. He's had 3 or 4 years of terrible injuries. It's been an ankle recently, which has troubled him, but nice to see him back and contributing.
Yeah, I remember seeing him emerge a couple of years ago, and you think, oh, they've found one here, the Bombers. They have found one. Probably wouldn't hurt getting another couple of kilos on him at some stage, but yeah, I'm a fan of Harry Jones. We just haven't seen him out there enough. He's had no confidence or continuity to show us how good he is.
Marnie Vinall on the boundary.
James Bourlace does look done for the day, and it's hamstring awareness.
Ooh, righto.
It was the Crows who brought that phrase into vogue back in 2017, their grand final year.
Who was the player? Can you remember?
No, it was, a lot of them had hamstring awareness. I remember Mitch Cleary used to come on the show that I was working on at the time, and yeah, it was the Crows who used to speak about players missing weeks, not with a hamstring injury, but with hamstring awareness, and it's really entered the lexicon since. Free kick for Essendon in the middle, out wide to Kondo Giannis, who moves it up to Kako. 51 out from goal, chips it into the pocket, looking for right, hands to it, out the back. Alashka darting through, fumbles the footy, and Michael Lanny comes through and pinches it. Crows ball back pocket. Hurrying a kick out of there, Dawson. Bouncing ball from McGrath. 3/4 time. And the Crows will lead by 50 points at the final change. 15.797 plays 7.547. The goal kickers still Thorpe with 4. 2 to Rankin, 2 to Walker, 2 to Archie, singles to Keys, Rochelle, Ryan, Dowling. First goal in AFL footy for Hugo Hawker-Hahn. Ryan's was his first on debut as well. Then for Essendon, 3 to Wright, 2 to Alashka, and singles to Jones, as well as Angus Clark, who's out of the game with a concussion.
Earlier today, it was the Tigers who recorded their third win of the season, 11-point winners over an inaccurate West Coast Eagles, 12-12-84 to the Eagles, 9 goals, 19-73. Sam Lawler booted 3 goals to the Tigers, who snapped an 8-game losing streak and lifted themselves from 18th on the ladder up to 17th, giving that responsibility now to the Bombers. While the Demons were victorious over the Suns, they had to fight hard, though, to prevail by 9 points, 18-16, 114 to the Suns, 16-9, 105. So the Gold Coast Suns now have lost their last 10 games. While here at Docklands, it's the Crows who lead by 50 points at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford in just a moment. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Archie takes 2 bounces. He gets the right half forward. Thilthorpe's in the square, pushes Reid underneath, and you know how it ends. Riley Thilthorpe marks just a metre out from goal. This is for his 4th. He has 3-2 tonight. Now put him down for 4. Riley Thilthorpe, having hit 3 in the opening quarter, starts on the right tone for Adelaide fans in the third quarter. Drives it inside 50. Clears Kako and a couple of the other small forwards. Wright tries to knock it out. Unwin gathered. Nice sidestep. Hand pass to Peter Wright. Got it away. Alaska into the open goal. And he kicks it truly for his second. Bombers just kept the ball alive, and in the end, able to finish in front of goal. And one against the trend.
Rochelle can take it. He's got men on inside 50. Ignores a couple. Gets onto his left. Makes it difficult for himself. And he finds Hawker Hahn. 45 out directly in front. And he will go back and kick for goal. Hugo Hawker Hahn. He crosses the Great Divide. From outside 50. He thumps it through. And they come from everywhere to celebrate with him. His first goal in AFL footy. Crows work it out through Cook and Rankin. Now Dawson off to Ryan. Steps around a few. Fires on goal. First goal in AFL footy. How about that one? Some candy and the finish.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
A 5-2 third quarter the way of the Adelaide Crows. They now lead by 50 points, 15-7, 97 to the Bombers, 7-5, 47. A spot in the top 4 is on the line for the Crows with victory this afternoon, and a couple of individual milestones with Hugo Hawker Hahn, who was picked up in the mid-season draft from Williamstown, having been previously in Sydney. So he actually used to be driven to school by Josh Worrell when he was living in Adelaide. So the boyhood dream of getting to play in Melbourne in the AFL, kicking a goal there. And that was backed up by Oscar Ryan in his 3rd year on the Adelaide list, picked 27 in 2023 from Shepparton. He also joined the goal-kicking list. Adelaide by 50 points. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Marnie Vinall down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy.
Well, they just haven't been able to, this is the Bombers, haven't been able to manage the forward power of the Crows this afternoon, and it's been evident. The marks inside 50 stats, 17-3 to three-quarter time, another 5 in that third term for the Crows. I mean, they've got out back a few times with speed, just understanding what's going to happen in the game, more time together, more cohesion. It's a big part of successful teams in the modern world of elite sports, so that's a factor as well. But I think, as I said through that third term, Murph, I thought they were the better team. They controlled the game a lot more than Adelaide did in that third term. Uncontested possession, they at 75-57. So plus 18 of uncontested possession, plus 4 uncontested marks. As a result, the tackle counts were both two teams were pretty low, 8 and 6. So it wasn't a lot of physical pressure. It was more tactical and the chess game that evolved through that third term, which hadn't happened in the first half. I'm not necessarily sure that's the way they're going to win games of footy going forward, the Bombers. So I'd hesitate to suggest that's the plan to execute for them to try and win games of footy, particularly against good teams like Adelaide, who will get you on transition at some stage anyway. But I thought they showed a fair bit of fight and resilience in that third term, the Bombers, but just they're outclassed by a quality unit in the end with that 5-2.
It was class. Class was the difference, wasn't it?
Yep.
The way they set up, their structure, their effort. I felt like they had a crack, and they might have started a little bit slowly in that third quarter, but they played with a lot of heart in that third quarter, the Bombers. But the class gap is just so vast between the two sides. So if the Crows get a decent look at it, and if they're moving forward with their shoulders out, then absolutely good luck with the amount of quality forwards they have. It's it's tough for the Bombers out there. I just feel like with their forward line in particular, I've mentioned it a couple of times today, just watching Nate Caddy, he's solely reliant today, and he does rely a lot on his athleticism, and he's got a rare ability to fly at the ball, but it's hard work for him.
Yeah.
And Isaac Kako, who's making his way in the game, the only real impact he's had on the game today is as a lead-up forward. And Peter Wright is 2 metres. He's not 2.5 metres. And they keep kicking the ball over his head with those set play forward entries. And I just think there's something not quite right about that structure. I think Nate Caddy needs to start getting more ball as a lead-up forward, use his mobility and get himself into the game so it's not just reliant on the big fly for the big pack mark all the time. And Isaac Kako, I appreciate that you want to get yourself into the game, but you're not a lead-up forward. I want you to get to the feet of Peter Wright, but kick it to Peter Wright properly.
It's a good shout. Bob Murphy with his assessment at three-quarter time. Final quarter underway. Adelaide by 50 points. A free kick going the way of the Bombers. Zach Merritt is going to get it. He was held by Saligo when not in possession. Nate Caddy, for what it's worth, 5 disposals, 2 behinds this afternoon. As Merritt loads it up long in the direction of Sammy Durham, and that's what he can do. Rises and takes the mark on the back of Warren. Now he played on, he's tackled and dumped. Holding the ball, Neil Bullen got him. He didn't want to have the shot. He has had some issues in front of goal. And Neil Bullen, awake to the little step, laid the tackle, holding the ball. Sammy Durham is quite vocal in his constructive conversation with the umpire.
It was just he's befuddled.
I think it was the right call by the ump.
Yeah, it was.
Sort of visceral disappointment when things are not going his way as to whether you can be a captain if you do display those qualities.
Oh, am I right? Stand up for yourself.
Fight for your corner, you reckon, Half?
Yeah, fight for your corner.
Saligo's turned it over anyway. Kondianis looks to drive the Bombers inside 50. A shepherding free kick going the way of the Crows. That was before the ball got in the vicinity of Peter Wright. Keane is going to take it in the back pocket. No, he's not. He's going to give it to Isaac Cumming in the back pocket.
So Cumming just happy to cruise back. 50 points the advantage the Crows' way. Cumming, a low ball, and it's a beautiful ball. Right onto the chest of Dowling. Dowling ignores Hawker Hart, who was doing star jumps, trying to get his attention. Kicks up to Thilthorpe, 60 out. He'll chip a ball towards Archie in a wrestle with Pryor. Pryor does well, brings it down. Langford gets there, coughs it up though. Archie takes it back for the Crows. Off to Keys, snap from the pocket. Brilliant. Left footer, left forward pocket, bending the wrong way. And Keys unlocks a path to goal. His second. And the Crows lead by 56. 16-7, 103, plays 7-5-47. How good was that, Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy?
That's a ridiculously good finish. Running to the left forward pocket, right of your radio dial. Running to the boundary, bloke on his hammer. Wrong side for a left footer, and just curls it from the left goal post in between the big uprights. That is not easy to do. Well done to Callum Archie, by the way. It is snaptastic. The snap generation, as you've called them. Archie's attack on the footy, and then the follow-up tackle, and then the ground ball win. I mean, that's what they'll highlight on the review tape. That's quite some finish.
Ben Keys is one of 4 Adelaide Crows players who have featured in every game so far this season. And for a 4th season in a row, he's kicked over 20 goals, down on last year with 26. Out of the middle of the ground, high kick from Zach Merritt up towards half forward. It's brought down by Sammy Durham, gets a hand pass way to Daywicks, back to Unwin, who drives it long inside 50. Caddy trying to wrestle with Max Michaelani. It spills to the bat. Merritt can't get boot to ball. Was he taken down when not in possession? Umpire ways play on, and Caddy comes charging in. Ball stuck underneath a couple of players now. And a ball up 15 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Adelaide have got out by 56 points on a couple of occasions. Bryant tries to tap it down, looking for Merritt. Hawker Harnred at best, tucks the footy under his arm. Drives the ball out of defence, up towards Jordan Dawson. Langford in from the side. Non-officiating umpires blowing the whistle for a hold. It's going Archie's way at half-back.
Archie gives it off to Dawson, running by. He kicks towards the attacking arc here for the Crows. Keys does well to bring it down. Unwin's there, or Artemis rather, fighting after it. Wins it at ground level for the Dons and feeds it out to Langford. He gives it to the Dasher McGrath. Running along the dockside wing. Short kick, and Kako marks low down. Kako feeds the handball to Johnson. Running forward to the wing, looking for Wright, and he's got it.
That's how you kick Peter Wright the ball. let him have a jump at it. Too many times we see the Bombers look for their very, very tall key forward, and it just goes over his head on that occasion. I mean, that was a perfect pass where it was just sympathetically put out in front of him, and the big man could do the rest.
Peter Wright, hunched over, now upright as he begins his approach on the runway. His drop punt starts left, fades back slightly right. He's got 4. Crows by 50 again. As Essendon pull one back, 16-7-103, plays 8-5-53. We're just under 5 minutes into the 4th. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
He's had a good day in front of the big sticks, the big fella. It's nice when the ball comes in like that, Murph. You're spot on. There's a beautiful little drop into the bucket.
A bit of correspondence, half from Dave in Sydney. Is Peter Wright underrated? A good forward who also plays ruck. Definitely big enough to play ruck full-time, and if Archer May returns next season with Nate Caddy, could Peter Wright be a full-time ruck? Obviously with Nick Bryan still learning the craft.
I don't think he's a full-time ruck.
No.
I don't think he has the tank for that.
He's had a hard career to rate.
Yeah.
Peter Wright.
He's a Crichton medalist, best and fairest winner at the Bombers a couple of years ago, but then was playing in the 2s.
That's what I mean.
Basically all last year.
The good has been very good, and there's been a fair bit of the other.
Signed until 2027. Bryan one down the tap. Merritt out of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Bombers free kick. Here's Wright again. Keane gave away the free kick in the eyes of the umpire. Peter Wright with a chance to go back and put through his 5th.
Maybe it was high trailing contact on Peter Wright. Didn't look to be much in it from Keane.
No.
In the one-on-one situation. But one of the Adelaide Crows players came in late. It might have been Nankervis. Might have just got the trailing arm as he fell to the deck across the chops. Maybe.
Three goals on a couple of occasions, so it's already a season best for a handful for Peter Wright from directly in front, 40 metres out. He puts through back-to-back goals. The price is right. Adelaide's lead cut back once more. And it's now back to 44 points as they look to try and boost their percentage here. With a win, they move to 4th on the ladder, but a couple of good moments for the Bombers. 16-7-103 Adelaide to Essendon 9-5-59.
Need to make up percentage as well to move into 4th, I think. 1.2 percentage points, but in there, if they can do that and win today, which they're going to be winning.
Well, somebody will have the live ladder, I'm sure.
Get the abacus out.
Get the abacus out.
The percentage was 113.7. It's up to 116 at the moment. So as it would stand, they're up to 4th at the moment. Brisbane is 114.8. And Melbourne's is a little worse than that with a narrow win over the Suns, 107.8.
So they want to be careful here. Just make sure they don't let Essendon climb back into this game too much late. Percentage could be important late in the season. McAndrew taps it down to Rochelle. Hooks a kick to half forward. Thilthorpe brings it down. Langford's there. Handball to McGrath. Hutchie's caught him. He manages to get it out to Setterfield. He gives it to Pryor. Exiting kick. Turnover. Coming. 3 bites at it. Drops the mark. And will kick the Crows back to the wing in Nankervis. Adelaide by 44. They just need to make sure they keep this lead intact to sit in the 4. Rochelle pokes it up towards Harford. McGrath runs and takes the mark, and now he's dashing away with it for the Dons. Handball to Durham. Away to Roberts. Flicks it over the top. Gets it to Sharp. And he's working down the dockside wing, lifting a kick for Kako. Kako, 80 from home, has it here for Essendon.
He waits for Peter Wright to lead and then cuts around Nankervis. Wright's already led to the pocket, so Caddy's against a couple, and in the end, strong mark is taken, but it's going to be a free kick. We'll get another look on that on the replay.
Oh boy, at 3-on-1. Adelaide Crows is a bad option for Kako. Should have gone to Peter Wright leading up at him again. Hasn't missed all day, and he goes to a 3-on-1. Somehow, Nate Caddy, kick on him, Josh.
So Worrell had the mark, but Dowling has been deemed to have given away the free kick, and Nate Caddy looks to open up the angle. Hits the post. 3 behinds for him as he curled it around his body into the left goal post. And it just has not been his afternoon. 6 disposals, 3 behinds. Adelaide lead by 43 points.
So I know this is all very technical, and trying to describe it on radio is not always the easiest to understand. As
we'll add a bit of colour for it.
Ryan brings the kick in to Thilthorpe at centre-half back for the Crows. He kicks up for a Shelley. Launching at the footy, doesn't take the mark. Roberts brings him down. Free kick to the Crow in Rochelle.
He didn't take the mark. He's being hauled down.
Handball to Rankin. Looks inside 50. Getting back. Good defensive mark there for the Dons from Johnson, who zips away with it and kicks long up towards a leading caddy. Juggling it, no mark, and right there with him, Michael Lanny. Going in Nankervis, and nice and sharp. Monkey's diving for the try line, carries it out.
I like that, though. That's Nate Caddy working high up the ground on a long searching lead. Good contest, keeps the ball in front. Isaac Kako at the feet of the contest. That's something you can repeat and build on.
They're up 2.2 percentage points, Adelaide. They needed to go up 1.2 with a win today to get into fourth. So
that's a difference of 1.
Yep.
There's the colour for you.
Yep.
Setterfield into the pocket. Caddy caught behind, brought down in the end by Michael Annie. Gathers for the Crows, chips it over the top, looking for Curtin. He hangs on to a strong mark in front of Setterfield against the boundary line.
I think the crux of it is, don't turn your toes up here in the final quarter and let this be a 20-point win when it could be a 65, 70-point win.
Yeah.
Curtin's been relatively quiet since
I was going to ask
time.
you about him. So 14 disposals so far. Spent a little time in the centre square, but not much in the recent quarter and a bit. The kick from Jordan Dawson up towards half forward. No mark claimed. Good work in the end by the debutant. Nakadawa got a kick away. The turnover, though. Durham missed the hand pass. It was a little loose, and it's taken back by Neil Bullen. Quick hand pass away to Rankin. The 1-2. Now Dawson looks out wide, and Dowling sliding in, takes the mark out to the left.
Has great vision, Jordan Dawson. He just knows what's happening around him, what's happening in front of him when he gets the ball or he's about to get it.
Now there's a defender who's pushed forward. It's Worrell. The kick gets to him on the bounce from Dowling. So he has to give a hand pass down low for Tex Walker. That's not what you want. Back to Worrell. Your problem. Taylor's crawling around on all fours, trying to win the footy. Jones gets a hand pass away. Over the top, misses the target. Dowling a chance to redeem himself. Tackled and brought down by Sharp, holding the footy. The Bombers take it back at right half back.
Sharp, short kick to right. Right will kick laterally. Looking for Langford, who marks on the back flank. Just lifts the kick onto Setterfield. Crows by 43. Lead did get out beyond 9 goals as Setterfield turns it over. Rankin takes it, finds Rochelle. He marks in the pocket, considers playing on, elects not to. He'll go back and kick for goal and have a look at his second.
Tex is desperate to get this ball.
He really was.
Yeah.
He wanted it, and Rochelle was not saying no.
Not having it.
He had a little look at it, though.
Did early.
At least pretended he was considering it. Oh, another snap generation. Hashtag.
3 or more goals in his last couple of games against the Dons, and now he's got a couple today. As nonchalant as you like, on the left, curling it home. Crows back out by 49. Look for the percentage. They're in the 4 on the live ladder. 17-7. 109 plays 9-6-60. 12 and a half minutes into the final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
He's a silky skilled footballer, isn't he?
Wasn't that just, as you call it, nonchalant?
Nonchalant.
Left foot, round the corner, 30 metres, no worries. How long's this been going on?
That's okay. Yeah, away from home. That's all right. A lot of people watching on TV, and there's a few in the ground.
Looks like you kick it in the warm-up.
Yeah.
When you've just strolled onto the ground.
Even for the warm-up, I'd be like, yeah, you come on, take it seriously. Big game coming up. Let's sharpen up a bit.
James Borlace out of the game with hamstring awareness. Angus Clark was out in the second quarter with concussion. Curtin out of the centre square, gets the clearance for Adelaide, inside 50. Walk at the target, brought down in the end. Ludovic goes to work, he's tackled and brought down as if he raced after it. And the Bombers take it back through Roberts. Hand pass to Durham around the boundary line to Sharp for Farrow, and off hands it goes out of play.
There's a story going around yesterday in the captain's run that Ludovic told Tex to get out of the way. He was in the way.
I think it was the other way around, wasn't it? Tex told Ludovic.
I understand it was the other way around.
Other way around.
The young fella stepped in and said, out of the way, old fella.
Surely.
From what I know of veteran key forwards, they don't love that.
Well, it's happened a couple of times. Ludwig has been in Texas way a couple of times. On that occasion again, I reckon he'll be getting some feedback upon review.
Sharp with a high kick up towards half-back, dowling in from the side, and off hands it goes out of play, a boundary throw in. Adelaide 17-7, 109 to Essendon 9-660. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. One listener wants to have a watch at the ruck craft of Nick Bryan, since he's looking to grab the jumper and tangle every time. So we're on notice now.
Right, reaching over the top of Thilthorpe. Saligo comes in and gathers on the bounce. Kick goes straight up and down. Coming, reaching for it, takes the mark. In front of Kako. Feeds it out to Rankin. Runs through 50 and finishes. Crows out by 55 as they get out towards their biggest lead of the match, which was 56. 18-7, 115 plays, 9-6-60. Quarter hour mark, final term. Marnie Vinall before Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Callum Archie is looking pretty cosy on the bench, and I think that maybe they're just being a bit conservative with him now that you can probably safely assume that the Crows have bagged this win as he's coming back from his hamstring injury.
There might be some cosy players on the bench, but just the commitment that Isaac Cumming had to that 50-50 balls, a skied ball, and he just had eyes for the footy, totally committed himself to it, took the mark over young Kako, and then as soon as he got it in the man's hands, Isaac Rankin, put your glasses down. He does not miss those.
So 3 goals for Isaac Rankin. He is the X factor for the Crows. Thilthorpe wins down the tap, looking for Curtin, who now becomes the tackler. Throws his opponent sharp to the turf, and the ball is stuck underneath them. Simon from the York Peninsula asked the question, are we putting too much emphasis on percentage given how Adelaide finished their season in finals last year? Setterfield's hand pass to Merritt, got it to Roberts, across half-back.
Benny might be, I don't know.
Pryor has it at left half-back for the Bombers, looks up forward to Nate Caddy, good mark.
I don't understand his point, though.
Chips it into the pocket, looking for Peter Wright. Was that chopping of the arms? It was.
Like, if percentage is what decides whether you finish in the top 4 or outside of the top 4, don't you want your percentage to be as good as possible?
To make sure you finish in the top 4?
Yeah.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
I just like his target. I like, it brings out the best in you, Benny.
On the back foot.
They'd prefer to be in the top 4 than not, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That's the short of the story, Adelaide.
I think the two things are true. You know, Adelaide need the percentage to be in the top 4, and they still need to prove to everyone that they can do it in September.
Is the subtext of the question, they get wobbly in the finals, might not matter where.
Peter Wright has a career-high 5 goals. He misses out to the left and a minor score. So, the other stat, which I was just having a bit of a look at half, is Essendon have kicked 6 goals to 1 from free kicks. So they have had the better of their 6 of their 9 goals have been with a bit of support.
That is a good stat, Clinch.
I think I understand that point from Simon now. So I'm a bit more with him that he is saying that they finished top 4 last year and went out in straight sets.
I think that was the point, that we're thinking about it quite logically.
Well, he'd be an ABC AFL Daily podcast listener, no doubt.
All days?
5 different flavours.
Yeah.
Crows working it down the city side of the ground. Saligo.
He'd know that was a big part of the conversation for Adelaide for the whole year.
Saligo goes inside 50 to a contest coming through Langford. Back feeds the handball away to Wright, who gives it to McGrath. Handball to Artemis. Through his legs it goes. Picked up by Setterfield, who gives it off to Sharp. Back to Setterfield. Don's in there. Defensive 50. Wright goes back to Langford, who kicks from the goal square out towards the back flank. Up goes Reid off the hands of the pack. Thilthorpe gives it off to the young man. Ludwig, his shot is off target.
I don't know
if to go with the check side from 40.
Yeah,
it's ambitious.
That's it.
Just on the surface of that style of left foot banana under pressure and the story of captain's run, get out of my way text. my confidence might not be the issue.
Setterfield looks to send it up towards Peter Wright. Off hands is kept alive by Taylor, only for a moment as Wright shoves him over the boundary line, and a throw in. Right half forward for the Adelaide Crows. They lead by 54 points, 18-7, 115 to Essendon 9-7-61. Plenty of correspondence coming through on the SMS line, 0437 774 774. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford are here for it. Thilthorpe and Bryan, it clears them. Dawson didn't get boot to ball as he tried to extract the clearance. And now holding the ball at right half forward. The player who dived on top of it was Will Setterfield and got punished. And Zach Taylor will take the free kick at right half forward. So he looks into the pocket where the lead is on, and that's a nice pass. Ludovic comes leading out. Get out of my way.
There we go.
And he marks in the right forward pocket. Can he join the first-time goal kickers this afternoon? Hawker Hahn and Ryan before him.
He might have had a bit of a word to Merritt too at the end of that little roll.
Would be on brand.
Seemingly.
Yeah. Just building a little mini profile here. I like it.
Yeah, I like
He's towering.
Cut of his jib, yeah.
Archie Ludovic, 18 years of age, 197 centimetres. Picked 50 last year from Sandringham. Looks like he'll grow in size in the next couple of years. Can he convert his first goal here in the right forward pocket? He loves it off the boot. And the good times continue for the Crows. Archie Ludovic with his first goal in AFL footy. And they all get around him in the forward 50. He does get his moment. And Adelaide put through another goal in this final term. As they're out to a 10-goal lead, 4 goals to 2 in the final term. Adelaide 19-7, 121 to Essendon 9-7, 61. Time on in the final term. Daniel Harford alongside Bob Murphy.
Well, it was a good moment too. Some really nice forward craft. Timed the lead beautifully. And it was a fair kick, but his good, strong hands. No wonder he wants that forward 50 area all to himself.
Get out of the way, Tex.
He knows he can do it. He just showed us.
You wouldn't believe who was chasing him on that lead. Poor old Zach Reed.
Poor Zach.
Poor old Zach has been working hard for his cash today.
6-6-6 warning against the Adelaide Crows, out by 10 goals neat. Restart in the middle. McAndrew, beautiful tap for Dawson. He gives it off towards Saligo, who handballs it to Rankin. Pressured as he kick, goes straight up and down. Sharp takes it, quickly sends the Dons back the other way. Kick smothered, spills to Alashkar, and he finds right. 2-metre Peter, 35 metres out, directly in front. He'll go back and kick for goal.
Yeah, once they got the turnover, all the Adelaide players, once Dawson had got the clearance, or looked like he's going to get the clearance before he handballed, all the Adelaide players from behind the ball, the halfback flankers, had to run forward, just assuming that they were going to get possession and have territory. And on the turnover, they're all caught napping, and the big forward 50 lane opened up for Peter Wright.
5 for the day already for Peter Wright, looking for his 6th. He sneaks it through. Starts counting on the other hand. Grows by 54 points. And that's a small positive for the Dons today and the faithful that have shown up. 19-7, 121. Plays 10-7, 22 minutes into the fourth term.
It's been a fair effort. It's been a fair effort from Peter Wright.
Did he get into the votes?
I would think he's on a short list.
The votes have been contentious this weekend after Adam Romanascus.
What did he do? Oh, not again.
Who did he leave out? Clinchy? Nick Dacos?
Nick Dacos at the top. Which, again, I think the idea around he and O'Shea Mullen as to who won that battle.
Yeah. So he gave neither votes?
I think he had Nick Dacos with 2 votes on Thursday night, which was contentious.
That's been great insight.
Get my memory back to Thursday night, if we're being honest. Sharp out of the middle of the ground for the Bombers. Drives it inside 50 over the head of Harry Jones. Caddy tries to knock it down. Nat Curvis, good composed, gathers. Hand pass away to Dowling, who has got back and helped in defence. Hand pass away to Saligo. Switches it out to Cook. He marks it right half back for the Crows. They lead by 54 points. And he plays on. Runs out to right half back boundary side. Looks up towards Ludovic at half forward. Langford did well. Just protected the space. Gathered the ball as it became loose at half back. Turns and kicks inboard to Setterfield. He plays on. Now where to? Kicks off the outside of the boot across half-back. The mark is taken by Farrow. So 6 goals for Peter Wright this afternoon. That's a season high for him. I misspoke and said that was his career high. His best is 7 against the Western Bulldogs back in 2021. But a season high 6 goals for him. He had 3 goals previously in matches. But he is providing an avenue to goal for the Bombers this afternoon. Artemis kicks up the wing. No mark claimed. Isaac Cumming got a hand pass away to Keys, to Dawson, looking back for Keys. Runs the boundary line, and it's over. Able to keep it in As Dowling up against the boundary line, and the umpire, yeah, lasso free kick or a throw in. It might be a free kick for the Bombers there. A little fortunate.
Sharp. Short to Artemis. On the logo. Artemis will go back to Roberts. And Roberts will go with this big long switch that Essendon love. Back to Langford inside defensive 50.
It's just so slow.
It's like a massive U-turn. It started on the logo. It's gone all the way back to 35 metres out.
If it was
slowly.
if it was yogurt, you wouldn't be able to eat it by now.
Yep.
It's turned on you. It's curdled. It's got some funky stuff at the top.
Roberts moves it up to Durham.
Just stir that in. It's fine. Just stir it in.
That's why you never get sick.
Sharp looks inside. Attacking 50, coming out Keane. He knocks it down at the feet there of Keane. As going in McAndrew. He gets a handball out. Still a little bit of muck here as they fight after it. The ball up. 51 out from the attacking goal here for Essendon. Crows by 54.
Match review officer's findings has come through. It's a fine for Harry Dean for his tackle on Cam Rayner. Careless contact, low impact, high contact. So a $2,000 fine with an early guilty plea.
His dad, Peter, will cover that, no problem. The great Peter Dean.
Kicking that goal last night, there might be a few Carlton fans who are happy to spot him.
Jeez, he was good.
Free kick going Jordan Dawson's way. His head was over the footy. He was taken high by Setterfield. It's hard to make an argument how the umpire wouldn't see it that way.
20,518 in the building today.
It's a bit more than what we thought there might have been.
They came late.
Padding in those numbers?
Yeah, the bars maybe.
A little bit of padding.
Rankin got the footy from Taylor, kicks up to Curtin at right half 40, arches the back, takes a bounce, looks up inside 50, Tex is the deepest forward, beautifully put a block on, and Dowling came in from the side to take the mark. That's very unselfish from Taylor Walker.
Looking after his boys. He'll get out of the way when he needs to.
It's clever. It's really clever.
Tell me when to do it, Ludovic. I'll do it when I need to.
Dowling, who has kicked a goal already this afternoon in the first quarter. The South Australian boy in his 4th year in the system, playing just his 12th game from 15 metres out for a second. Puts it up into the second tier. And Adelaide continuing to finish here with a little flurry. 5 goals to 3 in the final term. It's back out to 10 goals. 27-127 the Crows to Essendon 10-7-67. 26 minutes gone in the final term. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
It was really nice timing there from Dowling as he drifted across the pack. And you're quite right. If you watch the replay, Tex Walker has kicked a lot of goals. He just was able to sum up the situation. He had the direct opponent. He saw that Dowling was unchecked, so he created a path for him. Good team footy on the eve of a big finals campaign coming up for the Adelaide Footy Club.
Oh, I see that Rex has texted in and had a few issues with the getting of the ABC AFL Daily podcast. I'll help you in a moment. Rex, as the Crows are out of the middle again. Ryan shorts it to Dowling. Do it again, Dowling. He kicks on goal and does it. He slots it, just sneaks it through. The Crows back out by 66. 21-7, 133 plays 10-7-67. He's got 3, Billy Dowling, including the last 2 in the game. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy. For Rex, the easiest way on ABC Listen. Go to the magnifying glass, type in ABC AFL Daily. There will be a cascade of all 5 flavours, 5 times a week. Friday morning, ready for the round ahead with 1 game reviewed. Saturday after AFL Saturday. Monday morning for your commute to work.
Yep, that's the best one.
Myself, Bob and Corbin on Tuesdays.
I like that one. That's my second favourite.
Reviewing the footy. And there you go. It's all there.
That's my second favourite one. So where do I get that again?
Go to the ABC or ABC Listen, magnifying glass search, ABC AFL Daily.
Tuesdays is very good.
Sammy Durham lays the tackle on Curtin in the middle of the ground. No chance to clear it. Adelaide leading by 66 points.
I almost said, that's not me saying that. It actually literally was me saying that.
That's the only way it came out, unfortunately. Adelaide try and get a hand pass away. Hawker Hahn out to space. Numbers the way of the Crows. Dowling and Keys lays the tackle. Is Kondo Giannis doing enough? Umpire says he was. And a ball up on the outer wing. Thrown up. Brian and McAndrew. This time, Brian over the shoulder. He's looking a little tired. As McAndrew, former rugby union player, takes the free kick, feeds it around the back. Got it to Dowling, who kicks it inside 50. Thilthorpe in from the side. The twinkle toes as he just slid in front of the pack and takes the mark with 2 Bombers left in his wake. Zach Merritt is one, Andy McGrath is the other. But that was some great forward craft.
Just too big.
Ribeye, no cutlery. Just grabs a hold of it. And chomps it.
I have visions of this, what he's going to do to that piece of meat. I can see what you're talking about.
Rare, blue, very rare. No cutlery, just fangs into it.
Riley Thilthorpe has 4 goals too this afternoon. He now has a handful. Put him down for his 5th. And Adelaide lead by 72 points all of a sudden. A nice little percentage boost in this last term, as they just flick on a few more goals, 7-3 in the final term. And with Peter Wright having kicked 6 at one end, Bob Murphy said at the start of the day there was a big offering for Riley Thilthorpe. He has 5. He moves to 29 goals for the season. And the Crows 22-7, 139. Lead the Bombers 10-7, 61. 30 minutes gone, final term.
One of our astute listeners was talking about Nick Bryan holding in the ruck. Free kick to McAndrew there. Good wrap around from Curtin, get it in. Let's go to work, let the big fella eat. He's had a good day today, big Riley.
The old salad dodger, Riley Thilthorpe.
You don't make friends with salad. Marge Simpson taught us that.
I really hope we talk to him post-game now. You can put all this to him.
If he says he's vegetarian, we might have to play a song.
Shelley fighting after it at ground level, but Essendon get involved through Setterfield, feeding out the handball. Kondo Giannis gets it moving forward. El Ashka, flying shot from 50. Caddy's down there, and he drops it. He might have been infringed, he was.
Oh, I think that's a sympathy free. He didn't actually touch him. He didn't actually touch him on the replay. Keane.
That does not look good.
That's a horrible free kick. Now, we'll get Nate something for the day.
He's smirking, Nate Caddy. He knows. He knows.
He swings out and swings it through. And he and Keane have a little bit of a chat about it.
That's a horrible free.
66 points, the Crows lead. 22-7, 139. Plays 11-7-73.
It's one of those ones where you, as an umpire, you want to blow the whistle because you know what's going to happen normally. Normally this is what happens, free kick.
Yep.
But he actually didn't touch him, okay? Not a touch. Not a touch.
Not a feather.
He just fell over because he was near him, and because normally you would touch him.
Yep.
He just paid the free kick.
To some extent, Nate Caddy has worked particularly hard, but a little fortunate there. And the margin is back to 66 points the way of the Crows. So back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew wins down the tap, sharked by Zach Merritt, tries to get the hand pass away. It spills out the way of Sam Durham. It gets it back to Merritt. His hand pass chopped off by Hawker Hahn. Looks up to half forward. Neil Bullen's out the back here. He marks at the edge of the centre square, chips it inside 50. And Ben Keys takes the mark out to the left. He has 2 this afternoon, a chance to try and put through his 3rd.
And the last kick of the day is what he'll have.
High half forward. And now we'll kick after the full-time siren. Adelaide record their 13th win of the season. And they bounce back after their loss against the Magpies last week. Ben Keys looking to finish with a 3rd. The stutter approach from outside 50. He comes in and shoots from just inside and keeps the good times rolling. 8 goals to 4 in the final term the way of the Crows as Ben Keys puts back his 3rd goal of the night. And Adelaide, with that victory, jumped to 4th on the AFL ladder.
Courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia.
25 points at quarter time after the Bombers drew the opening 2 goals of the game by 33 points at half-time. They never looked back from that point onwards by 50 at three-quarter time. They run out 72-point winners, 23-7, 145 to the Bombers, 11-7, 73. Adelaide back on the winners list, their 13th win of the season. Their percentage moves from 113.7 up to 117.6. So a nice little boost there with Brisbane in 5th spot. They're 114.8 on the same amount of points, their percentage, and Melbourne on 107.8. So it is a significant little percentage boost in the end as they do play the bottom 2 teams in this week and next week. The goal kickers for the winners, Riley Thilthorpe finished with 5, Dowling with 3 to Keys and to Isaac Rankin, 2 to Tex Walker, 2 to Archie and 2 to Rochelle, and individuals to the debutants, Ludovic and Ryan. Hugo Hall-Kahan also kicked his first goal in AFL footy, and they were the goal kickers for the Crows, while for the Bombers, Peter Wright finished with 6, a season high for him, El Achka 2, Nate Caddy booted 1 goal, 3 individuals also to Clark and to Jones. The Crows winners by 72 points. Thoughts of Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Well, a relatively predictable outcome. It was just a matter of how it was going to unfold. We saw the Bombers jump out of the blocks and put a bit of pressure on the Crows, but they kept their nerve and they just got back to work, as we expect a good team to do, a top 4 team to do against the 18th ranked team in the competition. In the end, we've discussed it a little bit through the call. The class of Adelaide was the difference a lot. It's not necessarily all system, but it's just the class of the players they have out there. Great to see some debutants out there having an impact today for them, for the Crows. But they were too good outside of a patch in the 3rd quarter where Essendon tried to take the energy out of the game and the ball off Adelaide by keeping it uncontested marks, short kicks and that type of thing, which was a format I didn't think was necessarily going to help them, serve them well going long term. It really was a game dominated by the Crows. 23 marks inside 50 to 6. Is a big discrepancy. That's a lot at this level of footy. They just couldn't deal with the big blokes going forward for the Adelaide Crows, and the way they got out the back a few times. Once they won possession centre forward, it was always going to be a score more often than not for the Crows. And the Bombers are on their journey of learning and discovery, and they have to lick their wounds again today after a 72-point smashing.
Adelaide are going down to thank their fans at the Lockett End, and there's a good scattering of Adelaide fans who have come along this afternoon, with a lot of the fans for the Bombers have maybe headed to the Isles a little earlier, but that win, Bob, takes them into the top 4 for the first time this season. So while not many would have thought the Lions a couple of weeks ago might have slipped up against the Blues, that's exactly how it's played out, and the Crows have taken their chance this afternoon.
No, there's been quite a few twists and turns already in this AFL season, and there's sure to be a couple more before we're done yet, before we hit the finals. So the Crows, they did exactly what they had to do today. They put the Bombers to the sword. They're a far better team than the Essendon Footy Club, we know that. More talent, more development and more experience, and they showed that as the afternoon progressed. It wasn't the worst from Essendon in terms, I mean, the bar is pretty low in 2026, but I actually thought their structure and their spacing from one another was an improvement on what I'd seen in recent months. And I thought their organisation, and I thought they actually had a crack. I think they were outclassed in the end. I think there's some issues around role clarity for them, and that's probably understandable when you've had 2 coaches in the 1 year, and the search for the next coach is still very much alive. So they're in no man's land or limbo a little bit, Essendon, but they tried hard today. They had a crack. They just weren't good enough.
So Adelaide's run home. They have Richmond next week, Fremantle, and then the Giants as their final game to close out the home and away season. Now they've got into the top 4, Daniel Harford. Can they stay there?
Well, with that run, you'd like to be thinking that they're banking two of those, Richmond next week at home and then the Giants at home in the last round, you'd want to be banking them. Freo away is going to be a challenge. That's the toughest assignment in footy at the moment. So that's a problem. But two matches, which, if you think, well, Hawthorn Brisbane's going to influence, isn't it?
Yep.
Because that's next week.
That's
next
one,
week. Brisbane then have the Gold Coast at Collingwood.
Brisbane don't win that, they're out effectively from top 4. And they'll be 5 or 6.
Yeah, they'll be scrambling to stay in the 6 a little bit, depending on what other results happen. A big win for the D's over the Gold Coast Suns earlier today. Melbourne by 9 points after they trailed in that third quarter. A 10th consecutive loss for the Gold Coast Suns. But yeah, it is just starting to get intriguing in that spot as the two debutants lead off the Adelaide Crows. Ludovic alongside his fellow teammate in Oscar Ryan. Two very different stories. Archie Ludovic, the first-year Crow, picked 50 last season from the Sandringham Dragons, and having to wait a little bit longer, Oscar Ryan from Shepparton picked 27 in 2023, the third-year Crows, and both got on the scoreboard today. But it is just starting to get interesting in the jostling for positions, while Fremantle are out in front on top of the ladder. Everyone else is trying to scrap for where they can get to and how high can they finish.
Well, the wild card becomes interesting, and regular listeners to the ABC AFL Daily podcast on a Monday morning on your way to work, it's the first of the 5 flavours, would be aware that I'm not necessarily a massive fan of the whole wildcard concept, but it is a little bit intriguing as we get to the back end of the year. And talked about Hawthorn and Brisbane and what that does to the top 4 next week, but Carlton St Kilda is obviously very, very interesting.
So philosophically, being not such a fan of the wild card for wholeheartedly in the game, but do you think this season the teams we've got, the way the ladder has shaped, kind of lends itself to it kind of working more than maybe other years?
Fire. We'll come back to that. Adelaide winners by 72 points, down to Marnie Vinall in the Crows' rooms.
Oh, we are just seconds away from the song. Vibes are very high, as you'd expect. Just getting the Gatorades ready for the debutants. I'll tell you what, I do not want to be sprayed with this, but looks like I'm not going to have a choice.
Stay low, man. Stay low.
Adelaide winners by 72 points, 23-7, 145. Their 13th win of the season. The Bombers 11-7-73. And with that victory, Adelaide moved from a percentage of 113.7 into a place inside the top 4. And that's for the first time this season, 117.6. So they move ahead of Brisbane and Melbourne, who are locked with them on 13 wins and 7 losses. And a game further back, the chasing pack, Geelong, Western Bulldogs, and a half a game further back, Collingwood. So we are starting to get shape with 3 to play, but we still have a fascinating end to the home and away season. And how will Adelaide go in terms of trying to qualify for finals? As we touched on throughout the call, can they boost that percentage to stay inside the top 4? And then the challenge of September, it all starts again, having been knocked out in straight sets last year. But they did what they had to do this afternoon, Harf and Bob. And for Adelaide fans listening across the border, I'm sure they'll be satisfied with the response after the loss to Collingwood last week.
Yeah, and that's probably the story that Matthew Nicks will talk about in the post-match press. I reckon he'll give the debutants some love, but also the rebound from the players from last week's disappointment. Now, very different opposition. We understand that. And Collingwood, one of the great travelling teams, let alone a bit of a nemesis for the Crows, full stop. When you come up against Essendon, you expect to perform, but you've got to go out there and do it. And sometimes a little man on the shoulder can play havoc with that next game, and especially when it's a lowly opposition. But outside of the first 5 minutes when the Bombers kicked the first 2 goals, they really did have control of this game for most of it, as you would expect. And they showed some things that, and some really intent to try and put the foot down a bit late in the game, that last quarter and a bit. They tried to do it. Sometimes you get scored against and you lose the ball and you make yourself look a bit silly sometimes when you go too hard with that phase of play. But I reckon they did try and put the foot down and really exert their authority in the back end of that game.
I like seeing the combination of Archie in that forward line too. I hadn't seen that live too much. So Walker, Thilthorpe, and Archie as three targets is a pretty imposing trio.
I've got Darcy Fogarty, of course, to come back as well. So that mix of that forward 50 is going to be interesting in terms of how much time does Isaac Rankin spend in the midfield, given he's just such a great ball user for them.
Well, that's the beauty, but that's the whole thing with Dan Curtin too. Try and find another role for him so he can use the Rankin magnet as your real wildcard, as your moment magnet. What do we need here? We need a bit of a spark in the forward half. Righto, let's get Isaac back in there. What do we need? A spark around the ball. Righto, let's get Isaac on the ball. He's that guy. It's Cozzy Pickett. It's Nick Watson.
It was my outfit today.
It was your outfit today, the spark that got us all going.
Yep.
And I think the game reflected that.
Yep.
There was a real spark from both teams in the back of your unbelievable attire. Yep. So I think that's the beauty of these sort of games where you can not overplay, not flirt with it, but just try a few little things and have something up your sleeve. Chris Scott's the best at this. He'll play a game in round 7 with an eye on pulling a lever in the finals.
Yeah.
Like it's being able to do that for Matthew Nicks, which he hasn't had the luxury of being able to do too often. So I think that's a positive for them. You go through their forward half. I mean, Thilthorpe's kicked 5, Dowling 3, Keys 3, Rankin 3, Walker 2, Archie 2, Rochelle 2. They kicked 27 goals. Sorry, 23 goals. 23 goals, 7. And Benny was talking about their accuracy, the most accurate team in the competition.
There was some real quality in those 23.
Yeah.
Their finishing is elite.
So they've got power in the forward half. The challenge will be for them in the finals about can they match the contest and the clearance of other teams. That's going to be their real question mark hanging over their heads. That's what they have to answer when it gets to September. Got a couple of weeks to get there and maybe put some plans in place for that to make it happen. But that's the challenge for them. Their defence is rock solid. Their forward half is powerful. And midfield is still a bit of a work in progress or a question mark when it comes to finals time.
Yep, the downside today was the hamstring awareness for James Paul-Ace. So he didn't finish the game and was out in the third quarter. The other injury was Angus Clark, who had a horrible day. He got a knock to the knee and then suffered a concussion, some friendly fire from his teammate in the second quarter. So both of them were out of the game by half-time. Peter Wright finished with 6 goals. And Riley Thilthorpe was able to lead the way for the Crows with 5. And he's the player, Bob, as we look down at Adelaide. If their finals hopes are going to rocket, if he can be that presence for them inside the forward 50, he's a game changer.
Oh, yeah, totally. Those key forwards who, it's not just their output, it's the effect they have on those around them. And, you know, I've got some questions around that role clarity that Essendon have in their forward half. I feel like the Adelaide Crows, in terms of their role clarity in the forward half, is very, very clear. So they know exactly how to get to work. They just need some time together. So Riley Thilthorpe being out there, we'll see what happens with Fogarty, whether they bring him back in. But when they have it how they like it, there wouldn't be too many back lines that would be jumping out of their skin to take on the Adelaide Crows, because there's match winners all through it.
No, absolutely not.
23 goals, 7 as well for the Crows. So they were accurate in front of goal. And the Bombers with their 11 goals. What did they kick from? Well, I thought they took a few free kick marks. They were given a few free kicks in front of goal. So the stat I had was...
Certainly got one late.
Yeah, they had 4 or 5 from that.
You had 6 from 9 at one stage.
Yeah.
And so with Caddy's one late, that's 7.
Yeah. So they had the right side of some of the umpires' views as to how they saw it in Adelaide's 72-point win. For the Bombers, we're going to head inside the Crows' rooms very shortly, so just give us a quick snapshot as to how Dean Solomon and the Bombers fans will feel. A fortnight ago, they were rejoicing having beaten the Giants. Last couple of weeks have brought them back to reality a little.
Yeah, well, they are what they are a bit. I mean, you take on the best teams, you're going to get beaten. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to define a system and a DNA for what you stand for as a team. And we've seen them live, 3 of the last 5 weeks, 4 of the last 5 weeks, whatever it was. We've seen them a bit. And I'm still yet to understand entirely what they're doing. They did look, back into the second quarter, third quarter, they looked to be a team that could control the game. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't seen that in the last month or so from them. So that's a step in the right direction. And then you're relying on talent and class to to actually pull off what you need to pull off in those moments. So that was a positive for me. And their defensive and organisation setup that you talked about through the game, Bob, was much better. So there is growth, and how they measure it, how they want to sell that message. Well, Dean Solomon also sell that message to the players. Will be up to him. But there is growth. They're nowhere near the level, and that's the reality of it. But there are some signs that
it was a more connected, committed effort today, and it dipped a little bit, but I felt like that there was a real commitment to helping each other out on the field today, which has at other times been glaringly absent. Which is that's as harsh as you can almost be on a footy team. So that's where they've been. But today you could see players. The spacing of it, the communication, they were swivelling heads to try and help and direct one another, and they did try. You know, they played with a bit of heart. They were just completely outclassed. They just don't have the weapons and the skill level of their opposition today. Nowhere near it.
I liked Artemis's game. I mean, he's come in as a mid-seasoner and he's looked comfortable at the level. Farrow had some moments. Zach Johnson looked pretty dashing at times.
Ball movement. And ball use was better than some of his more experienced teammates.
Yeah, Alashkar's pressure was good, kicked 2 goals as well. I'm a bit of a Day Wicks fan. Didn't do too much today, but I'm a bit of a Day Wicks fan, and I like Sharp. So there's something to work with on top of the...
I don't like the slow switch. Players. I don't know if that came through the call, or if it came through the broadcast, but just the... because really they can do it. They can do it. And then other times it's just so pedestrian-paced. It's just exactly what the opposition want. I'm just not quite sure why there's not a bit more intensity about getting the ball from one side of the ground to the other. Once you commit, just go fast. Otherwise, you give your midfielders and forwards who are busting their backside to get over to that other side, which is a long run. You give them not a lot of hope because they're just running into a whole bunch of numbers. So they could make life a whole lot easier for themselves, Essendon, but they are coming from a pretty low base.
Jordan Dawson, the Adelaide captain, led the way with 30 disposals. He had 9 clearances, 6 centre bounce clearances, 10 score involvements, 4 inside 50s, and 491 metres gained. All that was missing was a goal. Isaac Rankin with 23 disposals. He had 4 clearances, 584 metres gained, 11 score involvements and 3 goals. The next highest possession getter was 19 disposals. So Dawson with 30, Rankin with 23, Neil Bullen and Saligo alongside Ryan with 19. So just that second or third key midfielder. Dan Curtin played that role at times. He finished with 18 disposals, went to 80% kicking efficiency. Is that midfield still a bit of a concern, though, for the Crows as to the depth?
Yeah, I quite like him in there. I think he's a natural mid, just the way he moved. He just probably doesn't have the tank yet. I'm not sure he's got the aerobic capacity, having not played there clearly a fair bit in the last couple of years. So he's going to need some time to build up that tank. That's why Rochelle doesn't play there often. It's why Rankin's had to take years to get to that point. You've got to build up the capacity to do it. It's not an easy job. But he did look a natural around the contest and the way he moved from it. So I quite like, as a spare parts player there now, to have that up your sleeve if you're Matty Nix. But, yeah, it's just... You know, even Rankin's sort of a spare partser. Not probably better than spare parts part-timer, not spare parts part-timer. So those real class mids, the Dawson's types, and he's a fantastic player, so it's probably a high bar, but 1 or 2 more of those would be absolutely a bonus for the Adelaide Crows.
So they covered the injuries for Miller, Berry and Peatling relatively well this afternoon, with Darcy Fogarty not set to return until round 23. So they'll get better.
Yeah, I wonder what they'll do with that forward structure. Because it looked all right, and
yeah, I'm not sure.
The confident kid, Ludwig, I quite like what he did. No, it's
Taylor Walker had 7 kicks for his 7 disposals, kicked 2 goals, 1, kicked a superb goal in the right forward pocket in the first quarter. But he was more unselfish text tonight, trying to bring in his less experienced forwards.
He might have been a bit sheepish from the captain's run. From the feedback, just trimmed his ego back a little bit.
Yeah, we wonder what they do. Do they play the 3 talls, 3 bigs?
I don't know about
Or do you play the 2 in the mobiles?
What would you do, Huff?
I think I'd play the 2 in the mobiles.
Me too, I'm with you.
So who misses out?
Fogarty.
Fogarty for me, yeah. I play Walker before Fogarty. And I have been a significant fan of the Darcy Fogarty fan club. a paid-up member. Last 18 months, I'm not sure he's been the player that I thought he was going to be. And in a big final, I know who I trust.
I'm getting the sense you have a different opinion, Clinchy.
No, I think it's an open conversation at the moment. I just thought, Darcy Fogarty was one of the better players in that win over Sydney, and that carries a bit of influence. He kicked 4 goals. Riley Thilthorpe kicked 2-3. I probably feel like those two are maybe, and then Texas might be the one who misses out, which is the hard conversation they've wondered if they had to have at some stage. And
but if it's the right call, if they think it's the right call, they have to make it. They can't play Tex on sentiment. But
they're out of time now to experiment, really.
No, I know, but even if you get to the finals and he's played, the last month of footy and he's been okay, he's kicked 8 goals, say, in the last month.
Yeah,
but
sitting form
Fogarty's
at the right
your man,
time, isn't he? Taylor Walker, what's he? He had 5 a fortnight ago, 3 against Collingwood, and then 2 today. So he might just be coming into form at the right time.
But that's the problem with a team like Adelaide, isn't it? Is they get enough goals, so they kick 25 goals tonight.
Yeah, they can score.
Yeah, their scoring power's not an issue, although it was a bit last week.
But is their pressure an issue and their ability to
no doubt.
work up the ground? And that's where you're wondering is that the missing piece that they haven't been able to unlock, is that maybe they have to give up a little bit, whether it's Taylor Walker or Darcy Fogarty, one of their tools.
Well, that's why I think it's the 2 and the mobiles, because then you can... Because you're not asking your keys to put a heap of pressure on. They'll do it naturally every now and then when they're in the vicinity, but you're not asking them to make that part of their job description.
Yeah, they're trying to create the environment where the ball's in tight that can allow pressure from those around them.
That's right.
I'd be really surprised if they didn't play them all.
Yeah, well, you might be right.
I tend to agree with you. But I think that'll be the path they go. I'm just not sure.
But if it doesn't work,
again, the Wolves will be at the door, won't they?
There'll be some knocking at that door.
So you do want Fogarty in. So it took Benny. Didn't take my bait, but then Benny drew it out of you. Good work, Benny.
It's just
so we ended up back where we started. Whether they play all 3 is questionable, but we probably all think they will at the end of the day, and they'll live and die by that sword.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. They'll get the chance. That's the thing. They'll get the chance, which is what they've needed to do all the way through the season. It's been a relatively, in my view, and not very exciting season for the Adelaide Crows, because it actually didn't matter. Doesn't matter what they do, they have to get to the finals and win.
They're the worst scenarios, aren't they? Yeah. When it doesn't start until September comes around again to try and redeem yourself, and yet you still have to qualify as high as you possibly can. So the way it stands at the moment, Fremantle clear on top from Sydney, Hawthorn and Adelaide. Do we think Adelaide is the 4th best side at the moment, with Brisbane and Melbourne scrapping for that position?
No, I've still got Brisbane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating around Brisbane with their defensive profile. So Daniel Hoyne from Champion Data has been speaking about the fact that it'll basically be a 1 in 100 year occurrence if they win the flag this year. A premiership side who is bottom 4 with their defensive profile.
Yeah.
And that is where Brisbane are. So, I'm with you, Bob. I've had Brisbane as my number 1, and Freo number 2. I've said, Freo, I don't want to play Brisbane, but it would be out of the box if Brisbane were to do it with how bad they've been defensively this year, just as a sidebar.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. I heard him say that, Horny. And he knows what he's talking about. But it's what they've had 100 points kicked against them 7 times or something. And 160-odd last night, 150-odd last night.
Yep. So you have to go back to 2003. I did the numbers on it today. I think the last time that a premiership team has conceded 150-plus points in there twice in a premiership season. So in the year they won the flag, Brisbane 2003 was the last team to concede over 150 twice in a season.
So Brisbane in 2003 conceded 150 points twice?
Yep.
What the hell happened there?
It was a little more of a high-scoring game back then. So the average score in 2003 was 94.2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like All-Star Weekend.
The average score this year is 88.2. So it's only a goal difference.
150 is a lot.
Yeah. So that was 2003 was the last time.
Well, that makes sense. You wouldn't think too many premiership teams are coughing up 25 goals. Thanks, mate. Come down to in a game of footy too often.
No.
So Adelaide winners by 72 points, 23-7, 145 to the Bombers, 11-7, 73. Let's bring you some reaction down to Marnie Vinall.
Down here with Jake Saligo. Now, that's the first time that Adelaide's been in the top 4 all year. Essendon challenged you in parts, but overall, pretty comfortable win?
Yeah, we knew they'll come at times, especially in that first quarter. But, yeah, it was nice to put a four-quarter performance out there and get the win on Marvel, which is pretty nice.
When it gets down to like the third and fourth quarter and you know the percentage is important, is it playing in the back of your mind a little bit?
A little bit. You sort of just stick to process, though. You know, you don't get wins if you don't stick to process. So we just go out there and try and do our thing, and then the result comes off the back of our hard work.
Feels like the icing on the cake is the two debutants had really good games. This might be a very hard question. Do you have a favourite out of those two goals?
Nah, no favourites. But no, I was super impressed by the boys. And then Hugo kicking the goal as well. I think everyone's pretty up and about.
Is there any chance that you got to catch the Ireland-Australia game last night? And another hard question, do you think that your club's Ebony Marinoff was maybe robbed for the best on ground?
Yeah, nah, Noffy, she's great at what she does. I reckon she's pretty stiff. But it was a great game. I actually really enjoyed watching it. I thought it was great quality as well. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see that once a year.
We'll head upstairs to see if they've got any questions for you. You've got Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Too easy. Thanks.
James, so well done to you, mates. Congratulations, Daniel Harford. I'm just wondering if what the question was or what the conversation was. Not question. The conversation was this week on the back of the loss last week. The measurement of success today, obviously, the 4 points are important, but were there any sort of areas of the game that Nixie was really focused on trying to make sure you nailed today?
Yeah, I think it was just that four-quarter performance. Like, we brought our best in that first half against the Pies, and it shows that if you're 1% off in that second half or in spurts in the game, then you're probably not going to beat the best side. So I thought today was a good step in the right direction for us.
So who drove that on the field today? Was it asked of the leaders of the different lines or the areas of the ground to drive that, or is it just something that you all had to take responsibility for?
Yeah, I think it's everyone. It's, you know, the leaders want to drive it, but they want us to, young fellas, to start stepping up and driving it as well, and that's how we're going to be a better team. So, yeah, it's probably everyone.
And you kicked 23 goals today, and you ran up a pretty big score against the Bombers, and 23-7. Your accuracy is through the roof. You're the #1 team for accuracy in the competition. And do you do more goal kicking than anyone else, you reckon, or is it just a part of the way you play the game?
Well, it's a good question, but in the pre-season we have a massive emphasis on finishing our work under fatigue and in the highest pressure. So we do a lot of work in the pre-season to nail our set shots, and yeah, it's obviously showing nice now. So.
Jake, sorry, it's a bit of a bunky line, yeah. So that's the issue. You just a bit of static got in the way there at the end of that answer. But I don't mean this in a mean-spirited way, but some of the criticisms from the media have been around the Adelaide midfield and midfield depth in big finals in September. Have you heard that? And do you feel like you can silence that this year?
Yeah, it's a good question, mate. It's probably, yeah, it's pretty hard to hide away from it when you see it everywhere. So, and Adelaide's a small town with only 2 teams, so it's pretty hard to hide. But, yeah, no, we're getting to work in there, and I thought Danny was a good, massive inclusion in there today. Obviously, JP and Bezza were rested. But, yeah, we're getting to work in there, and we know that's a part of our game. If we get right going forward, it's going to help us in finals. So, yeah, we'll continue work with VB and the coaches to get it right.
As we let you go, Jake, was there any conversation? You obviously played the 2 bottom sides in Essendon and Richmond. It's a chance to boost your percentage, but you have to still focus on the fundamentals and getting the job done. So was there any objective you're trying to get out of these 2 weeks other than just 4 points?
No, not really, to be honest. Like, it's AFL footy in the end of the day, so every team's going to be up to the standard, and they're going to bring the fight. So, and last time we versed Richmond, it was a bit of a scare in that first half. We thought they brought the fight, so it's actually going to, it's going to be a tough one next week, but we'll go in, hopefully, to get the 4 points.
Now, as we let you go, Bob Murphy was wondering how much of a steak eater Riley Philthorpe is. Have you got any knowledge for us on this?
Oh, he's a big boy. He comes over to our house for dinner, and it costs a bit, so.
How does he like it cooked, Jake? I imagine, like, very rare.
Oh, mate, just off the bone, just straight up.
I thought so. I can pick him.
Righto. Congratulations on the win, Jake. Thanks for spending some time with us, and safe travels back to Adelaide.
So easy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Jake Saligo joining us from the Adelaide Crows rooms.
Oh, I follow that house a little bit on TikTok.
Oh, hang on.
So you are a AFL real estate aficionado.
Yeah,
I love it.
Jake Saligo, Josh Rochelle, Luke Nankervis. If we had a bit of a better line, I might have explored this with Jake, but it looks like a fun house. Like they just seem to be doing things that, like they're always doing TikTok dances, and
that's fun.
I probably wouldn't consider that. I probably wouldn't consider that fun, but
it's like hell on earth.
I wouldn't consider that fun either, Bob. But
modern generation,
living with two of your best
at
mates in a share house,
in the context of
time in your life, playing table tennis in the garage or whatever you're doing, that's fun.
Did you live with teammates during your playing careers?
Ben Dixon lived with me for a year.
Right.
I like that. Just a little. No,
he lived with me.
He lived with me.
He paid the rent?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure actually he paid too much. I'll tell you what he didn't do. He didn't cook once.
Right.
In a whole year. Not once.
That's hard to do.
This is before Uber Eats and all this sort of stuff.
It's actually really difficult to do. To not cook once.
That's unbelievable.
I did a lot of cooking.
How did he eat?
Well,
did he know there was a kitchen?
He would provide his own food at times for himself, and he would make himself stuff. But there was no sort of I'm making dinner tonight. What do you want? What do you reckon we do this?
Bit of chicken teriyaki or
a little bit of something like that. There was no blue steaks going on.
No blue ribeye.
Wafting over the flame.
Drifting across the flame.
There's none of that. He just ate by himself and he buggered off. Or I cooked. Or my now bride, who was living with us, cooked. It was a very unusual system.
What about for you, Bob?
No, I never lived with teammates.
It's too smart.
Just kept that set. It was getting enough footy at footy, you know? I needed a little bit of
it's not bad.
Reprieve. Yeah.
It's okay. When you first came up?
Yep. I had siblings.
Right, yes. Okay.
So I lived with my brother and my sister.
Oh, I did live with a friend for a period of time, and we had the table tennis table in the garage, so you couldn't park the car in there.
Yep.
And we had the big pipe, and we played first to 100 matches, best of 3 sets, 21 each set, and we just mark one down to everyone's name. We never quite got to 100, but we played a lot of table tennis.
It's one of the great games, table tennis.
Was there any
Can you work up a
thrown into the side walls? Can bring the devil forth.
We had a few situations.
I was one of 3 kids in our street, and Scott Burns moved into our street, and he was living with 5 teammates. And so we said, righto.
The great Scotty Burns.
What's that?
The great Scotty Burns.
Yep, Collingwood champion, now involved with the Adelaide Crows. So we got a little summer sort of street game of cricket. So for 3 young boys who love their footy, we're like, this is awesome. How good's this? So we said, Scott, when's the cricket game this year? And he said, bit of news for you. The boys are all out. Jess, the girlfriend's moving in. We were flat.
She didn't play cricket?
She was a great team player, but she wasn't interested in playing in the street cricket with us.
Didn't bowl offies like Carl Hooper, who we haven't heard from.
Started.
Carl? No, nothing.
No correspondence, unfortunately. Adelaide winners by 72 points. 23-7, 145 to the Bombers, 11-7. 73. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year to come. The other winners so far today, the Tigers snapped an 8-game losing streak, prevailing by 11 points over an inaccurate West Coast Eagles, 12-12-84 to the Eagles, 9-19-73, while the Demons recorded a 9-point win, 18-16-114 to the Gold Coast Suns, 16-9-105. The curiosity was around Christian Petrarca playing against his former side. Colton Tholstrup had the job on him, and they caught up with the ABC Sport team after the game.
Did you have a directive to actually play on Christian Petrarca, or were you just having to run around with him for a bit?
No, there was no set person to go to today, but just happened to be on track, and I only spent a short period of 2 years with him, but I love track. He's a funny fella. We have similar brains and mindset, and had a good 2 years.
How did you find it though? Because it's not the easiest opponent to come up against, particularly an old one that reasonably well.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. Goody always got me to sit with him and watch tape with him every week, and I come to learn pretty good with track, and I felt at stoppage, I felt like I don't think he got a good one away. So sitting for a year with him, 2 years watching tape every week, I think I learned a few points. But mate, Track's an unbelievable player. It's good to see him up here doing well, and we all a lot of love and respect for him, and I wish him all the best for the future, and I can't wait to come up against him again.
talked about playing on Christian Petrarca, who you know so well. What's it like when you get new guys in halfway through the year? We've loved the impact that Joel Fitzgerald has had with his footy. He's kicked a couple of goals today as well.
Moustache.
Pretty good moustache as well. What's he like as a guy who's fitting into the group?
Oh, bloody, I could talk all day about this fella.
We've got time.
Mate, he is a ripper. I'm trying to actually spot him here in the rooms because I just look at his face and start laughing. Mate, I love him that much. He's come in, he's made a good impact, and he's made for the game. He's made for football. He adapted well, and, mate, he's fit right in there. He's over the back. Oh, geez, I love looking at him. He's a pisser. No, he's fit in well. And as you can see, like in his football, he's just made for it. Full credit to the coaching staff, the recruiting staff, and everyone that, got him to the club because, geez, we're a better place for him and we love him here. And, geez, I just love him.
Did you have a bit of an existing relationship with him?
No, I played on him in my first year, actually. I think we had like a little biff, but Jack Henderson actually got suspended, I think, from him. So they had a bit of a laugh about it, and Fitzy called him a sook and whatnot. So I think there's a bit of stirring up, but, mate, he's fit in well, and there's no blood at all. Oh, I bloody love him.
He's a bit of a cult figure, Colton Tholstrup. Ben Cameron's a big admirer of him. Speaking about doing his week-to-week review with Christian Petrarca and then playing on him this afternoon. And then Joel Fitzgerald, who's come across from the VFL and fitted in seamlessly into the Melbourne lineup. And those two had a bit of history, and it was all smiles at the end.
My man Colton from Esperance. Do you know where Esperance is?
Beautiful part of the world.
Try turning
There you go. I was resting during the
finally signed.
Craig Trelevin, the great man.
Craig Trelevin, the great Jock Trelevin. He's from Vinall Zone. He messaged me during the call. He was listening to us over there. I'm not sure if he's in Bunbury or Esperance at the moment. But
you'd rather be in Esperance.
You'd rather be in Esperance. Beautiful.
Nothing wrong with Bunbury. Great.
He promised to take
not as good as Esperance. That's all I'm saying. Geez, the WA, look, just the bears.
He's promised to take me to Esperance.
Yes.
And show me around.
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
I'm glad.
I haven't taken up that opportunity just yet, but I would like to. Because look at it on the gram, it's unbelievable.
Oh, Harford delivers.
It's unbelievable.
It's good on the gram, but it's
better in real life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just on that game today, Gold Coast and Melbourne as well. A double win for the D's because they currently have the Gold Coast Suns first round pick as part of the Christian Petrarca trade. So that is pick 5 at the moment.
How good.
Oh.
They get Petrarca and 5.
No, they gave
sorry,
Petrarca.
they coughed up.
Yeah. They get pick 5
for Petrarca. They're dominating and they get 5.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they'll just be
very
happy with themselves.
High-fiving themselves silly.
The future picks is one of the biggest gambles getting around. Whew. I'm not sure I'd be willing to ride it. I'm very conservative.
No one was suggesting the Gold Coast Suns would lose 10 games in a row.
No.
When they did that deal, the Gold Coast would have been thinking, this will be picked 18 or 19.
By the time there's a few academy picks or a father-son. And
we'll be top 4, no dramas.
Yep.
Boy, has it turned.
And clubs are pretty reluctant to disclose how much of their contract Christian Petrarca and Clayton Oliver are getting paid by Melbourne, but the possibility that they might have got a fair bit of money off their books and they could be shopping in the off-season as well.
Yeah. It makes a difference when you can do that.
The Bombers going down this afternoon. Adelaide prevailing by 72 points into the top 4 with victory tonight. The votes for the ABC Football of the Year, Bob Murphy.
Big job giving votes, as always. I'm sure there will be...
I love your preamble.
There'll always be some feedback. I've given 1 vote. And apologies.
No, let's just
apologies
stop you
to
there.
James Saligo and also to
It's Jake, mate.
Ribeye Phil Thorpe.
He did.
Apologies to Jake.
It's not James.
Apologies to James and Jake Saligo and to Ribeye Phil Thorpe.
Bob's spare time.
Jordan Dawson, 1 vote, had 30 touches, had a heap of contested possessions. I almost left him out just because of the high rating and the high expectations we put on Jordan Dawson. But I gave him 1 vote. I gave 2 votes to Peter Wright, who, despite their side being beaten by 70 points, he kicked 6 of their 11 goals and was a genuine presence and took marks on lead, took contested marks and finished his work. So I gave 2 votes to Peter Wright, and I gave 3 votes to the best man on the ground, and that man was Isaac Rankin. He may have only had 23 disposals. He did kick 3 goals, but everything he touched was of an absolute quality that was really symptomatic of the difference between the two sides today. There was a skill and class chasm, and Isaac Rankin was the best of them.
3 to Rankin, 2 to Peter Wright, 1 to Jordan Dawson from Bob Murphy in the ABC Football of the Year in Adelaide's 72-point victory over the Bombers. So Fremantle are 3 games clear on top, 18 wins and 2 losses. Sydney 15 wins and 5 losses. Half a game further back is the Hawks in 3rd spot. Adelaide moved to 4th with a percentage of 117.6. They're in front of Brisbane and Melbourne, 13 wins and 7 losses. The Cats, a game further back, they're 12 and 8, as are the Western Bulldogs. Half a game back is Collingwood in 9th, and the Blues jumped above the Saints from 11th to 10th. With victory today, the Tigers moved off the bottom, and now the Bombers are on the bottom of the ladder. Round 20 gets underway. Round 20 is completed. Round 22 gets underway on Thursday night. The Western Bulldogs taking on North Melbourne. And on Friday, it's the Brisbane Lions taking on the Hawks. It's time for me to go to bed.
Bedtime.
Bob will hear you on ABC Radio Melbourne tomorrow.
Might do an all-nighter. Straight through.
Thank you, Benny. Thanks to Marnie Vinall. Thanks to Jules. Thanks to all the team. To Jules back at base. In the end, it was the Crows who were far too strong. Winners by 72 points.